Next part is here guys, if you happy, then like now for more updates. Chapter 182. In this semi-public intelligence information, Jiang Ziliu also found resources that could help Acun and his team grow to demigod level faster. Soul Dew. This is a demigod level soul resource, a soul treasure liquid obtained by purifying the soul of a demigod level evil god. Soul Dew can be seen as a processed product of demigod level soul crystals and a processed product of high level soul power. When a supreme beast master grows into a demigod, the key issue is still the transformation of the soul. The Soul Dew can be said to accelerate the transformation of supreme beast masters without any side effects. However, Soul Dew is extremely difficult to buy and is in short supply. Jiang Ziliu found the method of making Soul Dew, but the key raw material, the semi-god level evil god's soul, needed to be obtained by Jiang Ziliu himself. The raw materials are the problem. After all, the demigod level evil god is also an extremely dangerous existence. Even if a powerful demigod hunts down a demigod level evil god, he will not sell the evil god's soul, but choose to use it himself. Because Soul Dew is of great benefit to demigod level strongmen in strengthening their demigod level souls. If he wanted to obtain the Soul Dew, he had to think of another way. If you want to buy the Soul Dew directly, Jiang Ziliu must be willing to take out an equivalent demigod level treasure for barter. Jiang Ziliu is not in a hurry for the Soul Dew. Every once in a while, there will be a trade event between demigods on Terra. I believe it will not be difficult for him to exchange for Soul Dew at that time. Jiang Ziliu's focus is still on intelligence. Among these general intelligences, there is also information about the demigod level masters of the surrounding dwarves, titans, and humans. There is also information about famous interstellar demigod level pirates, demigod adventurers, demigod level star beasts and other powerful lives in the surrounding area. So much information for only one half-god crystal was well worth it in Jiang Ziliu's opinion. Jiang Ziliu discovered an important figure among them. Thunder Gun Supreme. This powerful being, who still goes by the title of Supreme but is actually a demigod level being, is also an extremely mysterious existence in the demigod circle in the starry sky. The Thunder Spear Supreme is one of the 10 demigod level guardians of the human race in the eastern region of Blue Mercury. According to the above information, the favorite thing of this Thunder Gun Supreme is to protect the growth of the weak geniuses among the Blue Mercury human race and provide shelter for their growth and development. Those demigod warriors who dared to go deep into Blue Mercury to cause trouble were all hit hard by the Thunder Spear Supreme. The dwarf king of a small tribe of the Greybone Dwarves lost his most important semi-artifact, the Hammer of the Dwarf King, on Blue Mercury more than 100 years ago. Jiang Ziliu knew that the Hammer of the Dwarf King was now in his hands. It can be said that it provided Jiang Ziliu with the most important development resources for his initial growth. The Dwarf King's act of sending treasures across the starry sky saved Jiang Ziliu a lot of trouble with resources during his growth. Jiang Ziliu guessed that the Thunder Spear Supreme might have also protected him in secret. He also expressed his gratitude for this. In addition to the Thunder Gun Supreme, a new demigod of the life system has emerged on Blue Mercury and is also very famous. And this person is an acquaintance of Jiang Ziliu. Nangang King Liu. The Dean of Duanling Academy, who was once a diamond-level expert in the life department, has actually become a demigod-level expert and has left a great name in the starry sky. Her demigod power of life can restore a person to their original state, but it can also become a terrifying force that takes the life of others. Jiang Ziliu didn't expect that although his growth rate was already fast enough, the growth rate of Nangang King Liu was not slower than his at all. But he just glanced at Nangang King Liu's message and had no intention of having any interaction with this beautiful demigod. As long as the life fairy Qianmian is promoted to a demigod-level beastmaster, he can also master the rules of life and achieve the same power of the life system. The strong people of other races can only follow one of the regular paths among the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, and shadow. But the Blue Mercury people are different. They can practice together in multiple ways. Jiang Ziliu is also a practitioner from multiple departments. After reading the information about these well-known demigods in the starry sky, Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but sigh that the starry sky was even more chaotic, a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Although the Galactic Humanoid Alliance has established basic galactic rules, the vast starry sky is mostly uninhabited areas. No matter what happens, it is not only a question whether people in other places can avoid noticing, but even if they do, it is a question whether they can arrive quickly. In the starry sky, only one's own strength is the guarantee of everything. A demigod-level strongman who seems to be well behaved around you may actually be a star thief who has concealed his true identity when he enters the depths of the starry sky. The rules deep in the starry sky are chaotic. In the savage star territory, some dangerous interstellar thieves often appear. They often rob the powerful people of various races who are hunting demigod-level evil gods. Therefore, when the demigods go out, they usually act collectively as a clan. Or they could be familiar demigod-level adventurers, who reached some kind of demigod contract to be connected and then acted together. A lone wolf like Jiang Ziliu is either extremely confident in his own abilities or has a problem with his brain. But the demigod-level strongmen obviously have no problems with their brains, and none of the demigod-level strongmen who dare to act alone are easy to mess with. This is also the reason why this demigod-level intelligence merchant from the dwarf clan was so polite and a little cautious towards Jiang Ziliu. Because he saw the youthfulness in Jiang Ziliu's bones, and also felt an indescribable threat and power from Jiang Ziliu. After Jiang Ziliu finished reading the public intelligence, that is, the semi-public intelligence information, he then spent another 30 semi-god crystals to purchase intelligence on the forces of the Milky Way Humanoid Alliance, some dangerous adventurers, interstellar pirate groups, star beasts, and intelligent non-human alien races. These semi-god crystals were all condensed by him using his divine power. Jiang Ziliu has a profound foundation. He can condense 1,000 drops of semi-god power every month. The accumulation of semi-god crystals he makes by himself is already very rich, so he is not short of money at all. He bought all the information he could afford from the dwarf tribe. This information will be a strong support for Jiang Ziliu's future actions. Of course, how can you trust only one source of intelligence? After leaving the shop of this demigod-level dwarf, Jiang Ziliu went to other more reliable intelligence dealers to purchase intelligence. These intelligence traders are no longer demigods. Most of them are Supreme Beastmasters or Diamond-level Beastmasters. Their beastmen are good at intelligence gathering, which allows them to carry out these activities here. As long as Jiang Ziliu reveals the aura of a demigod, these people basically dare not falsify important information and only dare to sell him the most authentic information. After collecting enough intelligence information, Jiang Ziliu began to wait. He was waiting for the day when the demigod trade fair would begin. Once he had prepared the resources to upgrade the 3 beasts to demigod level and made them demigod level beasts, he would officially start his goal of coming to the starry sky. Chapter 183. The Terra Demigod Trade Fair officially began soon after. This is a super trade fair held among the demigods themselves. There are 3 major ethnic groups around Terra: the Blue Mercury people, the Grey-Bone Dwarves, and the Three-Eyed Titans. In addition to the chaotic area of the Savage Star Domain, this has led to the appearance of more than 3,000 demigods this time. And these 3,000 demigods are not all the powerful demigods around. Among the human race on Blue Mercury alone, there are no less than 10,000 demigods accumulated over countless years. The Grey-Bone Dwarves and the Three-Eyed Titans are 2 small tribes with relatively small populations that have never grown in size. Each tribe has more than 2,000 demigods. It is highly likely that every ethnic group will produce a demigod every few decades. So why are there so many powerful demigods? Because the demigods represent the existence of immortality. As a demigod, his lifespan has long exceeded the limit of 100,000 years. The shortest lifespan of an average demigod is over 500,000 years, and some can even live for more than millions of years. As long as the demigods don't seek death or encounter any accidents, they will remain alive. Their lifespans are almost endless, easily hundreds of thousands of years. As long as they are alive, the accumulated lifespan will be a terrifying number. The size of the blue Mercury human race, which has nearly 10,000 demigods, was accumulated bit by bit over the years. And these are the demigod powerhouses of blue Mercury that have been publicly counted. If all the powerful demigods who venture into the depths of the starry sky were added together, the number would be even greater. Now that many demigods have gathered on Terra, the honor guards that originally followed Jiang Ziliu have disappeared on their own. After all, there are many powerful demigods now, and they can maintain order by themselves. Many powerful demigods gathered here and began their stall life. They would indicate what they wanted to trade on the stalls and only accept transactions of goods for goods, or divine power and crystals. Jiang Ziliu looked for a while and took a fancy to the soul dew in the hands of a grey-boned dwarf. That was nearly 13 drops of soul dew, which was just enough to help Jianmian, Akan and Bai Niangzi complete the final transformation of their souls. Jiang Ziliu walked forward and saw that the other party was not very interested in other things, but only in the semi-god level metal that could be used for forging. This kind of semi-god grade metal is usually used to cast semi-divine artifacts and is a scarce commodity, even more precious than soul dew. But this kind of demigod metal is a scarce commodity for other demigods, but not for Jiang Ziliu. His ability to judge probability allowed him to discover countless precious treasures on blue Mercury, including some demigod-level metals. This is the purple star magnet, a demigod-level metal, 30 grams. How about using it to trade for your soul dew? Jiang Ziliu stepped forward and with a wave of his divine power, he formed a divine barrier that enveloped him and the grey-boned dwarf demigod. This is a secret way of doing business. The demigod's divine power barrier can prevent outsiders from spying on the details of their transactions. When the grey-boned dwarf demigod saw the purple star magnet, he excitedly wanted to take it in his hand to have a look, but Jiang Ziliu's hand retracted, allowing him only to look but not to touch it. Demigod-level metal is strictly speaking more precious than soul dew. After all, soul dew is useless after one use, but a semi-artifact made of demigod-level metal is a treasure that can be used forever. Changed. The grey-boned dwarf demigod didn't care about Jiang Ziliu's actions. If it were him, he might be more careful. There are quite a few demigod-level scams here. But he could tell at a glance that the purple star magnet was genuine. Although 30 grams was not a lot, combined with the demigod-level metal he already had, it was enough to create a low-level demigod-level weapon. The two completed the transaction smoothly, and Jiang Ziliu got the soul dew and disappeared into the crowd. But he did not leave. Instead, he looked here to see if there were any other good things that could help him. The members of the demigod trade fair are mainly humans, grey-boned dwarves, and three-eyed titans. The three parties have completely different priorities and needs. The human race is very fond of all kinds of semi-artifacts, especially those made by the grey-boned dwarves, which are very popular among the human demigods. Because the power of human demigods is complex and changeable, no matter how strange the semi-artifacts created by the grey-boned dwarves are, there will always be some human demigods who can use them. But the most common semi-artifacts here are spears, lances, knives, swords, shields, and ships. Humans' own trading goods are mainly spacecraft of various technological types. This technological creation, which combines demigod-level metals, is very suitable for allowing demigod warriors to embark on interstellar adventures with less effort. At the same time, they are also the main force of interstellar cargo transportation. The most popular items sold by the three-eyed titans are various minerals. Titans are naturally close to the power of the earth and can better discover hidden high-level minerals from veins. They also have a third eye. This divine eye allows the three-eyed titans to have excellent information observation capabilities, allowing them to discover many inconspicuous details in the endless and vast starry sky. The three-eyed titans' favorite areas of activity are some dangerous meteorite belts. They can find better ores, metals, or other treasures in such places. They are also good at discovering some remnants of interstellar wars, such as the secret treasures of the powerful. Among those space adventure teams composed of demigods from various races, they like to hire a powerful three-eyed demigod to serve as their scout. The major demigod-level space trading organizations of the Blue Mercury human race are good at building space battleships, the dwarves are good at building demigod equipment, and the three-eyed titans are good at mining minerals. The three tribes are getting closer to each other, and the meaning of struggle between them is less than cooperation. They cooperate with each other to jointly develop the Savage Star domain and deal with the threats from demigod-level evil gods and even more powerful beings deep in the Savage Star domain. Jiang Ziliu walked around for a while and bought the corpse of a starry sky stone-swallowing beast. This is a starry sky giant beast that is more than 100 kilometers long. They feed on rocks in the starry sky and are natural giant beasts of the demigod level. The flesh and blood of this thing is very versatile and can be used as the best food for the three beasts to grow in the supreme stage. With its size, the three beasts behind it will never be short of food. Its bones are very tough and are made of evolved demigod-level rock material. Jiang Ziliu plans to use the bones of the sky stone beast to build a demigod-level starry sky flying boat. If he drove the origin divine ship, the Hammer of God, it would still be a bit too ostentatious. If a discerning demigod or above sets his eyes on him, he might want to snatch it from him. The Hammer of God is more useful as a life-saving device for escape at critical moments. Normally he uses a more ordinary demigod-level spaceship, which is low-key and does not attract attention. Jiang Ziliu got a good deal by buying the corpse of this semi-god-level stone-eating beast. The demigod himself did not realize that there was an undigested natural stone in an inconspicuous place in the gastric membrane of this star-eating beast. But this thing is not a natural stone at all, but a piece of dormant high-level divine power fragment. This fragment of divine power is a relic of a being above demigod. It can accelerate the evolution and growth of Jiang Ziliu's kingdom of God. The demigod trade fair is still going on, and Jiang Ziliu has discovered many other good things. There was also a large slave trade here. Some demigod-level interstellar pirate groups that engage in looting also conduct some dirty deals here. But the things in their hands were not stolen from nearby. For example, the Sea Soul Holy Ming Jin Guang stone from the Mermaid tribe. This demigod-level material is very beneficial to the shaping of the ocean and water demigod kingdom. It is a real strategic material belonging to the Mermaid tribe and is absolutely prohibited from trading. The fact that it appeared on Terra can only mean that it was stolen by someone. This stone-like material, which is only produced in the semi-god level beasts of the Mermaid clan, can produce pleasant sounds like sea waves. It is the favorite of all demigods in the kingdom of God that is dominated by water. The kingdom of God that has added this material will increase the efficiency of demigod life and understanding the rules of water by about 30% to 40%. Therefore, as soon as this item was taken out, countless demigods spontaneously formed an auction mode and quickly raised its price. There are also the seeds of the Tree of Life, which are also strategic materials from the elves. Where did Nangong King Liu get the beast-taming Tree of Life from? It came from this kind of trade fair. Even if the seeds of the Tree of Life are not given to future generations to use as beasts, their existence itself can accelerate the comprehension of the laws of life by demigod-level powerhouses. In the entire demigod-level trade fair, the most valuable items are the various items that can increase the speed of comprehension of rules. But Jiang Ziliu had no interest in these things. What he is concerned about are some rather mysterious things. In the end, under the guidance of the Forged Throne, he actually bought the wreckage of an ancient and useless abandoned starship. The reason he bought this was because the Forged Throne was on it and he felt the aura of his other core fragments. This wreckage is very old, and the clues it may involve are very old, but at least it is a direction to find the core fragments of the Forging Throne and complete his body. The discovery of this item was already Jiang Ziliu's greatest gain since arriving on Terra. Jiang Ziliu is confident that he can determine the location of the core fragment of the Forging Throne through probability judgment. Chapter 184. Although Jiang Ziliu found clues about the core fragments of the Forged Throne, he was not in a hurry to pursue them. He knew that this matter had to be done slowly. After all, this spaceship is so broken, and it has been a long time since it intersected with the core fragments of the forging throne. It is definitely not easy to find relevant information in a short time. The first thing Ziliu did was to use the soul dew on the three beasts, allowing them to break through to the demigod level as quickly as possible. Only when they reach the demigod level, the foundation of the entire kingdom of God can be considered completely complete, and Ziliu's progress on the path to demigod can be considered on the right track. After the demigod trade fair ended, Ziliu began to strengthen the three commonly used beasts. This kind of demigod trade fair is held every 6 months and is not uncommon. Because this is the only gathering and trading point that the nearby demigods trust. Even the bandits in the interstellar space will not cause trouble during this period of time, otherwise they will become the common enemy of all the demigod bandits. Interstellar robbers also need time and place to deal with their harvest. Soul dew is indeed a very high-quality medicine for Supreme Beast Masters, and can greatly promote their soul transformation. The three beasts each swallowed 1/3 of a drop of soul dew. Qianmian, Akan and Bai Niangzi can only devour so much. If they devour more, the powerful soul force in the soul dew will directly explode their souls. In addition to these, Ziliu also prepared the blood evolution liquid of the water of life for Qianmian, which also used some demigod-level life materials. After Qianmian takes this potion, the final complete bloodline will be transformed quickly. It is the bloodline of the Fairy of Life, a natural life creature. Even if it undergoes some violent improvements, its own life power will smooth everything out and will not leave any problems. At the same time, it will also complete the transformation of the soul after this process. Ziliu's strengthening preparation is to use the medicine directly. Accompany didn't need to do that. Ziliu directly took a piece of semi-god level earth spirit soil and let it lie on it, and it was directly strengthened by the slow catalytic power of the earth. As an earth titan, it has already completed the evolution of its bloodline. All it needs is a relatively stable evolution of its soul. Using the spiritual soil of the earth is only to make its final transformation more suitable for its own power and lay a better foundation. The same is true for White Snake. It doesn't need anything else and only needs the soul dew to complete the final transformation. During the process of the three beasts using the soul dew, Ziliu also began to use his semi-divine power to help them complete this final transformation, and also used his semi-divine power to repair their lives, making their own blood, soul, and strength more compatible. After all, in this beast taming and sublimation process involving the constant transformation of bloodlines, there will always be certain small problems of incompatibility. This is just like different machines, the parts will always be different in size. The higher level power of demigod power can solve small problems like hidden injuries that they originally had left behind during the evolution process. 3 months later, the beast tamer Sky Blue Titan Akan was the first to complete the transformation of his soul. It was the first to break through to the 9-star supreme level, and then, with the support of Ziliu's semi-god power, it broke through directly to the semi-god level in one breath. Accompany became the first of the 3 general-purpose beast tamers to break through to the demigod level. The Sky Blue Titan Accompany successfully transformed into a beast controlling life with a demigod soul, demigod body, and demigod power. He does not have a kingdom of God like the Beast Master, but he naturally masters the 2 rules of the earth and the rules of space. Even if that is just the surface of the rules, Accompany is indeed a powerful life form who can naturally communicate with the power of rules. Moreover, Accompany also masters the more advanced rules of the earth and space. It's just that Accompany prefers the subdivided rules of the earth's rules, including the earth's material rules, gravity rules, magnetism rules, earth's trace rules and other subdivided rules. In terms of spatial rules, he mastered a subdivided spatial rule of the spatial escape type. Although it has only touched the surface of the rules, it also means that it is a rule-based life, a demigod-level life, and an advanced life that has reached the threshold of being a god. Accompany's promotion is actually Ziliu's return of his achievement in becoming a demigod. If he wants to go further, he needs to refine more demigod power, strengthen his demigod body and demigod soul, and enhance his understanding of the rules. When one reaches the demigod level, the advantage created by bloodline influence will be relatively small. The Kongqing Titan bloodline only makes it closer to the rules of the earth and space, but how much he can understand depends on himself. The current Akun might be more appropriate to call him, because he is also a god-level life. After transforming into a demigod, Akun can change into human form. In human form, he looks like a truly naive young boy. After Akun, the next to complete the transformation was the Thunder Dragon White Snake. She was the second of Jiang Ziliu's 3 beasts to break through to the semi-god level Thunder Dragon. After White Snake transformed into a human form, she looked like a little girl about 10 years old in white clothes. But after transforming into a human form, the dragon horns on her head were still there, which was a very obvious feature. It is not surprising that White Snake transformed into a powerful demigod. The powerful bloodline of the Thunder Dragon allowed her to master the 3 rules of water, lightning, and magnetism after she transformed into a demigod. At the same time, she learned to control the extremely faint soul rules and bloodline rules, which were the rules caused by the bloodline of the divine beast. Similarly, White Snake's bloodline only makes her closer to the rules of thunder and lightning, water, and magnetism. If you want to make a breakthrough in the future, you have to rely on your own understanding and hard work. After the demigod level life forms complete their transformation, the advantages of their bloodline will be very few. What everyone will compare later will be factors such as will, perseverance, soul strength, and understanding. The last one to complete the transformation was the fairy Thousand Faces of Life. Before she transformed into a demigod, she awakened the complete bloodline of the Fairy of Life, thereby stimulating greater potential in the life system. Then Qianmian successfully broke through to the 9-star Supreme and became a demigod-level life. After she transformed into a human form, she actually looked like a little human girl of about 4 or 5 years old, and this was after she deliberately grew bigger. In reality, she is still only the size of a palm, so cute. After becoming a demigod-level life form, Qianmian naturally mastered the 4 rules of power: life rules, soul rules, change rules, and rebirth rules. Moreover, what makes her very special is that her mastery of the rules of life is 3 times that of the other 3 beasts. Her progress in mastering the rules of life alone is greater than the combined progress of all other beast tamers. Jiang Ziliu discovered from here that this might be related to her original skill of Holy Wings of Life that could regenerate. This skill can achieve rebirth and is too powerful, so the depth of the rules involved may be relatively high. After becoming a demigod, all of the beast tamer's original skills did not disappear, but were strengthened to a certain extent. But the power of demigod level restrains and checks each other at the level of rules. The pure power of a demigod can easily interrupt the performance of these skills. For example, the rebirth of the Holy Wings of Life cannot be interrupted before reaching the demigod level, but can be interrupted by the demigod's divine power at the demigod level. Whether it will be interrupted actually depends on the depth of both parties' understanding of the rules. If the life fairy's comprehension of the rules involved in this skill is higher than that of the enemy, and the enemy has mastered rule powers such as death and destruction that restrain the rules of the life system, then the life fairy's rebirth skill can be performed normally. However, the opponent's comprehension of the rules is deeper than that of the Fairy of Life, so the Fairy of Life's rebirth skill cannot take effect. At the demigod level, all life is brought to a more fair balance of power. The understanding of the rules determines strength, and the restraint of the rules will slightly balance it, so there will be no absolute skill advantage. After the 3 beasts were semi-deified, Jiang Ziliu did not get much feedback, only that their semi-divine power was slightly improved. Later on, his only advantage as a beast master depended on whether the beasts he tamed could give back semi-divine power or his comprehension of the rules. The existence of the 3 origin levels, the feedback is still not something Jiang Ziliu can bear. Even if he is a demigod now, any feedback from the opponent's rules will cause him to explode. Therefore, the main force of his current progress still comes from the three beasts. Fortunately, all three beasts have been promoted to the demigod level, and they can continue to advance on the path to becoming demigods together. Chapter 185. After completing the semi-god evolution of the three beasts, Ziliu finally set his sights on the starship wreckage he had obtained. Ziliu thought of locating clues by making a probability judgment. But before that, he first found the demigod-level intelligence merchant of the dwarf race, and through him found specific technological instruments to measure the age of the starship wreckage. The results showed that this starship was actually from 4.6 million years ago. 4,600,000 years ago may seem like a long time, but the history of the human race on Blue Mercury is already as long as 30 million years. Ziliu found the library on Terra, and from the historical records in it, he discovered the force to which this starship originally belonged. Contrary to his expectations, this was not a very large force. The emblem on this starship belonged to a female half-elf viscount named Sovalanya 4.6 million years ago. Moreover, this is a half-elf clan with mixed blood of humans and elves. Half-elves are famous for their longevity. Ziliu also bought information about the elves' surnames from him and found out that the elf clan of Sovalanya has not been destroyed until now. Now Sovalanya still holds the title of Viscount. Just not long ago, the half-elf clan of Sovalanya suddenly left their original fiefdom as a whole. They headed to the Savage Galaxy and disappeared into the ancient battlefield, leaving no trace behind. What is the probability that the disappearance of this group of half-elves is related to the forging of the throne-like core fragment? The answer is very interesting. 65.37%. This answer can almost be said to be related to the core fragments of the forged throne, but it seems to be only more than half, and it does not seem to be that deep. Could it be that they never actually obtained the core fragment of the forged throne? This thought suddenly came to Ziliu's mind. But when he was about to make another probability judgment, the golden finger of probability judgment conveyed a message to him. That is, the previous probability judgments involved a relatively low level, so they were given for free and only consumed a portion of the dark energy. But now, any probability judgment involving things higher than himself would require the consumption of semi-divine power. Moreover, the probability judgment of the existence of the King of Origin level is conducted once every 10 days. This is the cooling-off period for the probability determination function. After Ziliu broke through to the demigod level, he did not use probability judgment too much. Only now did he suddenly realize that he had broken through to the demigod level, and the golden finger of probability judgment had also changed. It was no longer so accommodating to him and would judge everything given to him. This means that when he uses probability judgments, such as treasure hunting, to judge the future, he needs to be more cautious and restrained. Ziliu also understood that although the golden finger was powerful, when it came to things at the rule level and something as advanced as the King of Origin, the price would definitely not be simple. If everything is really given away for free, then the hidden dangers behind the probability judgment would be truly terrifying. Behind every advantage, there is a hidden price. Now, the price is only half of his divine power, which is not too outrageous. He was afraid that it would be something like luck, which would be terrifying. After Ziliu discovered that probability judgment could only determine a rough piece of information, he realized that he had to investigate most of the intelligence himself. Only critical and decisive information could be determined by probability judgment, which was the best way to use probability judgment at this stage. After all, Ziliu's own semi-divine power is not enough to be squandered at will. Ziliu began to change his face and lowered his aura to the supreme level. In this posture, he began to investigate more secret information about this half-elf clan. This investigation actually allowed Ziliu to make some discoveries. The Sovalanya family was a special half-elf clan with women as the main branch of the family. The women in their family never marry outside the family, and they only support the existence of son-in-law who come to live with the family. The men in the family are all outward-looking, and only women with half-elf blood characteristics can inherit the family business. What's even more interesting is that the Sovalanya family only does one business, which is the production of elven longbows, including a semi-artifact level elven longbow. Moreover, their family only makes elven longbows for the elven adventurers wandering in the starry sky. The elven longbow and other bow weapons made by their family are better than those made by the elves themselves. They do not provide services to other ethnic groups at all, but in exchange for making excellent longbows for the elves at a low price, their family obtains the right to trade in the elves' special goods. However, in this star field, the elves only recognize the Sovalanya family for these goods. Over the past 400 years, the Sovalanya family has experienced several ups and downs, but no matter what means other forces use, they cannot obtain the trading rights of the elves' special goods. Even if there is no trade, the elves only recognize the Sovalanya family. In a way, this is also in line with the elves' tradition, which is stubborn, and arrogant. They value tradition more than considerations of profit. When Jiang Ziliu saw this information, he discovered the key. There are many advantages in making elven longbows. Being a half-elf, doesn't that involve utilizing the power of forging? The elf chief is good at natural forces and life forces, but he is not good at forging. The dwarves are. However, the longbows made by the Sovalanya family are better than those of the dwarves and more suitable for use by the elves. Doesn't this just show that they have obtained a special opportunity in this regard? And this opportunity is most likely related to forging the throne. After confirming this, Jiang Ziliu began to find ways to purchase detailed intelligence about the Sovalanya family. For millions of years, countless forces have coveted the interests of the Sovalanya family, and countless forces have plotted against this family when it did not have any demigods. Therefore, there is a lot of information about them, and it is very detailed. In particular, the information about Sovalanya's family's weapon refining heritage is even more detailed. This is almost an open secret among all major forces. After all, a historical heritage that has been maintained for nearly 4 million years is still very tempting. This family lives not far from Terra, near the Savage Star region, and has a transformed planet belonging to their family. That is also their tribal land. On the highest peak of the planet called Sovalanya, there is a mysterious boulder with a bow-shaped mark on it. This huge stone is the heritage of their family. Only people with the Sovalanya bloodline in their family can open it. And only the women in their family can inherit the heritage of forging longbows, or even forging demigod-level longbows. This kind of inheritance cannot be obtained by others at all, because it cannot be demonstrated and others cannot learn it. Moreover, each successor can rely on this inheritance to rise to become a demigod-level powerhouse. This restriction, coupled with the support of the elven forces for their family, has enabled the Sovalanya family to continue to maintain its glory for nearly 4 million years. But no one knows what happened recently. The mysterious boulder that was originally indestructible suddenly shattered, and the entire Sovalanya family was deserted. The entire family entered a mysterious and unpredictable wild star field with an unrecognizable direction and environment. When Jiang Ziliu saw this information, he understood that the mysterious inheritance stone was the key. He set out immediately and came to the planet Sovalanya, which had been occupied by others, and came to the location of the broken boulder. This is indeed my power, but it should be the power of a fragment of me that was left here 4 million years ago. The Forging Throne said with certainty that the inheritance of the Sovalanya family was due to the effectiveness of his core fragments. However, after 4 million years, he could not sense the location of the fragment. But it's at least a clue. Based on the movements of the Sovalanya family, Jiang Ziliu guessed that the core fragment was most likely in the Savage Star region. Otherwise, once the inheritance was broken, the family would immediately enter the Wild Star region. The Forging Throne is related to this. What is the probability that the fragment from 4 million years ago is in the Savage Star region, or is related to the Savage Star region? Jiang Ziliu consumed 15 drops of semi-divine power and made a probability judgment. 89.66%. This result confirmed Jiang Ziliu's analysis. The fragment was indeed deep in the Savage Star domain, or existed in a place related to the Savage Star domain. After getting the answer, Jiang Ziliu made some preparations and headed towards the depths of the Savage Star territory, tracking the direction of the Sovalanya family. Chapter 186. The Savage Star region refers to a star region composed of shattered celestial bodies, meteorite clouds, and a large number of stars, neutron stars, nebulae and other star materials. It is impossible for life to be born here. Everything here is extremely chaotic, and invisible cosmic disasters may erupt at any time. But in the starry sky where dark energy exists, there are also some places with extremely rich special and scarce resources, and also places where some special dark energy springs appear in large numbers. The so-called dark energy springs refer to the unstable cracks in space-time itself caused by the unstable gravitational force of huge celestial bodies or the existence of huge space-time disorder forces. These cracks connect the chaotic void between the positive and negative universes. It is an area with extremely chaotic and powerful energy, which can be called a special dimension of the energy sea. The violent power in the chaotic void gushes out through such starry sky cracks, forming a special energy fountain. The energy level in the star field where the energy spring is located is hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands times higher than that in other star fields. Such high energy areas are not suitable for the survival of ordinary life, but are suitable for the existence of powerful life, and also suitable for the existence of some high-dimensional spaces. For example, the existence of the ancient battlefield must be maintained by a natural environment with at least 3 dark energy springs nearby. Otherwise, the ancient battlefield itself lacks energy dependence and cannot exist stably. Ultimately, those ancient battlefields that perished were all destroyed due to insufficient energy of their own existence, and were initially destroyed because they were unable to resist the impact of the turbulence of the void. Wherever there are dark energy springs, the more dark energy springs there are and the higher their quality, the more powerful the ancient battlefield connecting the two universes will be. In this wild star region, there are exactly 3 energy springs, but they have only formed a demigod-level ancient battlefield. In the wild star region, there are many treasures and minerals, but there are also many dangerous factors. At this time, Jiang Ziliu was piloting an ordinary demigod-level spaceship and flew into the ancient battlefield. He followed the Sovalanya family's route of movement and tracked them. What is the probability that a Sovalanya family will take this route? By making judgments through such probability problems, Jiang Ziliu obtained the action roadmap of the Sovalanya family through the process of elimination. Judging the Sovalanya family's course of action by probability does not consume much semi-divine power. So, shortly after completing the task, he recovered his consumed semi-divine power and embarked on this pursuit. Although Jiang Ziliu is a bit timid, the forging throne has helped him a lot. He was willing to take certain risks in order to forge the throne. Besides, he now had 3 super strong men by his side and countless backups, so he didn't have to worry about safety issues at all. As long as he carefully hides his true identity and uses a good disguise, he has nothing to worry about causing trouble. The Sovalanya family was very careful, as they were taking a dangerous route filled with meteorite belts. Jiang Ziliu's spacecraft continued to move forward, constantly colliding with various irregularly moving meteorite fragments. There was no other way, so he had to use his semi-divine power to cover the surface of the spacecraft with a layer of divine defense film and move forward carefully. Jiang Ziliu now discovered that the Sovalanya family must have explored this route. Moreover, this route must have been in a relatively safe period when they set out. It's not like now, when he passes by, he is colliding with meteorites with chaotic trajectories every moment. Why not take a safer route and take a shortcut in pursuit? Because Jiang Ziliu understands one thing, probability judgment is just a probability, not an absolutely correct answer. He could not rule out the possibility that the Sovalanya family would divide their forces along this route. If the route he judged was the route taken by the enemy's large force to attract their attention, then he was chasing the wrong person. Probability judgment cannot completely determine where the other side has divided its troops, in what direction, and which direction is the main force. After all, his semi-divine power was not enough to make such detailed and numerous judgments. He followed the original route and used the rules of life to sense the breath of the members of the Sovalanya family who had passed by here before. Through the rules of life and following the original route, he was able to determine whether the members of this family suddenly split up along this route. But when people took this route, the meteorite belt was not so chaotic. It was not like this when he came. Bang! 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 Meteorites one after another, carrying super speeds of tens of kilometers per second, hit the semi-divine shield of the spacecraft, and each one rapidly consumed Jiang Ziliu's divine power. Even a demigod-level treasure ship would shatter into pieces if hit by meteorites of this magnitude too many times. After all, a full-strength attack from an ordinary demigod-level warrior is only as powerful as a meteorite with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer hitting the ground. Although the power of the meteorites in the starry sky has been reduced, when they hit head-on or from the side, their terrifying power still reaches the level of a full-strength attack from a supreme powerhouse. If Jiang Ziliu hadn't used the power shield formed by his semi-divine power to protect the spacecraft's own semi-divine level energy shield would have shattered after just a few hits, leaving the spacecraft itself facing the cosmic meteorite fragments. Jiang Ziliu has no choice now but to slow down and constantly adjust the trajectory of the spacecraft to avoid hitting more meteorites as much as possible. But meteorites are only a small and insignificant part of the cosmic dangers here. The plasma storms, super-energetic stellar radiation storms, and invisible space turbulence shock waves that appear from time to time here are the more dangerous ones. In particular, space turbulence shock waves are natural waves in space and time formed when dark energy springs erupt. It is a natural phenomenon, just like the waves in the natural ocean, but it is also a relatively common thing like the tide. The difference is that sea tides are tangible, while space turbulence shock waves are positive invisible forces. Only when it arrives can you feel its horror. Because it can distort time and space, causing everything to become distorted. This distortion has little effect on meteorites and other creatures, but it is very deadly to demigod-level beastmasters. Because its impact on real objects can be smoothed and repaired by the rules of the universe, but its impact on the kingdom of God is too great. This kind of spatial distortion will directly affect the kingdom of God level of the demigod, distorting or even splitting the entire kingdom of God. Jiang Ziliu was unlucky. He encountered 3 waves of plasma storms in this area, which consumed a lot of his divine power. He then encountered 4 cosmic radiation storms and 2 space turbulence shock waves. Obviously, there must be a relatively large dark energy spring near this meteorite belt, otherwise turbulent shock waves in outer space would not appear so frequently. If Jiang Ziliu's kingdom of God had not been relatively resilient, and if the 3 origin-level beings had not helped him to calm the impact of the space turbulence shock waves, his kingdom of God would not have been shattered, but would have had a lot of scars that needed to be repaired. But even if he managed to get through these troubles smoothly, nearly 1/3 of his demigod power was consumed. You know, this is 1/3 of the total semi-divine power he has accumulated with great difficulty recently. And these were just the cosmic disasters he encountered, minor troubles caused by the relatively small natural forces of the universe. If he is unlucky and encounters the non-directional passage of the neutron star radiation flow, that would be dangerous. Neutron stars in this area are not uncommon. But these are just small-scale natural disasters in this area, not large-scale cosmic disasters such as stellar explosions and interstellar super-energy torrents. Jiang Ziliu was also lucky in that he did not encounter the giant star beasts that live in the meteorite belt, or other strange star life forms, which are dangerous. In addition, there is the danger of interstellar pirates. Jiang Ziliu passed through this meteorite belt with difficulty and did not encounter any of these. But his good luck ended soon after. Just after he walked out of the meteorite belt, he unfortunately ran into the lair of a group of space pirates. Bad luck, because this pirate group's base is located on a large, drifting planet core fragment. When Jiang Ziliu came out, this fragment happened to drift nearby. It can only be said that he was unlucky and happened to encounter this group of interstellar pirates. Chapter 187. Hey, someone actually ran out of the meteorite belt. The moment Jiang Ziliu's spaceship rushed out of the meteorite belt, several demigod-level leaders in the pirates' lair made a discovery. They looked at each other and felt like they had discovered a big fat sheep. There are only a few situations in which this kind of demigod-level spacecraft would enter the dangerous asteroid belt. One is that the demigod on this demigod-class spaceship had a secret and huge harvest in the asteroid belt, and he must have some good stuff on him. In this case, this good stuff, or the big harvest, is destined to belong to this group of pirates, and they would be letting themselves down if they didn't take action. The second is that this person was being chased and fled into the asteroid belt. In this case, this person either holds a major secret, or a valuable treasure, or has a special identity and can be captured for a large profit. The third is that this person is looking for something and deliberately enters a dangerous area like the meteorite belt. The interstellar pirates would naturally not let go of such a secret. Fourth, this person really entered the meteorite belt accidentally. The demigod that appeared in this situation must be Ziobai, who had just walked into the starry sky, and his strength is not strong. Moreover, the risks of the meteorite belt are bound to consume a large amount of demigod power of the demigods, and those who can come out are in poor condition. If you don't rob this kind of person, you will not be worthy of the name of space pirate. No matter which situation, this newly appeared spaceship gives the pirates countless reasons to go all out. The risk of robbery on a normal day is much greater than this. If you don't grab this demigod-level spaceship now, you would be unworthy of your identity as a space pirate. With so many reasons, the interstellar pirates led their men and dispatched a total of 7 interstellar instantaneous high-speed spaceships, which quickly flew over and surrounded Jiang Ziliu's spaceship. When interstellar pirates rob, what they need is firepower and speed. Moreover, whether escaping or chasing, a strong speed is required, so their spaceships have a strong advantage in speed. Facing this group of interstellar pirates including 7 demigods, Jiang Ziliu was not depressed but very happy. To be honest, he was in a bad mood and was very angry along the way. Now he has a group of interstellar pirates to vent his anger, allowing him to start his first demigod battle and resolve the depression in his heart. Isn't it just right? As for whether he would lose, Jiang Ziliu never worried about it. Even if the other side has 7 interstellar pirates who are strong, experienced, and have a ruthless fighting style. The two sides met in space, and Jiang Ziliu put away the demigod-class warship. This kind of demigod-level spaceship is not a true war weapon. It is just a means of transportation that can fly across time and space in space, and it does not have the powerful combat power of a demigod. Even if they only have elementary aerospace level abilities, their level is still demigod level. Because the demigod level is the basic level for survival and action in the starry universe. Below the demigod level, they are not even considered as basic powerful units in the starry sky. Those supreme pirates were also equipped with special technological equipment, which allowed them to achieve relative star-level combat power. This kind of spaceship is doomed to be useless against the space pirates' extremely high-speed spaceships. Instead, it is better to lift it up to prevent it from being damaged in battle. The same thing happened to the group of pirates. After surrounding Jiang Ziliu, they also quickly packed up their spaceships. This kind of instant high-speed spacecraft is also their treasure. It would be a loss if it were damaged during a robbery. A spaceship that truly possesses demigod-level combat power is worth at least 100 or even 1,000 times the value of an ordinary demigod-level spaceship. Because demigod-level combat power is not so easy to achieve, the refining knowledge and resources involved are even more advanced. Although both are 100,000 tons, the gap between a 100,000 ton cargo ship and a 100,000 ton aircraft carrier in terms of technology, resources used, scientific and technological skills, and construction difficulty is not even a little bit different. Even with Jiang Ziliu's background, he couldn't build a demigod-level warship now. The forging knowledge that Jiang Ziliu possessed was not enough to create a demigod-level warship. The most he could make was a transport spaceship. Unless the forged throne takes action. But if he built this kind of demigod-level warship, it would inevitably leave extremely obvious traces in the eyes of super-strong people, which would clearly expose his existence. At this time, the subordinates of the interstellar pirates were scattered in all directions. They were very far away, but they held a special bead-shaped semi-artifact in one hand, which formed a demigod-level giant net after being directly activated. It covered an area the size of half a planet, surrounded Jiang Ziliu, and formed the outermost encirclement. The function of this mesh structure is to interfere with space and prevent Jiang Ziliu from escaping directly through space. Although demigod-level powerhouses can also use other rules to interfere with the application of space rules. But that effect is very small. After all, space and time are both supreme rules, which naturally suppress the power of other rules, and even have a comprehensive restraining effect. If one wants to interfere with the escape of a demigod who controls the rules of space, one needs a combined demigod artifact with large-scale space interference properties. The other side has 7 demigods, who summoned a total of 23 demigod-level beasts, including demigod-level beasts with various rule powers such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, water, light, darkness, death, and destruction. When they come together as one, and the rules work in tandem with each other, they are absolutely incomparably powerful. Jiang Ziliu was alone against these beast masters and 7 demigods, which was equivalent to facing 30 demigod-level beings at once. But he was not in a hurry. 3 demigod-level metal shields appeared in front of him to form a defense, and then a demigod-level longbow appeared in his hand. He bought all these equipment from the demigod trade fair. The only difference is that, after being transformed and upgraded by the forging throne, they have become top-level semi-artifacts comparable to the 9th level of demigod. The forging throne is incomplete, and directly casting equipment will leave obvious traces of the rules, but if you transform and upgrade existing demigod-level equipment, enemies who are familiar with him will not notice the clues. After all, it's just an upgraded product. Many beings in the starry sky can do it, and even those above the demigod level can do it, so there are no obvious traces. After discovering Jiang Ziliu's 3 demigod 9th level divine shields and 1 demigod 9th level longbow, the pirates felt something was wrong. Although they were greedy for the good things in Jiang Ziliu's hands, this thing was too good. If they are not careful, they might run into a real tough guy. However, the huge numerical advantage of the 30 demigods gave them confidence and prevented them from retreating immediately. Boom! Boom! Both parties launched attacks on each other at the same time, and the first to take action was Jiang Ziliu, the hunted one. But as soon as Jiang Ziliu made a move, this group of star thieves and demigods understood what an invincible demigod meant. Their attacks using the forces of water, fire, light, and darkness were easily blocked by the defensive barrier formed by 3 shields. A demigod-level flame that can burn a moon-sized star, a dark mist that can corrode a star of the same size, and a wind blade that can cut through a meteorite with a diameter of more than 5,000 miles. These attacks, hitting Jiang Ziliu's energy barrier, only caused a layer of grey ripples, and did not break the first layer of the energy barrier at all. And this is just one of the 3 shields activated, a shield with the power of the Earth's rules. Jiang Ziliu has 3 layers of such shields on his body. Moreover, this is the effect of 30 demigod-level attacks striking at the same time. There is no way. Jiang Ziliu's semi-divine power is of higher quality and has been accumulated more deeply. Although his understanding of the laws of the earth is just beginning, it far exceeds the level of understanding of the laws of the earth by other high-level semi-divine masters. Because of his former terrifying background, when Jiang Ziliu first entered the realm of demigod, the power of rules sublimated from his skills far surpassed that of other demigod warriors. The barrier formed by his earth rules alone could not be broken by the attacks of 30 ordinary demigods. On this side, there are stronger magnetic rules and the shield power of space rules has not yet been activated. Jiang Ziliu is not a defender, he can be the first to attack. Condensed on his demigod-level longbow are long lightning arrows formed by the power of lightning rules, and the longbow uses the branches of the Earth's rules of gravity and repulsion to exert force. Lightning itself is stronger in speed and power, its only shortcoming is that it exists for a very short time. But Jiang Ziliu added the rules of space to this lightning arrow, which made its speed qualitatively improved on the original basis. Therefore, when he shot his first arrow, it was so fast that it flashed through the starry sky and was beyond the reaction of the other demigods. The long arrow shot out and directly pierced through the body of a demigod-level eagle-type beast. The power of the lightning rules attached to it instantly destroyed the body, soul, and semi-divine power of this eagle-type semi-divine beast. This demigod-level beastman died instantly. If the opponent's soul, body, and demigod power were not destroyed instantly, it would be easy to severely injure a demigod, but it would be difficult to kill a demigod. 90% of the arrow's power exploded on the eagle-type semi-god-level beast, and only 10% of the power turned into a flash of lightning that pierced the starry sky and directly penetrated the endless meteorites behind it. It formed a whole track in a straight line, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long. With just one arrow, he killed a demigod-level beastmaster. Jiang Ziliu's attack scared the group of star pirates. They finally realized that they were unlucky this time and really ran into a terrifying tough guy. Maybe this is a demigod who is a wicked person pretending to be a pig but actually wants to eat the tiger. Among the strong men of the same level, the difference in combat power between the true top evil genius and the ordinary demigod is like the difference between heaven and earth. Obviously, Jiang Ziliu is in heaven and they are on earth. Today they really chose the wrong target. They wanted to escape, but Jiang Ziliu wanted to vent his anger, and also wanted to try out the feeling of using all his strength. As for why Jiang Ziliu attacked the Beastmaster first instead of the Beastmaster, the reason was that at the demigod level, the Beastmaster could not die, but it was very difficult for the Beastmaster to die. After all, beast taming is the cornerstone of the kingdom of God. The cornerstone exists, the kingdom of God exists. If a demigod-level strongman abandons his divine body and his soul shrinks directly into the kingdom of God, he will be impossible to kill. Unless Jiang Ziliu has a special secret method that can lock the other party's kingdom of God in a special time and space level. But unfortunately, he did not have this secret method. The best way was to attack the beasts and make the kingdom of God collapse because of the loss of its foundation. Sure enough, after this beast tamer was completely killed, one of the 7 demigod-level beast tamers vomited blood on the spot, suffering the backlash of the damage to the kingdom of God. Jiang Ziliu scored a goal with one strike, but he did not stop and did not give the group of people a chance to escape. Even when the opponent was thinking of escaping and retreating, his follow-up combo had already arrived. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Every hit has the power of thunder and lightning rules, every hit has the power of space rules, and at the same time adds the power of other rules mastered by Jiang Ziliu. For an ordinary demigod-level beastmaster, being able to learn 3 kinds of rule powers is considered amazing. But Jiang Ziliu's foundation was too good, his soul was too powerful, and he had mastered the feedback of all the rules without any waste or loss. Therefore, the number of rule powers he possesses is terrifyingly large, so large that he can add as many rules as he wants and test the power performance of the long arrow after the fusion of different rules. The reaction speed of a demigod-level strongman is also terrifyingly fast. The world of 1 second for ordinary people can be slowed down to an extremely slow shot in the eyes of a demigod, and many actions can be performed in 1 second. Jiang Ziliu, however, is far superior to ordinary demigods in this respect. He actually shot out 30 long arrows that were fused with different rules in 1 second, and each arrow was a beast. 23 beasts, that is, the effect of the first 23 arrows. 23 beasts died without even being able to react defensively. The next 7 arrows directly killed 7 demigod-level beastmasters whose kingdom of God was on the verge of collapse, causing a strong backlash effect. After their demigod bodies, demigod powers, and demigod souls were shattered by the power of rules attached to the long arrows, they completely met their end of death. These 7 demigod star thieves all fell 1 second after Jiang Ziliu made his move. The strongest among them is at the 5th level of demigod, and the weakest is at the 2nd level of demigod. Indeed, most of the demigods who are capable of stealing are those who have no background or power, no resources, and are unwilling to develop honestly. Their foundation is relatively weak, their strength improves slowly, and their combat effectiveness is relatively low. But they are 7 demigods after all, and there are nearly 23 demigod-level beastmen. However, in the face of Jiang Ziliu's absolute combat power, they were all wiped out in a second. In fact, Jiang Ziliu also made a sudden and quick attack. If he had hesitated and given the other party a chance to react, he would not have been able to kill so many demigods. People can instantly recall the beast to the kingdom of God, and then with great willpower they can abandon their divine bodies and retain their demigod souls to take refuge in the kingdom of God. If Jiang Ziliu had been a little slower, giving the opponent a chance, and the opponent had been decisive enough, it would have been difficult for him to achieve this result. He hit the accelerator at high speed, catching everyone by surprise. When a demigod is truly on guard, it is still very difficult to kill him. But Jiang Ziliu still succeeded in achieving such great results with his own strategy, which was formed by some of his previous battle rehearsal analyses. Don't look at him killing 30 demigods in 1 second. But before that, in his spare time, he had used his demigod power to conduct tens of thousands of demigod combat model analyses. This consumes a lot of energy. Fighting for 1 second is the result of 10 years of hard work before the battle. His brilliant victory this time was actually the application of a high-quality plan among countless rehearsed plans. As a Taoist priest, how to face demigod-level battles and how to deal with different situations. In order to survive, Jiang Ziliu thought of using the omnipotence of semi-god power to conduct a rehearsal and analysis of the battle situation. Use hard work in private to prepare in advance the experience of dealing with different situations. In this regard, he borrowed from the application of military rehearsals in the technological world of his previous life. But the effect of this approach is surprisingly good. You just need to work hard and endure the boredom and repetition. The glorious victory was achieved by Jiang Ziliu, even though it was his first battle as a demigod, but in fact everything was already predetermined. The outcome of fate always favors those who are prepared. After destroying these 7 demigod-level pirates, Jiang Ziliu killed the other pirates. Then his eyes turned to the space storage equipment of these demigod-powerful men, as well as the demigod-level nest. He has won, it's time to enjoy his spoils. Chapter 188. The Pirate's Lair. The remaining personnel inside had all escaped after the death of the demigod. Because they saw that Jiang Ziliu was going to kill them all, so they naturally fled for their lives without even taking their belongings. Jiang Ziliu looked at the fleeing guys from a distance, raised his bow, and shot an arrow. The lightning arrows continued to split in the air, splitting into countless tiny arrows. Their trajectories kept changing, and under the control of Jiang Ziliu's powerful semi-divine power, they quickly locked onto the remnants of the fleeing star pirates and wiped them all out. But he knew that these robbers basically had countless lives on their hands, and each of them had done countless evil things that were considered evil by human moral standards. Robbers are creatures that always live without rules and without bottom lines. Robbers who did not follow this way of survival would have long been eliminated by their peers. This stellar fragment has been completely transformed by the pirates. Its internal space has undergone countless modifications and has a large amount of space. There is a secret planetary engine installed on its outside, which can control it to correct its state and even change its trajectory at a low speed. After all, the entire planetary fragment is very large, and it is impossible to carry out non-directional interstellar flight. The pirates don't have the resources to do such a thing. But even so, you can also regard it as a low-level interstellar fortress. If the 7 demigods relied on it for defense, Jiang Ziliu might not be able to get in. But without the support of a powerful demigod, its defensive power cannot be fully exerted. Jiang Ziliu entered the pirates' lair, where there were only a few remaining pirates. These guys are smart. They hid themselves in these interstellar cages where they were imprisoned, together with the slaves they originally controlled. However, the huge difference in their spirit allowed Jiang Ziliu to see at a glance that they were different from ordinary slaves. He also dealt with these star pirates. Then, looking at these captured interstellar slaves, Jiang Ziliu felt a bit of a headache. Among these slaves there are humans, elves, dwarves, as well as foxes, rabbits, snakes, and other alien races. But most of them are females. They have been ruthlessly abused by the pirates and have completely lost their vitality, like living dead. Perhaps they were originally free lives, but after falling into the hands of space pirates, their fate can be imagined. The total number of star pirates is no more than 100. But there are nearly 900 female slaves here, and more than 100 male slaves, but they are all good-looking. There is no shortage of perverted star pirates either. The problem became how to deal with these more than 1,000 slaves. Their mental state while alive was worse than that of immediate death, but Jiang Ziliu couldn't bring himself to do it. Looking at those numb and sad faces, Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but feel compassion. Later he came up with an idea and simply selected 9 females among them who had strong personalities and were more intelligent. Humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, choose one from each race, a total of 9 people. They are the ones with relatively strong wills among these people. He did not allow the male to take the lead, as that would have likely led to the same mistake being made again. He made these 9 people the leaders of this group, and let them lead this group to survive in the form of an elders' meeting. At the same time, she also told them some knowledge about survival in the starry sky and the operation of the Star Shatter Fortress. These 9 people are also beast masters, but their beasts have been badly injured and are sleeping. Jiang Ziliu also helped them repair their beast-controlling injuries, which was easy to do with the omnipotence of a demigod's divine power. He had no intention of putting these people back into their original ethnic groups. Most of these people have lost their energy and spirit and are unable to survive among humans or other ethnic groups. With their status, it would be a better choice for them to survive in this fortress where no one would discriminate against each other, everyone would have common experiences and could understand each other. Jiang Ziliu doesn't have much prejudice against other races. He left the entire fortress behind, and also gave his demigod 3-strike power to the 9 female leaders so that they could protect themselves. Then Jiang Ziliu took away the most precious 1/10 of the resources and left the rest to these people. This time, what he took away were all resources above the demigod level. These included 13 tons of demigod-grade metals, other types of materials, 150 demigod-grade divine medicines, 30,000 demigod crystals, and 19 demigod artifacts. These things can be exchanged by Jiang Ziliu for other demigod-level resources, which are very useful. This amount of resources is 100 times the wealth accumulated by an ordinary demigod in his lifetime. Especially the 30,000 demigod crystals, which are enough for Jiang Ziliu to strengthen his demigod kingdom, demigod body, and demigod soul. These divine crystals can be transformed into demigod powers of relatively ordinary quality. After spending 3 days dealing with the problems here, he set out on the journey deeper into the Wild Star region. In fact, he is now on the outskirts of the Savage Star territory. With this amount of resources, especially those divine crystals, Jiang Ziliu completed the enhancement and improvement soon, and raised his realm to the 4th realm of demigod. For him, who has a solid foundation, this is a big step forward. This is the case with the demigod realm. Once you have enough divine power and have fully comprehended the rules, you will progress very quickly. Jiang Ziliu has a thorough understanding of the rules, but lacks divine power. With this demigod crystal transformed into divine power, progress will naturally be extremely rapid. After improving his strength, Jiang Ziliu suddenly discovered that the pirates were truly a walking treasure trove of resources. But what Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that these 30,000 demigod crystals were actually accumulated with great difficulty by this group of demigod star pirates. They originally planned to use these resources to purchase a real demigod-level battleship with powerful demigod-level combat power. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong target and Jiang Ziliu took advantage of it. Under normal circumstances, as long as a demigod has a certain amount of divine crystals, he will choose to use them to strengthen his own strength. In fact, Jiang Ziliu also got another good thing this time. It was a semi-god level magical medicine called the soul-penetrating fruit. This magical medicine can enhance a demigod's understanding of the rules for up to a year. As for the other demigod level magic medicines, 70% are used to enhance the semi-god power of demigod warriors, or the power to tame beasts. Among them, 30% are semi-divine medicines that naturally contain the aura of rules. When this magical medicine is of fire attribute, it contains the aura of the rules of fire. After taking it, a demigod can comprehend the rules of fire more intuitively. If it is a magical medicine with water attribute, it can allow the demigod life that eats it to understand some of the rules of the water system. This magical medicine that contains rules is also called the Ling Yuan magical medicine. The magical Ling Yuan medicine can be effective for both beastmasters and demigod-level beastmasters. However, relatively speaking, the beastmaster is better than the beast tamer in absorbing and utilizing the effects of the magic medicine. After all, this is a universe dominated by the path of beast taming, and the rules of heaven and earth are more inclined towards the development of beast taming itself. He was able to advance to the 4th level of demigod at an extremely fast speed, which was also due to the effect of these magical medicines. While improving his strength, Jiang Ziliu continued to follow the Suaoalanya family's route and chased them. But a few days later, Jiang Ziliu encountered a terrible trouble. He accidentally broke into the lair of a group of giant star beasts. Chapter 189. Boy, if you go any further, you'll be in real trouble. Jiang Ziliu was flying in a spaceship in the silent starry sky, when he suddenly heard a reminder from the ancient tree of wisdom. This area is a true interstellar quiet zone, and the distances between the planets are quite far. Jiang Ziliu was a little confused. Why was there danger here? His powerful perception ability did not detect the existence of any living creature. In fact, we have already discovered it, but we didn't remind you until now, just to see if you can find the accident and sense the danger. But we still overestimated your perception ability. You are only in the 4th level of demigod, so it is not easy for you to detect this kind of danger. The wise ancient tree said, and the meaning was very clear. They had long noticed that there was a problem with the direction Jiang Ziliu was heading. But whether it was the ancient tree of wisdom, the ancient turtle of time, or the forging throne, they all had the intention of training him, without direct reminders. If you go any further, you'll actually fall in. The moment Jiang Ziliu heard the reminder, he stopped the forward trajectory of the demigod-level spacecraft, quickly slowed down, made a big turn, and headed in another direction. The moment he turned the corner, he finally felt the huge danger ahead. If he was a little slower, he might have entered the mysterious area ahead. It seems that there is nothing there, but if you look closely, you will find that the starry sky in front is actually somewhat transparent. This kind of place is called a star sea sinkhole, a space-time folding zone. The existence of this kind of star sea sinkhole can only mean one thing. Jiang Ziliu also figured out what the problem was. He had also learned about some things specifically, but what he saw before him was indeed very rare. The star sea sinking zone has a special name. The lair of the starry sky monster. This kind of existence is extremely rare, so he only remembered it now. But after he remembered it, Jiang Ziliu's face turned ugly, and he became more careful in driving the spacecraft, for fear of alarming the existence in the nest. Each of the starry sky beasts is at least 1,000 kilometers long. You can think of them as a mountain range, an ocean. But such a big thing is still just an insignificant speck of dust in the vast universe. The star beasts are famous for their huge size. But what is equally undeniable is their formidable strength. Every giant beast in the starry sky, even when it is just born, can be regarded as a demigod-level life, and is naturally imprinted with the existence of the power of rules. Their skin and scales can also be used as demigod-level defensive armor. But the price of being inherently powerful is that the star beasts grow very slowly. An ordinary person may hardly live for 100 years, but 100 years is only equivalent to half a year, or even a month, for them. Their lifespan is basically over 1,000,000 years. The star beast is huge in size, but it is not weak in speed and agility. Their normal speed is around 1,000 km per second, and when they are moving at really high speeds, their speed can even reach 10,000 km per second. If they were a little faster, they would be able to chase light. The starry sky beasts are also quite flexible. You can completely regard them as cats in the starry sky. They are even more agile than cats. Each of these giant star beasts is an extremely terrifying existence, and its combat power is so strong that it makes ordinary demigods tremble. The most important thing is that the souls of the star beasts are very powerful. They can observe tiny objects at the molecular level, and it is not a problem at all to notice small threatening life forms such as humans. You can never be too big to be flexible, or they will ignore you, a tiny guy. When the star beast attacks you, it does not consider your size, but instead senses the strength of your power. Apart from its lack of intelligence, the star beast can be said to be a truly perfect life form in the universe, a being superior to dragons and phoenixes. Normal star beasts wander in the starry sky all their lives, feeding on dark energy and stellar energy. Adult star beasts will also devour some planets and even stars and feed on celestial bodies. There are many types of star beasts, and different species can mate and reproduce offspring, but the probability of offspring appearing is relatively low. Generally speaking, the female star beast belongs to a specific race, and the baby star beasts she gives birth to will also be of the same race. Most of the giant beasts in the starry sky, even females with children, wander throughout the starry sky like wanderers. They are solitary by nature and do not appear in pairs or groups. However, there are also extremely special situations among the starry sky beasts. That is, among the giant beasts in the starry sky, there appeared a few very special king-blooded giant beasts with extremely powerful innate rules power. The king-blood beast, as its name implies, is the bloodline of the king. This kind of giant beast is the natural king among the giant beasts in the starry sky, and it has a super bloodline above the dragon, phoenix, and other bloodlines. They are born with the ability to suppress other star beasts with their breath and blood, and young king blood beasts like to collect other star beasts, make them submit to themselves, and form their own giant beast groups. Once this kind of king blood giant beast gathers more than 10 starry sky giant beasts as subordinates, it will have a certain resonance with them. This resonance allows the king blood beast to fold the universe and form a special space cavity. That is the starry sea collapse. Its outer entrance and exit are not big, and are integrated with the normal starry sky. On the surface, it looks like a normal and quiet starry sky, but in fact it is a space wellhead. Any life that enters it will become food for the king blood beast and its starry sky beast subordinates. The interior of the starry sky cavity is extremely large. Even the smallest one is the size of a solar system, which can be compared to a star system. Only such a starry sky depression and only such a star beast's nest can allow the huge king blood beast and its star beast people to survive and move around in it. That's why Jiang Ziliu looks so unhappy at this moment. One giant star beast can be said to be invincible among the demigods, let alone there is a group of them here. The star beasts in the star beast's lair are also extremely aggressive. Jiang Ziliu didn't know what the situation was like inside this star beast's nest, but there was at least a king blood beast inside. There are at least 10 ordinary star beasts here, and their strength may even be above that of a demigod. The king blood beast, even if it is young, even if it has just been born, its combat power is above that of a demigod. Jiang Ziliu's luck was extremely bad as he came across this thing this time. The universe is infinitely large. In a galaxy as large as the Milky Way, the number of galaxy giant beasts' nests that can appear will not exceed 10, but he has now directly encountered one. He even nearly ran into it head first. Jiang Ziliu can only pray now that he will not be noticed by the giant beasts in the star beast's lair. Chapter 190. Jiang Ziliu retreated carefully, but the three kings of origin seemed to want to train him, and there was no hint during this process. Then, Jiang Ziliu's demigod-class spaceship had not flown far when it was sucked into the starry sky by a huge gravitational force. The gravitational force was so strong that it even exceeded his limit of combat power. Even though Jiang Ziliu tried his best to fight against the gravity, he was unable to pull the spacecraft out of it. He understood that the three thrones of origin must have discovered something and wanted him to enter the void of the star sea and the lair of the star beast to experience something. Jiang Ziliu did not resist anymore, but he was curious about the demigod power of the star beast. So he activated his spiritual power and observed the source of the gravitational force from a special perspective. No. Why is it blood-red divine power? Jiang Ziliu suddenly felt something was wrong. The colors observed by any demigod in the state of spirit and soul were closely related to its rules. A single rule is a single color, and multiple rules are a combination of multiple colors. The star beasts are very special. The color of their divine power should be the color of quasars. After all, the core rules of most of the star beasts are the rules of stars. Their color shouldn't be this blood red. Could it be that something is different? This thought popped up in Jiang Ziliu's mind, and his instinctive thought was to escape and not get involved in these troublesome things. Now it is more important to continue helping the Forged Throne to retrieve his core fragments. The more dangerous the strangeness and accidents you encounter along the way, the farther away you should stay from them, the better. Just when he was about to take out the Origin Divine Ship, the Divine Hammer, and prepare to escape completely, he discovered that a force had sealed the Origin Divine Ship. It was obvious that the three kings of origin wanted him to go in and experience something. Jiang Ziliu discovered the secret instantly. Go in. This is what the ancient tree of wisdom wants. Your understanding of the starry sky is still very shallow. Only after you have seen everything inside, will you truly understand how vast and amazing the starry sky is. The sound of forging the throne reached Jiang Ziliu's ears. Jiang Ziliu smiled bitterly and let the demigod-level spacecraft be pulled into the cavity of the star sea by the tremendous gravity. This is a folded space with light, but after coming here, Jiang Ziliu was extremely shocked. The starry sea cavity that was supposed to be the lair of the starry sky beast has now turned into a bloody world. There were giant space beasts that were over 4,000 kilometers long. Some looked like whales, some looked like octopuses, and some looked like a mixture of a bull's head and a fish's tail. No matter what strange shapes they have, they are extremely huge. They are all dead. Every giant star beast whose fighting power was comparable to that of an invincible demigod died in their nests. The huge corpses of the star beasts were like mountains lying at the bottom of this space. Their blood flowed out from the huge knife-like wounds and gathered at the bottom to form a huge sea of blood. All the giant beasts in the starry sky had only one huge wound, which looked like it was cut by a sharp blade and was very straight. But just this one wound caused them all to die. You have to know that for normal star beasts, even if you cut them 1,000 or 10,000 such wounds, they can recover instantly and kill you back. A total of 17 star beasts fell here, but the most core king blood beast was missing, and all the dead were ordinary demigod-level star beasts. But even so, this is pretty scary. The existence that caused this tragedy is definitely above the demigod level. But he felt his scalp tingling. Such a strong man was definitely not someone he could deal with. Judging from the situation just now, these star beasts had fallen for some time, so what force had sucked him in? There is no doubt that it must be the one who killed these giant beasts. After a long search, Jiang Ziliu finally found the existence that caused the star beasts to fall together. The other person was right behind him, but the other person's breath seemed to be non-existent, and he couldn't sense it at all at first. This being is a humanoid intelligent being, very much like a little girl wearing blood-colored clothes. But on the opponent's forehead, there was a pair of devilish bloody sharp horns. The moment Jiang Ziliu saw her, she was sitting cross-legged on the sea of blood, surrounded by a blood mist. It was only after the blood mist slowly dissipated that Jiang Ziliu discovered her existence. The little girl of unknown race slowly opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Ziliu. This time when they looked at each other, Jiang Ziliu felt extremely depressed, as if there was a huge pair of blood-red eyes looking at him with the powerful pressure of a higher-level life form. From his entire being to his soul, he had a sense of danger as if he was facing a powerful threat. At this moment, he was completely certain that this mysterious alien warrior who looked only like a human girl of 15 or 16 years old was a being above demigod. Only a true god could give him such a great pressure in a glance. Above demigods is the true level of gods, which is divided into 4 major levels: planetary gods, stellar gods, galaxy gods, and river-level gods. And above the galaxy-level gods is the higher level of origin throne. Jiang Ziliu was very sure at this moment that the powerful gravitational force just now was exerted by a strong person like this little alien girl. The opponent's divine power appeared the same blood-red in his spiritual perspective. It was also the other party that broke into the nest of the star beasts and killed all the star beasts inside. Jiang Ziliu was so sure because he saw a huge blood-red sickle standing behind the little girl, which was 10 feet long and looked like the god of death's sickle. The wound on the giant beast matched the blade of the blood-red sickle perfectly. This alien warrior looked at Jiang Ziliu, his eyes revealing a kind of surprise and desire, as if he had seen some supreme delicacy. This kind of look made Jiang Ziliu feel cold all over. That look was like a murderous look, or like someone had seen something good and wanted to possess it completely. In short, Jiang Ziliu feels terrible. The other party's eyes were too terrifying, making him very uncomfortable. He wanted to escape and wanted to force the 3 origin thrones to take him away. But at this moment he suddenly discovered that at some point, a layer of blood-colored net cables had covered his body and bound him. But before that, he had no feeling at all. Jiang Ziliu felt something was wrong. He didn't know how this little alien girl would deal with him. What he couldn't understand even more was why the 3 origin thrones allowed all this to happen. Chapter 191. It's amazing. There is actually an outlier like you among humans. Your potential and foundation are beyond the upper limit of all the races in the starry sky. As expected, the great witch priest said that I would have good luck this time, and I really had good luck to meet a human like you who is so talented and has such a monstrous foundation. The alien warrior who looked like a little girl spoke. The bloody aura on her body was very faint, but also very heavy, which made people feel fear at the first sight. But the other person's voice was really nice, like the sound of a clear spring. The little girl suddenly disappeared from the spot, and in the next millisecond, she appeared in front of him. That situation was like teleportation in time and space. But Jiang Ziliu was sure that this was not the application of any time and space skills or rules. This is because the other person's speed is extremely fast, so fast that it is beyond one's reaction, making it impossible for one to adapt to it and think it is teleportation. He didn't even sense the changes in time and space itself. Hey, tell me quickly, what's going on with this little girl from another race? Jiang Ziliu quickly asked his 3 origin thrones, wanting to know the identity of the little girl. However, he did not get any response. If he had not been able to clearly sense that these 3 were watching the show in the kingdom of God, he would almost have thought that he had fallen into some kind of terrible illusion. We can only tell you that this is a good thing, kid, you are too lonely, enjoy it. We are in hiding, there are some things you can't watch. The voice of the ancient time turtle reached Jiang Ziliu's ears, and then he felt that his kingdom of God was closed. He could not sense the situation inside, and the people inside seemed unable to sense anything outside. The 3 thrones of origin seemed to be avoiding something, and Jiang Ziliu soon realized what they were avoiding. The little girl in red appeared in front of him and stroked his face with her little hands, as if a lover was stroking the face of her lover. Jiang Ziliu was then horrified to find that he had returned to his original form. His original appearance and aura were revealed in front of the little girl without a trace. His flesh and blood changes and hiding abilities were completely broken by the other party. The other party's divine power was too strong, and his control over flesh and blood life was far beyond his. The little girl in red is also extremely beautiful, and has the temperament of a queen who dominates the world. The other party was very surprised when he saw Jiang Ziliu's photo album. You are quite handsome and have a good temperament. I am more and more satisfied with you. You are the one I am looking for. This strong person who looked like a little girl from an alien race quickly transformed as soon as she finished speaking. She grew from a little girl into a tall and majestic lady. She had long blood-red hair, eyes as deep and boundless as stars, a face as graceful as divine jade, lips as red as a dot, and a noble and overbearing temperament, as if she wanted to hold the starry sky in the palm of her hand. The only thing that remained unchanged was the pair of horns on her head that represented an alien race. But the existence of this pair of horns only adds to her exotic charm. What are you going to do? Kill me or eat me? For some reason, Jiang Ziliu didn't feel so scared at this moment. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. Kill you? You can be considered a monstrous genius, but unfortunately I don't have the habit of killing geniuses. Eat you, this expression is correct, but it doesn't mean to eat literally. The alien warrior who transformed into a beast Tamer touched his smooth chin and said as he looked at Jiang Ziliu as if he was looking at a satisfactory work of art. Obviously, she was satisfied with Jiang Ziliu's appearance. Jiang Ziliu was not very handsome originally, but he was very young, and the continuous sublimation of his life made him more and more perfect. And a perfect life itself looks handsome and beautiful. Most demigods are either middle-aged or elderly when they grow up, and after being promoted to demigods, they look like middle-aged people at most. Unlike Jiang Ziliu, he looks like a handsome young man. Let me tell you, I can be considered a saint in my clan, a princess. Those fools in my clan are either too poor in talent or too ugly, I don't like any of them. But I want a child with great talent. Once I continue to improve, the possibility of me having an heir will be zero. This powerful queen of an alien race finally revealed her purpose. The stronger a person is, the lower the chance of having offspring. I am destined to be the king of our clan in the future, but I don't want to pass the throne to someone else in the future, so I need a child to inherit my future throne. Jiang Ziliu understood what the other party meant. This woman was indeed an extremely domineering person. But it was precisely because he understood that he felt surprised and unhappy. Although the other party is very beautiful and has a good temperament, he is a person who pursues immortality. He doesn't want to have a child to distract himself. Having a child brings a huge weakness to Chongsheng. Why would someone who can live forever need children? However, he was destined to be unable to resist today. After the woman explained to him, she blew a puff of red mist at him. Jiang Ziliu became confused, and some desires were officially aroused. The woman waved her hand, and a blood-red palace appeared in the void of the sea of stars. Then the two of them hugged each other and entered the palace, and a wonderful moment happened. Jiang Ziliu completed his first time in this life in a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness, unable to control himself. He only felt boundless beauty, as if he was in the clouds, looking at the beauty of the mountains, which could not be described in words. In his previous life, Jiang Ziliu was just an ordinary person and had never interacted with such a goddess-level figure, let alone taken a further step. Although he is extremely powerful in this life, he is extremely determined in pursuing the path of survival. Everything else can be put aside. But this time, it was the three origin thrones who tricked him. They did not take action, but they did not warn him either, giving him an inevitable cause and effect. Although he was confused, he felt through the intuition generated by the rules of life that he was destined to have a child after this time. His relationship with this foreign woman and his future child cannot be severed. How could Jiang Ziliu, who already has a child, not care about his child? He just pursues freedom, but he will not give up his responsibility to his child. Soon, Jiang Ziliu understood why the three origin thrones wanted to trick him. His divine power, divine soul, and divine body increased nearly 3 times. What's even more amazing is that he felt that his origin had been greatly strengthened, and he seemed to have gained the benefits of dual cultivation. The same is true for the other party. Although Jiang Ziliu did not directly receive the power feedback from the 3 origin thrones, the influence of those 3 was enough to raise his origin to a higher level. This woman also benefited from this invisible benefit, and her quality was improved. Sure enough, I found the right person this time. Not only did I have a child, but my foundation was also greatly strengthened. This kid is not well known, and it is obvious that he is a guy who is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. But it's good this way, he can live longer, and I don't have to worry about the child asking me about his father in the future. At least he is alive. The woman was also surprised and thought so. By the time Jiang Ziliu came back to his senses from his half-sleep state, the foreign woman in red had disappeared. The only piece of blood-red lotus-shaped jade remained in his hands. I'm taking the child away. I will raise him. If you have the ability to come to our clan in the future, I will make you my queen. After the good deed happened, this woman actually left behind this message. Obviously she was very sure that she would have a child this time, as if she had used some secret method just now to ensure the success rate. Jiang Ziliu guessed that there might be a secret method, but when he heard that the other party wanted to make him the queen, he still looked upset. What a domineering woman! However, I will not go looking for you. Instead, I will snatch you away when I am strong enough. If you mess with me, you are destined to be mine. Now that it had happened, Jiang Ziliu no longer blamed anyone or regretted what had happened. Instead, he made up his mind to get the girl and give him a good beating to vent his anger. Although this accidental experience was good, the half-asleep and half-awake state was very unpleasant. In his heart, he actually hoped that he had been completely sober just now. Next, he had a score to settle with the 3 kings of origin. They must know the origins of this woman. Chapter 192. Now you should tell me who she is. Jiang Ziliu spoke up, and the question was naturally directed at the 3 kings of origin. She is the saint of Ashura, the true bloodline heir of the Ashura throne. Boy, you got a great bargain this time. There are countless races in the universe, and countless men want to have a kiss with the saint of Ashura. If we hadn't allowed everything to happen, this benefit wouldn't have fallen on your head. It was the ancient tree of wisdom who explained to him that they had lifted the blockade on the kingdom of God. How about it? The benefits of this origin enhancement are good, right? But I want to tell you that what you get now is less than 1/10 of the benefits this time. The real origin enhancement effect will slowly appear later. After he finished speaking, the ancient tree of wisdom passed on the secret information about the Ashura clan to him. Only then did Jiang Ziliu realize how much benefit he had gained. The inherent strength and quantity of all life in the universe are fixed, and there is almost no way to increase it. There are not many ways that can directly enhance the most fundamental origin of a life. And the first dual cultivation with the Ashura saint is one of the rare ways to strengthen the fundamental origin. The Ashura clan originated from a certain emperor-level origin king, the Ashura throne. This powerful man has disappeared now, but his bloodline has spread and formed the Ashura clan, which is notorious in the universe today. The men of the Ashura clan are ugly, and the women are beautiful. But Ashura women are the existence that makes countless men in the universe tremble in fear, because they are born with a powerful ability to absorb yang and replenish yin. Even a powerful demigod or even a god will be sexually assaulted by an Ashura woman according to her special rules. What they master is a combination of 3 special rules, special life rules, yin and yang rules, and reproduction rules. Therefore, although Ashura women are beautiful, they are hated and feared by countless men in the universe. Moreover, Asura women are born with unparalleled charm and bold and open temperament. Some are even very insidious and cunning, and extremely dangerous. Only Asura men are not afraid of them. But Asura men are naturally extremely warlike, and each of them has mastered the profound laws of battle, the laws of killing, and even the laws of war. They are the most warlike, yet extremely difficult beings in the universe. The Asura men are also a group of guys with low intelligence. But there are two outliers in the entire Asura. One is the Holy Son of Asura. He is not naturally strong in combat power, but he is extremely wise and proficient in time and space escape. He has first-class ability to escape and is also the best choice when it comes to playing conspiracies. The Asura Saint is an extremely conservative person and will not easily fall in love with a man. Once they fall in love with someone and have a relationship with that person, they will be loyal to that person for the rest of their life and will not fall in love with anyone else. Moreover, the first time Asura Saint and the man practiced dual cultivation, it could help each other enhance the most fundamental essence of their nature. The better the talents of both parties and the higher their foundations, the more powerful the improvement of the origin through dual cultivation will be. It is not difficult to improve strength, but this kind of improvement in origin is something that even an existence like the throne of origin cannot do. Therefore, countless powerful men in the universe want to find the Asura Saint and practice dual cultivation with her for the first time. But the Asura Saint was born to be protected by the rules of her clan. This kind of protection comes from the Asura throne, and no one dares to use force easily. Because the consequences are indeed terrible, it is a kind of protection similar to a curse. The Asura Saint can find a man by herself. Countless people want to make the Asura Saint fall in love with them, but it is difficult to succeed. Why didn't the three origin thrones ascend this time, but instead watched everything happen? The reason is that they recognized the person in the Zingai cavity. It was the Asura Saint who was looking for a man. The Asura Saint asked a powerful man in her clan who was well versed in the rules of destiny to predict the future. The best choice for Saint Asura is in this cavity of the starry sea. The ancient turtle of time discovered this, so he reminded the forging throne and the ancient tree of wisdom, allowing everyone to watch this good thing happen together. Moreover, this time Jiang Ziliu not only increased his origin, but his union with the Asura Saint had also given birth to a little life. According to the observation of the ancient turtle of time, the growth potential of this little life is only slightly weaker than that of Jiang Ziliu today, and its talent is at the level of a true cosmic demon. Among beings of the same level, Jiang Ziliu is already at the pinnacle of the universe. The three thrones of origin did not tell him this. The goddess-level Asura Saint was so surprised when she saw Jiang Ziliu, who was extremely talented. Because to some extent, she did take advantage. Although her child is only slightly weaker than Jiang Ziliu in talent and foundation, this child is among the best in the universe in terms of talent, foundation, and origin. He is a genius who is destined to grow into a super powerful person in the universe from birth. A child whose talent and foundation are countless times stronger than hers, wouldn't that be a great advantage? Moreover, after the good thing happened, she went straight back to her tribe. This child was destined to be raised by her in the future and was destined to be inseparable from her. Jiang Ziliu looked heavy-hearted, looked up at the starry sky, and asked again. "My child, whether it's a son or a daughter, will there be any danger in the future?" "I haven't seen this, so I don't know," replied the wise ancient tree. "It's a son. There's no danger. His talent and background are too good. The Asura clan has a strong man who knows the rules of fate and values him very much." The ancient turtle of time gave the answer. He saw part of the future. Jiang Ziliu didn't know what to feel. It was very complicated. He was expectant but also nervous. He definitely couldn't go to see his son so soon. After all, the Asura clan is still too dangerous for him. Hearing that he was safe, he felt relieved. "We all hope that you will have a child. Haven't you noticed that your mind is essentially isolated and incompatible with this universe, as if you have never had the will to integrate into this universe? The ancient tree of wisdom was worried that he had some grudges, so it gave the fundamental reason why they did so. And the universe itself can sense your thoughts. You are alienated from the universe, and the universe is also alienated from you. You are getting stronger now, but don't you notice that your luck is getting worse? And the progress of you and your beast master in understanding the rules is also slowing down. All of this is inconsistent with your foundation, your acquired powerful talent, and your background. As you become more powerful and your weight in the fate of the universe grows, your instinctive alienation will make the universe increasingly disgusted with you. Because you see it as a stranger, it will also see you as a stranger. To use the words of you Blue Mercury people, heaven gives everything to humans, but humans give nothing to heaven. You lack a heart that wants to repay heaven, and you don't even have the most basic sense of integration. After having this child, your heart will be concerned and you will have concerns. Only then will you be able to best integrate into the universe, and the universe will instinctively accept you. The extremely profound words from the ancient tree of wisdom shocked Jiang Ziliu's heart. It turns out that the benefits of dual cultivation and having a monster son are just appearances. This is the fundamental point. The three kings of origin see themselves and deeper things very clearly. After so many years of rebirth, he has not integrated into this world, deep in his heart. That sense of isolation from the world always exists in his will. It turns out that this is the perspective of beings at the level of the king of origin. They pay more attention to the relationship between the will of the universe and the individual, and see the influence of this aspect more clearly. Ordinary demigods or even gods probably don't have this awareness. Indeed, the moment he had his son, he seemed to be completely and uncontrollably integrated into this world at a spiritual level. Because he has concerns. A girl and a child, two shadows broke into his heart deeply, very deeply. Jiang Ziliu was silent for a long time, and finally collected the corpses of the star beasts here, and then left quietly. Before leaving, he used 9/10 of his divine power to completely seal up this cavity in the sea of stars. Here are hidden his deepest memories and experiences. Chapter 193. After exiting the Xingai Skyfall, Jiang Ziliu continued to move forward with mixed feelings. After confirming that he had a child, his pursuit of strength became more urgent. Jiang Ziliu understood what he would face if he went to the Azura tribe now. A demigod is very powerful on a planet or in a star field, but he is not powerful enough compared to the Azura clan, and is as small as a speck of dust on the scale of the universe. For the sake of his children, he had to get stronger power as soon as possible. So he decided to hurry up and find the forging fragments. As long as he reaches above demigod, he will be able to receive some of the power feedback from the king of origin. By then, his strength will have a rapid and high-quality growth, and his strength will truly enter a period of explosive growth. Jiang Ziliu continued to move forward. The people of the Suao Alanya family had not dispersed, but the route they were taking was full of dangers. Before that he passed through a chaotic meteorite belt, and then he almost crashed into a rare lair of a star beast. Only encountering star pirates was an accident. The dangers that appeared on their route showed that they had planned this route long ago. These dangers must have been less dangerous as they advanced. The people of the Sovalanya family must have traveled through a specific route and passed through at a specific time, which allowed them to avoid these dangers. However, pursuers like Jiang Ziliu cannot find the right time to pass, and will inevitably encounter many difficulties and dangers. The next section of the Starry Sky Road doesn't seem to be very dangerous. However, Jiang Ziliu discovered that there was clearly no sign of any life activity in this area, as if it was a forbidden area for life. At the same time, he also noticed that the Sovalanya family also passed through this area from the edge. There must be some kind of danger here. Jiang Ziliu thought to himself that if there weren't three kings of origin in the kingdom of God, and if the goal this time was not very important, Jiang Ziliu would definitely choose to take a detour. He had no interest in the dangers here, nor did he want to be an explorer. But this time, Jiang Ziliu still chose to lock on the traces of the Suaoalanya family and pass through here carefully. But at a certain moment when he passed by here, the void suddenly became turbulent, and then a huge blood-red planet, as big as Jupiter, suddenly emerged from the deep space and time of the void. Jiang Ziliu felt an extremely terrible palpitation just by taking a look at that planet. It was as if with that glance, his soul was going crazy, his life began to become disordered, and his entire understanding of the rules had an inexplicable deviation. Just by taking a look at this planet, Jiang Ziliu had a feeling that he was going uncontrollably towards destruction, distortion, or madness. At this moment, a subtle but extremely powerful force surged out of his body, eliminating all his negative states. This was the ancient tree of wisdom taking action. Its power helped Jiang Ziliu resist the influence of that terrifying power. In just a moment, Jiang Ziliu felt the horror of this planet. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that there was something terrible on this planet. Its existence, even if it was just eye contact, even if Jiang Ziliu was a demigod, he would be contaminated by the mysterious power. This kind of power is more like a rule-level pollution. And it is a polluting force at the level of advanced rules. With the help of the power of the ancient wisdom tree, Jiang Ziliu finally recovered. The power of the ancient wisdom tree protected him and also gave him a reminder. Now go look at this planet again and see what it really looks like. Only after hearing the profound hint from the ancient tree of wisdom did Jiang Ziliu dare to look at the star again. After the dangerous pollution situation appeared just now, he quickly turned his head and did not look at the strange star. But even so, his pollution is extremely dangerous. If the ancient tree of wisdom had not intervened, he would have been in great trouble. Under the protection of the power of the ancient tree of wisdom, Jiang Ziliu finally looked again at the mysterious star that suddenly jumped out of the void. After seeing this, he understood why he was tricked. This is not a star at all, it is clearly an eyeball as big as Jupiter. Its outer layer is a pale white eyeball, which is so white that it is creepy, and strange facial phantoms keep appearing. It looks like a terrifying wall that seals countless cruel souls. Its inner layer is a special, cross-shaped grey pupil. The only weird thing was that the cross was twisted and of varying lengths, making it look like a child's doodle. Around the pupils are countless twisted black and grey lines, weird and disordered. The huge eyeball, the size of a star, was dead silent. Because there was a huge hole in the center of the cross pupil. The moment Jiang Ziliu saw the hole, he felt as if he saw endless wind, breeze, gentle breeze, spring breeze, gale, storm, time, and space turbulence storm. He understood that this huge eyeball was dead, and that it was destroyed by the huge hole in its center. Moreover, this hole was created by a powerful divine being who is well versed in the rules of wind. With just this one glance, Jiang Ziliu was able to get started with the wind rules, and he quickly gained insights into them. However, this state of perception consumes a great deal of his spiritual power. In the end, he only comprehended the rules of wind to a level close to the rules of the earth, and he could not persist. Unfortunately, he missed this opportunity due to insufficient spiritual power. The remnant of the power of wind rules on the eyeball is effective only when observed for the first time. You will not have any understanding when you look at it again. Jiang Ziliu is a little greedy. You know, his spiritual power is top-notch among demigods. Except for a few evildoers in the universe, most demigods of the same level can surpass him in spiritual power. Jiang Ziliu understood why the ancient tree of wisdom asked him to take a look at this eyeball star. It turned out that there was such an opportunity in it. However, such an opportunity can only be realized if you can withstand this mysterious eye pollution. The first time most demigods see it, their fate is either death or madness. However, life forms below the level of demigod cannot detect its existence. Only life that has come into contact with the power of rules can see its traces. It is just such an eyeball, even if it is dead, it still has such great power that even eye contact can make people feel so dangerous. Jiang Ziliu couldn't imagine how powerful this eyeball must have been when it was alive. He couldn't be sure whether this eyeball was just a body tissue of some powerful life form, or the eyeball itself was the real thing. However, the ancient tree of wisdom gave him the answer. This eyeball is indeed the eyeball of a certain powerful being, and it is the eyeball of a true evil god from the negative universe. A certain strong man directly knocked out the opponent's eyeball and blocked the recovery of the opponent's eyeball, making it completely turned into a dead star here. This also means that no matter whether the evil god is dead or alive, he cannot recover his eye and has lost it forever. After appearing for 30 seconds, this eyeball star sank into the depths of the void and disappeared. Jiang Ziliu only then realized that it only appeared for a very short time. But his luck seemed to be particularly bad. As soon as he arrived here, this mysterious and dangerous eyeball emerged from the depths of the void. Apparently the Sovalanya family knew the pattern of its appearance. They avoided the opportunity for the evil god's star-like eye to appear, but were hit head-on by Jiang Ziliu. Fortunately, Jiang Ziliu went through a dangerous experience and actually achieved a deep understanding of the wind rules, gaining a lot. The fact that the other party chose this route shows that they have a big plan and have been preparing for countless years, which is why they have such a dangerous route that requires a specific time to pass. However, the people of the Sovalanya family could never have imagined that Jiang Ziliu actually had the power of a super strong man to help him and passed these dangers safely. This experience also made Jiang Ziliu understand that dangers are everywhere in the universe and there will be no absolutely safe area once entering the universe. Like this eyeball star, its appearance from the void is regular. But if you encounter those dangerous things without any regular patterns, if you don't have enough strength or foundation, you will have to consider yourself unlucky and lose your life. After passing this area, Jiang Ziliu felt that he was about to catch up. Because the opponent's trace was a special change in the front, as if it had stopped at a certain specific place. Chapter 194. After coming into contact with the dead, mysterious evil god's true eyes, it quickly locked onto a special area. This is also a quiet area in the Wild Star region. The reason why it is called a quiet zone is that it is very dangerous. The map of the Savage Star territory clearly states that there is a special ethnic group in this area. Hoang Sunwing Colorful Bee. This is a creature with a mixture of the blood of a special star beast and an ordinary exotic beast. You can't tell whether they are hybrid life forms or the product of a blood synthesis experiment conducted by a beast master. In short, they are one of the few types of alien beasts in the starry sky that cannot be contracted. At the same time, their light wings are composed of pure energy, so it makes sense to say that they are a kind of semi-energy life. But this thing is also very dangerous and powerful. The nest of the Hoang Yang Wing Colorful Bee is very special and powerful. There must be a superstar in the area where they are located. The hive of the Hoang Sunwing Colorful Bee will be like a huge net, completely wrapping up this superstar. Yes, you read that right. Their hive is a giant stellar Dyson sphere. All the Hoang Yang Wing Colorful Bees, in addition to a pair of light wings, are also covered with 7 color patterns, absorbing most of the light energy from the starlight. The 7 color patterns correspond to the light energy of the 7 colors in the stellar spectrum. The hive they build can also absorb stellar energy in the form of a Dyson sphere to maintain the operation of the entire hive. The hive itself can be seen as a large biological energy defense fortress that can form an energy defense barrier. This defense effectively protects the safety of the hive and the queen bee inside. In every Hoang Yanji colorful beehive, there is a queen bee that is at least demigod level, that is, a female bee, and 7 to 10 demigod level male bees. Although the life levels of other Hoang Sunwing colorful bees are mostly only gold or even silver, they have the ability to fly in the starry sky, and because of their light attributes, their speed is not slow. At the same time, the number of these ordinary Hoang Sunwing colorful bees is very large. The queen bee lays nearly 10,000 eggs every day, and the lifespan of each ordinary Hoang Sunwing colorful bee is between 100 and 1,000 years, so they are very long-lived. When their numbers accumulate, it becomes very terrifying. In every stellar level hive, the number of such ordinary Hoang sunwing colorful bees is close to tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. And as time goes by, their number continues to expand and the size of the hive continues to grow. The power of each Hoang Yang wing colorful beehive continues to increase with the passage of time. The strength of the queen bee itself will also be rewarded by the entire colony in terms of numbers. As time goes by, the queen bee's power will become more and more terrifying. They are very similar to those horrible Zerg. Fortunately, they only live on suitable giant stars, and basically do not expand outward except for their own territory star system. Otherwise, this kind of starry sky bee life would be an alternative disaster to civilization. They are generally gentle in temperament unless someone intrudes into their territory. At that time, they will appear in terrifying numbers, and have special light-based combined attack capabilities to teach you a lesson. Even the top demigods are unwilling to break into the nest of the Hoang Yang wing colorful bees and face the attack of the swarm of bees with such terrifying numbers. Although the demigod warriors have the power of rules, the queen bee and other demigod-level bees in the hive can also use ordinary Hoang sun-winged colorful bees to exert their powerful demigod power and weaken the opponent's power of rules. Jiang Ziliu was now facing a Hoang Yang wing colorful beehive that had existed for at least 500 years. All traces of the Sovalania family disappeared outside the star surrounded by the honeycomb. That place happens to be the key defense area of the Hoang sunwing colorful bee. To get there, you also need to pass through the gaps in the hive. But passing through such places, or even entering this star system, would be regarded by the Hoang sunwing colorful bees as an invasion and provocation to them. Jiang Ziliu guessed that the Sovalania family must have found some way to prevent the group of bees from discovering them, or to let them go. You have to know that this is a half-elf family and has close relations with the elves. And the elves are very unique in the field of life, whether it is the field of plants or the field of animals, and have their own special advantages. This group of Hoang Yang wing colorful bees was the first type of social starry sky life he had encountered. But at the same time, it is also the most dangerous one. The nest of the star beast he encountered before was also dangerous, but its danger index was not as high as that of the Hoang sunwing colorful bee. Because this kind of magical bee will form a clustering bonus effect when its number gathers to a certain level. Their speed will approach the speed of light as their number increases. Although they received remote support from the queen bee and the hive itself during this process, it was still very terrifying. Once entangled by the Hoang sunwing colorful bee, ordinary demigods have almost no chance of escape unless your speed exceeds the speed of light. Or maybe you are a beast master who follows the rules of light. The spiritual power of the bee colony itself will also form a cluster. When it gathers to a certain degree, the spiritual shock formed will reach the semi-god level and can have the effect of blocking time and space. Therefore, when encountering a starry sky beast, it is possible to escape by means of speed and other means, but when encountering an encirclement and attack by the Hoang sunwing colorful bee, the possibility of escape is much lower than facing a starry sky beast, and the outcome is much more dangerous. If a Hoang Guanji colorful bee sets its sights on you, the others will quickly get your location information. This reconnaissance ability is also one of their terrifying features. Jiang Ziliu observed for a long time, but still couldn't find a way to safely enter this star field. It is difficult to enter the star system without alerting the Haotian light-winged colorful bees patrolling the starry sky inside the star field, let alone pass through the gaps in the Dyson sphere-shaped hive under the monitoring of the spiritual power of demigod-level bees such as the queen bee. Jiang Ziliu looked around but couldn't find a way through, so he had to ask for help from the ancient wisdom tree, which had the most knowledge. With your current abilities, you really can't get through here safely. The family you're tracking uses a special method. The ancient tree of wisdom gave the reason why the Sovalania family passed. This Hoang Guanji colorful bee is a life form that purely relies on light energy, but this does not mean that they only need light to survive. They also need a lot of other substances in the starry sky. Everything has its opposite when it reaches its extreme. When the Haoang Guanji colorful bee absorbs too much light energy, a special phenomenon of light poisoning will occur. This is determined by the balance of rules. So, every once in a while, they need to take in a certain amount of demigod-level dark power to neutralize the light poison. The people of this family must have been sending them this kind of dark energy all year round and gained their recognition, which is why they were able to pass through at a time when they were not so sensitive. After hearing the analysis of the ancient tree of wisdom, Jiang Ziliu understood that this move required a long period of time and the result of cultivating goodwill. But he doesn't have decades or even hundreds of years to build up a good relationship with this group of bees. The place where they disappeared is actually a very special entrance to the ancient battlefield. Only through this entrance can one appear in a specific space of the ancient battlefield in the multidimensional space. The ancient tree of wisdom added. Jiang Ziliu finally understood why the people of the Suaoalanya family went out of their way to build good relations with this group of Haoang Sunwing colorful bees. Because the entrance of this node is indeed special and important. This also means that the special space inside is likely to be closed or surrounded by extremely dangerous factors. Only in this way will they choose to enter from here. But this is equally dangerous. Even if the Haoang Sunwing colorful bees have a good impression of them, it is extremely uncertain whether they will launch an attack. They are lucky to be successful. But Jiang Ziliu is now very unconfident about his luck. Even if there is a similar effective method, the possibility of an accident occurring when he enters the galaxy is very high. So how do I get in safely? Jiang Ziliu had no choice but to seek help from the ancient wisdom tree. He didn't expect that the ancient tree of wisdom would actually provide a solution, and the key lies in his beast, the life fairy Qianmian. Chapter 195. The reason is very simple. One of Qianmian's skills is very special. As long as the rules of life are added and used reasonably, it can have a special effect on this situation. That is the original skill of the Thousand Faces Fairy of Life, transforming into an animal. The Haoang Sunwinged colorful bee is an insect creature and also a special animal. There is no problem at all for the Fairy of Life to transform into this kind of bee. As she has her own life rules, she can completely transform herself at the flesh and blood level to become exactly the same as the Haoang Sunwing colorful bee. The question is, how to disguise the aura of the soul. After all, the Thousand Faces Fairy of Life masters the rules of life, not the rules of the soul. But this problem is easy to solve. The ancient tree of wisdom is not easy to take action, but it can provide a special soul secret method that allows her to simulate special soul fluctuations. In this way, whether it is the flesh and blood body or the soul, Qianmian can be exactly the same as the Haoang Sunwinged colorful bee. But this is just the beginning. What Qianmian needs to pretend to be is not an ordinary Haoang Sunwing colorful bee, but the queen bee. Whether it's divine power, divine soul, or divine body, the queen bee is far stronger than the Thousand Faces Fairy of Life. Moreover, the opponent's aura is extremely special in the hive, and it can naturally connect and even control all the Haoang Yangwing colorful bees with its power. It is not easy to simulate high with low, and simulating changes is the most difficult one. Fortunately, the ancient tree of wisdom weakened a little of its own power and weakened the imprint of the ancient tree of wisdom in its power, which allowed Qianmian to successfully transform into a queen bee. The ancient tree of wisdom has a special aura, and it is in a highly damaged state. It also has enemies, so just like the forging throne, it is not suitable for it to show up. Therefore, he could only provide limited help. But it was this little bit of help that allowed Qianmian to successfully transform into the queen bee of the Haoang Sunshine Winged colorful bees, and could simulate many of the same abilities as the queen bee. The most important thing is that the queen bee simulated by Qianmian is exactly the same as the queen bee in this star system in appearance, breath, and soul. It is an exact replica of the queen bee. The goal of the ancient tree of wisdom is the same. What he wanted was for this situation to occur, so that the entire bee colony would be thrown into chaos because of the appearance of two queen bees. Then he can mix Jiang Ziliu with the queen bee transformed by Qianmian and send him to the interior of the hive. In this process, the existence of the wise ancient tree plays a role similar to that of a radar or information detector. After Jiang Ziliu reached that specific location, he used the remaining power of the ancient tree of wisdom to summon Qianmian directly back to his kingdom of God, thus completing Qianmian's ultra-long distance return process. If it weren't for the high-level power support of the ancient tree of wisdom, Jiang Ziliu would not have been able to achieve the recycling of the 1,000 faces of the kingdom of God at such a long distance. This is a good idea, but also very dangerous. Jiang Ziliu thought about it and decided to implement it. If time drags on, and the piece of fragment used to forge the throne is taken away by the Sovalanya family and escapes, then he will cry. Therefore, he had to take the risk this time. The most dangerous thing is Qianmian himself. No matter what, the arrow is on the string and Jiang Ziliu has to act as soon as possible. He had already decided that if the situation became critical, he would immediately summon back 1,000 faces and start the hammer to launch a surprise attack. Jiang Ziliu didn't want to use the hammer as his trump card unless it was absolutely necessary to save his life. He has been investing a lot of resources in repairing this Origin-class spacecraft. Although the process was very slow, it had already restored a small amount of its strength. As a life-saving item at a critical moment, it was still very useful. The power of the three kings of Origin can only be used in the most dangerous moments. Because once it is used, he will be in endless trouble. In the universe, there is no shortage of people of all races who have abilities like prophecy and secret search. Qianmian transformed into a queen bee, carrying Jiang Ziliu and rapidly approaching the star system. The information of the two queen bees appeared, causing chaos in the entire Haoang Yangwing colorful bee. As the queen bee, Qianmian ordered them to stay quiet and wait. The queen bee in the hive was completely furious and issued an attack order, but the two had exactly the same life state, breath, and soul fluctuations, so all the Haoang Sunwing colorful bees didn't know who was their king. The two completely different commands made the entire bee colony move around like ants on a hot pan, sometimes east, sometimes west, with no idea how to move. After all, the appearance of two exactly the same kings made it impossible for them to tell who was the real king and whose orders they should obey. Such chaos gave Jiang Ziliu an opportunity. He followed Qianmian and, with the help of her queen bee aura as cover, quickly approached the edge of the hive, and quickly passed the hive and entered the vicinity of the giant star. Due to Qianmian's interference, the control mechanism of the hive itself became chaotic and the hive's defense barrier was not activated. In other words, it was only partially opened, allowing Qianmian to successfully pass through the unopened area with Jiang Ziliu. At this time, the real queen bee finally took action. Several demigod-level drones around it flew out of the hive and rushed towards Qianmian. Unless the hive is destroyed, the queen bee of the Haoang Sunwing colorful bee will not leave the tightly protected hive. The queen bee itself is the core of the survival of the entire Haoang Yangwing colorful bee. The queen bee is very powerful, but she can only exert her power remotely through the medium of the swarm. And this must be the case when these Haoang Sunwing colorful bees themselves are not opposed, but when the queen bee's commands are disordered, they cannot become the medium for the queen bee to exert her power. Only these drones, who have been in contact with the real queen bee all year round, can quickly determine who the real queen bee is. After all, Qianmian simulated everything, but failed to simulate the recent changes in the smell of the real queen bee. This change in smell is the reason why they can recognize the real queen bee and attack the fake 1,000 face. But when they came to kill him, Jiang Ziliu took direct action. The demigod-level power blessed by several rules formed a long river of starry sky energy, which cut through the void and hit several drones, causing them to suffer severe damage. He directly repelled these drones, repelling them instead of killing them. When Jiang Ziliu made this move, the swarm of bees reacted immediately. They rushed towards Jiang Ziliu's location like a tide. They rushed towards Jiang Ziliu like an ocean of starlight. Their wings shine brightly, making their group movements look like a flowing ocean of stars, beautiful and dreamy, yet full of terrifying murderous intent. Jiang Ziliu's move exposed his aura, causing all the Hoang Sunwing colorful bees to directly lock onto the aliens in the star system. It also allows them to be certain that the queen bee who protects other species is a fake. Ordinary individuals of the Hoang colorful light-winged bee also have some intelligence and are not completely tool-like bees. But when they acted now, it was too late. Jiang Ziliu had already successfully arrived at the entrance of that special ancient battlefield. He directly summoned Thousand Faces, who was continuing to interfere, and allowed her to return to her own kingdom of God. Then Jiang Ziliu took a look at the vast swarm of bees that looked like a sea of stars, turned around and entered this passage, heading towards the ancient battlefield in the unknown void. This time, his luck didn't seem to be that bad and no accidents occurred. But Jiang Ziliu didn't know that accidents always happened when he wasn't paying attention. Chapter 196. Jiang Ziliu entered the passage, but his luck was doomed to be bad. It's bad. The place where you appeared this time may not be a safe place for those half-elves to land. The wise ancient tree suddenly reminded. As Jiang Ziliu was moving forward, the passage itself was suddenly affected by some random force, causing his landing point on the ancient battlefield to change. He felt something was wrong, but he was being pushed forward by the great force of space and time in the passage, at an extremely fast speed, and his own state was out of control. Jiang Ziliu could only watch as his path deviated. In just a few seconds, he was out of the passage and landed directly in a huge valley. Moreover, Jiang Ziliu happened to fall in the center of several monsters that looked like rats but could be called deformed monsters. As soon as Jiang Ziliu saw these monsters, a term popped into his mind. Evil God. And they are all demigod-level evil gods. The evil god is an advanced life form that evolved from alien beasts and developed along the life growth path of the negative universe. But unlike the god-level powerful beings in the positive universe who pursue rules and order, they are a group of lives that pursue the distortion and chaos of rules. There are 7 rat-like evil gods in total. They are 100 meters long and look like rats, but they only have one eye. Moreover, this single eye is located slightly to the right of the center of the rat's face, not in the middle. The rat hair on their bodies looks like rat hair, but if you look closely, you will find that it is not hair at all, but a bunch of strange hairy things. The tips of the hair are not normal hair tips, but one-eyed rat heads. Those cold rat eyes look particularly creepy. Their 4 claws are normal, but there is a bone blade growing at the end of their tail, which makes them look very ferocious. On their backs, there is a pair of black bat wings. But this pair of bat wings is very tattered. It is not pure flesh and blood, but is composed entirely of black, twisted, unknown, and crazy semi-god level energy. Sure enough, my luck has not been good along the way. Could this be the trick of the Sovalanya family? Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at these evil gods who were full of appetite for him. His luck had not been good since he had tracked down this family, but before that, his luck was not bad. The encounter with the Ashura saint was also troublesome for Jiang Ziliu. His growth plan was completely deviated. Moreover, he had to endure being separated from his children for an unknown period of time, which certainly could not be considered good luck. Your luck has indeed been suppressed by them. We didn't remind you because we wanted you to experience the effect of this luck-related ability. Some things can only be understood by experiencing them personally. But we hope that you can understand this kind of rules similar to luck or bad luck. This kind of rules will be very useful for your future. The ancient turtle of time also said that he had more knowledge and understood that if the rules of luck were used well, the effect would be better than the rules of time and space. The 3 kings of origin would generally not warn Jiang Ziliu of the trouble he was about to encounter unless it was extremely dangerous. Jiang Ziliu sighed, it was indeed so. But for now, he should just deal with the 7 evil rat gods in front of him. Rat-like beasts had a normal life development pattern before they became demigods, but in the negative universe their personalities were more violent, their aggressiveness was stronger, and they were more eager for the flesh and blood of life in the positive universe. When they evolve into demigod-level life forms, they become even more powerful, but they also completely embark on the path of deformation. Unlike the strange beasts below demigod that only crave flesh and blood, the evil god not only has a huge appetite for the flesh and blood of normal life, but also has an appetite for the soul of life. They can digest souls. And the more powerful the life is, the more it can arouse their appetite. The only difference is that the demigod-level evil gods and higher-level evil gods have this terrible desire. But they are wiser, better able to judge the strengths of their opponents, more willing to use wisdom, and willing to use any means, including all conspiracies and tricks, to plunder the flesh and blood, and souls of their opponents, and regard them as the supreme delicacy. This was also the case. At this moment, the 7 demigod-level beasts were full of appetite for Jiang Ziliu the moment he appeared. But they are wise. They are observing the strength of Jiang Ziliu and judging how to act so as to gain the greatest benefit from this group action. It was precisely because of their constant judgment and thinking that they simply surrounded Jiang Ziliu and blocked his escape route, but did not immediately pounce on him to attack him. Their actions will be more cautious, but they will not give up their goals, they will just change the way they act. The 7 evil rat gods were communicating with each other through secret eye contact. They cooperate with each other and deal with everything together. In order to survive in this ancient battlefield, they have long formed a survival mode of both cooperation and mutual struggle. Their behavior made Jiang Ziliu more vigilant. After encountering the true eye of the evil god last time and comprehending the rules of the wind system, Jiang Ziliu's strength in his soul, power, and body improved, and he broke through to the 6th realm of demigod on his own, improving 2 small realms in succession. However, the 7 evil rat gods before him were only at the 3rd level of demigod. The only thing Jiang Ziliu is not sure about is what kind of rules and abilities they have. The abilities of the evil gods have risen to the rule level, and none of them can be underestimated. This distorted force of negative cosmic rules is even more bizarre and difficult to defend against. Moreover, the evil god's spiritual power is much stronger than that of ordinary demigods of the same level because he has been devouring souls for many years. He is also born with some kind of spiritual pollution, so Jiang Ziliu cannot help but treat it with care. But he still chose to strike first. When Jiang Ziliu launched an attack, the rules of the earth formed a torrent of ochre-colored power, which condensed into arrows of power and shot out. The rules of life turned into the extraction of vitality, forming green lines that wrapped around it, trying to directly and forcibly extract the opponent's vitality. The rules of thunder and lightning formed more advanced thunder and lightning chains, striking the 7 evil rat gods. He acted extremely quickly, and at the same time prepared his 3 beasts to launch summon attacks at any time. But Jiang Ziliu soon understood why these 7 guys acted together and were so confident. I saw the single eye on their heads emitting strange, pale white light like a living snake, which connected to each other to form a pale white ring. Moreover, the hair on their bodies was dancing, and the single eye on their spiky rat heads also emitted countless more subtle pale rays of light. These rays merged together into a pale ring surrounding Jiang Ziliu. Once this ring was formed, it gave Jiang Ziliu a great sense of threat. This thing is strange. Its power definitely exceeds that of an ordinary demigod at its peak level, reaching a level half a step above demigod. Jiang Ziliu's attack, including the power of the earth and lightning, was easily intercepted by this pale white ring. Only the power formed by the rules of life caused this ring to show dim changes. When Jiang Ziliu saw this scene, he understood that this ring should be the power formed by the distortion of the rules of death, so it was relatively restrained by the power of the life system. Moreover, this ring should also have the effect of blocking and imprisoning. Because Jiang Ziliu discovered that his ability to call upon the dark energy between the heaven and earth around him was declining, and his connection with the universe was also being suppressed by this mysterious ring. This ring is probably a special skill of the exotic rats, an upgraded version of the short-sighted rule. Jiang Ziliu made a judgment in his mind. Almost all rodent-like beasts have a special short-sighted skill. After being upgraded, this skill is no longer an inch of light, but it is more weird, powerful, and terrifying. What's more, this is the combined power of 7 evil rat gods. The reason they can act together and cooperate with each other is obviously because they can combine their abilities to attack together. Although normal demigod-level evil gods are intelligent, they are more chaotic and disorderly, and cannot cooperate with each other. It is already a good situation if the evil gods can meet without fighting or devouring each other. It is normal for them to be on guard against each other. The only reason they live in groups and cooperate with each other is that they can form a joint attack, gain greater benefits together, and devour more and stronger flesh and blood, and souls. Jiang Ziliu knew that if he wanted to break this cycle now, he couldn't do it alone, and he needed Jianmian to come out and work together with him. At the same time, he would not think that this was the total power of the 7 evil gods, even though their aura dropped significantly after releasing this ring. But he knew that the spiritual power of the demigod-level evil god was the most special and strange, and even slightly stronger than their strongest rule-based skills. This kind of polluting power would be very difficult to deal with once it was used unexpectedly. There are 7 evil gods here, and their skills can all be combined to attack together. Jiang Ziliu doesn't believe that the opponent's spiritual power cannot form a combined force. Jiang Ziliu waved his hand and laid down a barrier of lightning energy, ready to launch a counterattack at any time. He decided to first coordinate with Jianmian to break out of the encirclement and then deal with them. As long as they don't work together, it will be relatively easy to deal with them. Chapter 197. Jiang Ziliu was surrounded by a strange energy ring, which was constantly shrinking inwards. This ring seems to exist only in one plane and shrink, but it is impossible for Jiang Ziliu to break through from both the upper and lower directions. The ring's own blocking force avoids this situation. Jiang Ziliu completed the preparations quickly. He directly completed the accumulation of strength and completely transformed it into the rule-level power of the skill Emerald Light. Emerald Light was originally a healing ability and was not offensive. But at this moment, its special power properties were in great conflict with the power of the pale energy ring itself, and even had a certain restraining effect on it. Unlike the power of the earth rules, or the power of thunder and lightning rules, when facing this mysterious pale white halo, it cannot play the expected effect of positive rule power. In other words, the power of the rules they possess is not sufficient to break the combined effect of the halo itself. But this time, Jiang Ziliu released more than just the life-healing power of the Emerald Light. The lightning power that Jiang Ziliu exerted with all his strength turned into a purple-gold lightning spear, following closely behind the Emerald Light. The power of thunder and lightning is also extremely powerful in breaking evil and targeting negative effects. However, its effect is not obvious before the effective defense of the ring is broken, but it does not mean that it is really useless. At the same time, Jiang Ziliu's lightning protection power was replaced by a layer of cocky energy armor. The Emerald Light hit a certain point on the mysterious energy ring and had a direct effect, breaking a node on it that could not be interconnected, a small, huge space that appeared briefly. The energy cycle of the ring itself has been broken, and its own power of mutual support has been partially interrupted. In essence, there are 7 forces that are entangled with each other, supporting each other, and repairing each other. But now a gap has been forced into it. The life energy of the Emerald Light then poured in, constantly destroying the mutual connection and support, breaking the combined effect. Soon after, the power of thunder and lightning followed, breaking the surface's tight defense. The power of thunder and lightning poured in, causing the positive evil-breaking effects of thunder and lightning itself to take effect strongly. The destructive power of the thunder and lightning rules truly erupted. Boom! The entire strange energy ring suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Jiang Ziliu was well prepared and used the energy armor formed by the rules of the earth to defend himself, which blocked the terrifying impact caused by the power impact explosion. The power of the combined attack is very strong, but once their original operating rules are broken, they will go from working together to conflicting with each other, causing internal power disorder and forming a super explosion with a backlash nature. The power of the Earth system's rules, although not that effective in attack, is definitely sufficient in defense. Jiang Ziliu himself did not expect that this full-strength attack would have such a great effect. His original plan of letting Tianmian relay to carry out supplementary attacks on himself was actually useless. Because he had broken the encirclement. Jiang Ziliu had a variety of rules to defend against the explosion caused by the combined power of these 7 demigod-level forces, but the 7 rat evil gods did not have the same defensive rules to help them. Not only were they blown away by this force, even their divine bodies were severely damaged. Their power is strong and strange, and their combined attack is even more powerful, but they only possess a single rule-like level of power. This means that these 7 evil gods are only powerful in attack and difficult to defeat with a combined attack, but their own defense is not strong. Even their more powerful and strange spiritual power is only unique in the level of mental and spiritual pollution. It is a bit scary, but it is not outstanding in defense. Under such circumstances, the situation that suddenly emerged was not only unexpected by Jiang Ziliu, but also by themselves. The divine body was suddenly hit hard, and it was a damage that was difficult to repair. The power of the strange aurum mixed in the explosion also caused terrible destructive effects on their divine bodies and even their divine souls. In other words, their lives are now infected by their own combined force, hindering the restoration of divine power. After all, this is the power of the 7 evil gods. Except for one part that is its own, the others are not their own power. Without its own power imprint, it can be easily eliminated. Although Jiang Ziliu was not very experienced in demigod-level combat, he also noticed their state and knew that the opportunity was rare. The life fairy Tianmian, the thunder dragon White Snake, and the sky blue titan Akun suddenly appeared. Each of them was entangled with 2 evil gods. Because the evil gods were severely damaged, although they were lower in level than the other party, they could still rely on their strong foundation, deep bloodline, and extraordinary mastery of the rules to fight against the 2 evil gods. The divine power intertwined between heaven and earth, constantly bombarding each other. The 7 evil gods inherited the flexibility of rats, constantly running and moving in the void, fighting with Jiang Ziliu's 3 beasts. The rules of the earth, the rules of life, and the rules of thunder and lightning embodied the power of the earth, the power of life, and the might of thunder and lightning that continued to erupt, forcing their opponents to constantly defend and dodge. After all, they had been seriously injured and their strength was limited. In this state, Jiang Ziliu naturally seized the opportunity and targeted the last evil god. He attacked swiftly, using the power of wind and the rules of space to increase his escape speed, making it unpredictable. With such blessing, he appeared behind the evil god extremely quickly, and then slapped it with one palm, and the life force in his palm directly penetrated into the body of the evil god. This life force is not a healing force, on the contrary, it is the reverse application of healing energy. Its vitality actually interferes with the operation of life. It causes the evil god's life system to become disrupted. Then, when he was behind the evil god's defense, he unexpectedly transferred through the earth's space and appeared right in front of the opponent. This time, Jiang Ziliu directly transformed into a purple-gold lightning spear. The spear pierced into the body of the evil god, focusing its attack on its soul. The soul is feminine, and the soul of a demigod-level creature has very low resistance to lightning. In this way, the life force disordered the divine body, the lightning force hit the divine soul, and then he added the power of the earth element to petrify the opponent's flesh and blood, realizing the rock and soil deformation of the flesh and blood. Under this series of attacks, the evil god's soul was anesthetized by lightning, his body was damaged, his divine power was restricted, and he could not fully exert his full strength. The polluting power of its strange soul cannot be exerted. Jiang Ziliu continued to use the power of the rules of life and thunder and lightning to wear down the opponent's strength, and successfully crushed the opponent's divine body, soul, and divine power, causing this demigod-level evil god to completely fall. At the moment when this evil god fell, Jiang Ziliu felt as if something seemed to be falling from the universe and blessing him. He then understood that this was luck. He killed the evil god from foreign lands, and the fortune of the universe itself began to favor him. This benefit made Jiang Ziliu's eyes light up slightly. He immediately set his sights on the other 6 evil gods. If he could kill these 6 guys together, wouldn't he be able to obtain 7 portions of the power of luck? But he was destined to be disappointed. Jiang Ziliu went out again, but only succeeded in restraining one evil god and killing him. Although the other 5 evil gods could not defeat his beast, escape was not a problem for them. The spiritual power that erupted from the other party actually had a rule pollution effect similar to greed, causing life to become uncontrollably greedy and will to be distorted. This forced Jiang Ziliu to let the beast retreat to avoid being hit. But this also successfully gave the opponent an opportunity to use short-sighted light escape techniques to mysteriously disappear from this place and successfully escape. Only the evil god who was restrained by him and the sky blue titan Accompany did not escape. He was successfully restrained, and his soul, body, and power were consumed, and he completely fell. The result was that he encountered 7 demigod-level evil gods and was nearly overthrown, but after suppressing them, he was only able to kill 2 and let 5 escape. He also only received 2 luck rewards. However, after the demigod-level evil god fell, a special demigod-level soul crystal remnant was formed. These 2 soul crystals, when purified using special techniques and the power of rules, can form the soul treasure Soul Dew. Jiang Ziliu was quite satisfied with the 2 soul crystal trophies. Next, he searched carefully for information about this ancient battlefield. He believed that these 7 evil gods had been staying here, and there must be some important opportunity or information left here. Now Jiang Ziliu is completely in the dark about the entire ancient battlefield. The kings of origin of the Forged Throne probably did not help him out of fear of the existence of something, and even suggested that he had to find it on his own. It is not a good idea for them to conduct any investigation or sensing here now, as that would expose themselves. Jiang Ziliu could only explore and search for everything on his own and determine the location of the Suao Alanya family as soon as possible. Chapter 198. After defeating the enemy, Jiang Ziliu began to carefully observe this ancient battlefield, the place where the evil god and the cosmic gods fought in legend. Fortunately, this ancient battlefield is not advanced, it is just an area suitable for demigod activities. He was in a barren and yellow land, covered with yellow soil, like a plateau with gullies everywhere. But this piece of land is also covered with grass and trees, like a savanna. The difference is that the grass, trees, and leaves here are not green, but a dim yellow, as if they were rendered by some desolate force. He looked up at the sky and saw white clouds, but the sky was bright without the sun. The light shining from the sky also has a slightly dim yellow tint. If he hadn't paid attention, he would have thought he had come to a lifeless wasteland. But the life here was actually very prosperous, with many rivers and lakes. This was his observation. But from the perspective of the soul, he saw a different scenery. From this perspective, with the help of his shallow understanding of spatial rules, he saw different landscapes of ancient battlefields. The entire world is filled with countless evil spirits. That is the power formed by the lingering resentment of living beings and the dark energy of heaven and earth. Unless one has a strong soul or extremely powerful strength during his lifetime, it is impossible for such evil spirit to be formed. This evil aura is like a thick fog, with black and red, blue and red, grey and red. Without exception, they are all mottled, with a hint of pure tragic red. The evil spirit condensed between heaven and earth, boundless and covering everything. On the surface, this piece of world is just a desolate place, extremely peaceful, and there seems to be no danger at all. But if we observe from the perspective of rules, we can find that every inch of land in this world contains terrifying evil spirit. This means that every inch of land here was once stained with the blood of a being that was at least demigod. Only in this way can such a dense evil spirit be condensed. Beneath this yellow earth, there are countless secrets buried, and countless corpses whose identities are unknown, left to rot underground and turn into a handful of yellow earth. Jiang Ziliu finally realized at this time that the ancient battlefield was not a good place. If you stay here for too long, your soul will inevitably be polluted by this dense evil spirit. If such pollution continues to accumulate, it will inevitably cause serious hidden damage to the soul. This is because evil spirits are essentially the product of the alienation and distortion of the power of soul thoughts. They are the same power as the soul, equivalent to diseased viruses and bacteria, and can more easily penetrate into the souls of demigods. Without his special soul-guarding method, he would not be able to face such evil spirits for long. Jiang Ziliu mobilized the laws of the earth and condensed a very shallow layer of armor on his body's surface. Only such rule-level power can defend against the erosion of evil spirits. If this continues, invoking rule-level power is bound to consume divine power, which is disadvantageous for the demigods in the universe. Jiang Ziliu suddenly understood why the evil gods like to fight with the creatures of the positive universe in this ancient battlefield. Because this natural place of evil spirits is a geographical advantage that is extremely favorable to them. The evil gods are chaotic, evil, and confused by nature. They are not afraid of this evil energy at all and may even absorb and utilize it. After all, the growth of the evil god is full of randomness. The next breakthrough may lead to death and destruction, or further dementia and distortion. Because of the uncertainty of the future, they will become even crazier and dare to do anything. For them, absorbing evil spirits is just a small adventure. They are in a natural advantage here. One side has sufficient strength, while the other side's divine power is constantly being consumed. The advantage is obvious. Jiang Ziliu noticed this, but didn't care. His kingdom of God is huge, and the accumulated divine power is also very abundant. He is not afraid of fighting methods that consume divine power. He also discovered some interesting things from the perspective of spatial rules. That is the space of this ancient battlefield, which seems to be made up of countless time and space levels stacked together and is very stable. Just now, from his fight with the 7 evil gods, his strength had reached, to a certain extent, half a step above demigod. But they still did not cause any impact on the time and space here. The stability of time and space here is terrifyingly high. Perhaps, this structure of stacked space and time is the reason why space and time are extremely tough and even demigods cannot affect or destroy it. This structure of space-time stacking can also be seen as miniaturized multidimensional space-time. It's just that this kind of multidimensional space-time is actually the basic space-time unit here. Jiang Ziliu tried it with the rules of space, and found that he could not enter those space-time units with the rules of space at all. After all, normally speaking, a space-time structure is a small world. In other words, his understanding of the rules of space was not enough to open the door to space here. Of course, shallow-level space escape is still possible, but that is only based on the level of reality, not the deep structure of space and time. This means that if this world is completely closed, it will be a huge cage that is difficult to enter and exit. The point where Jiang Ziliu came out is very special, with the natural small gap in multidimensional space-time. It was the existence of this gap that allowed him to pass through that place and enter here. He remembered this point, and if he went back in the future, he might have to leave through this point. After figuring out the basic environmental factors here, he began to think about how to find the Sovalanya family. But there was one problem that Jiang Ziliu was not careful about. That is, his luck seemed to be suppressed by the people of the Suaoalanya family in some way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into the center of 7 demigod-level evil gods as soon as he came in. If it were any other demigod, he would have died long ago. How to solve one's own luck problem seems to be the key to the next action. He has always had bad luck, and coupled with the dangers of the ancient battlefield, he doesn't think he can always resolve all dangers with hard power. What if it is a dangerous place that he is completely unable to resist, and he breaks in because of bad luck? Then he will be doomed, and the origin ship and even the 3 origin kings will be exposed. However, the ancient tree of wisdom did not give him any hints, and he really could not find a solution for a while. Just when he was about to use probability judgment to find a solution to the problem of his suppressed luck, he received a natural piece of information. This information showed that he could consume the luck bestowed upon him by the universe and neutralize the negative effects on his luck now. This was a mysterious message from heaven, earth, and the universe to him. Because he destroyed the evil god and was considered one of the universe's own, he was actually given preferential treatment in terms of heavenly information. Jiang Ziliu did not hesitate and immediately used the luck gained from killing an evil god to neutralize the negative effect of his own reduced luck. But what he didn't know was that when he did this, a grey joint on the body of one of the beautiful women not far from him suddenly cracked. The gap was so small that the half-elf woman wearing it didn't even notice it. Without this negative state, Jiang Ziliu would not encounter danger and trouble at every step, which would relieve him of a big trouble. After clearing the negative state, he looked around, but found that he was completely disoriented. There is no sun, moon, or starry sky here, so there is no concept of direction. So he began to search for the locations of the Sovalanya family members according to the rules of life and the life breaths he had extracted from them. There was a result, pointing to a certain place, but the information seemed vague. Jiang Ziliu didn't care, as long as he had a general direction. This time, Jiang Ziliu was much more careful. Every time he advanced a short distance, he would use the rules of space to enhance his spiritual power, observing the world from a higher perspective and observing possible abnormal situations. This time, he felt there might be a lot less trouble. But Jiang Ziliu was destined to be disappointed. This was an ancient battlefield, and the dangers and unexpected situations were countless times more than those outside. His path forward is not destined to be smooth. Chapter 199. Jiang Ziliu did not move forward for long before he entered a swampy area. The leaves of the plants here also appeared dim yellow. The swamp was very large, and Jiang Ziliu had no choice but to fly over it. But in the survival rules of the ancient battlefield, the best choice has always been to walk on the ground and not to fly around in the sky, as it is easy to become a target of attack by some vicious creatures. In the swamp, most of the dangerous things are hidden underwater, and he also felt that there were a lot of poisonous substances in the water area near this swamp. The poisonous flowers and plants in this kind of place have been eroded by evil spirits and are already filled with all kinds of mysterious poisons. These toxins interact with each other and even promote each other's evolution. Some of them may even cause even the most powerful demigods to die. The poisonous insects spread by these poisonous flowers and plants may be even more dangerous. In addition, there may be demigod-level evil gods or other types of dangers hidden beneath the swamp. In this case, high-altitude flying is actually a better choice. After all, there may be more poisonous barriers in the areas near the swamp. Jiang Ziliu crossed the swamp at high altitude, but did not encounter any danger from the swamp, but encountered danger from space. High in the sky above the center of the swamp, he encountered a demigod-level distorted beast. This is a ferocious snake-like beast with wings. It is a distorted product that was created when a strange beast lost its wisdom during the process of evolving into an evil god, but has completed most of its life evolution. Although the probability of this kind of deformed beast appearing is small, they not only have absolute instincts, but also have powerful innate abilities and terrifying physical strength. Due to their strong instincts, their display of combat power is close to instinctive reactions and choices, which makes them even more extraordinary. This is a giant snake with 7 pairs of black wings, 300 meters long, and a pair of blood-red curved horns. It is a deformed creature that evolved from a strange beast into an evil god. Its evolution was a failure, but it survived and has acquired the power of an evil god. However, its intelligence did not improve, but disappeared due to evolution. This deformed beast controlled the distorted power of water rules and attacked Jiang Ziliu. Even though it controls water, it can forcibly extract the water from Jiang Ziliu's body, and even convert the water in the opponent's body into regular water toxins, causing toxic damage to Jiang Ziliu's life and soul. This deformed beast has no intelligence and only uses this instinct. However, this use of power based on life intuition is sometimes more efficient and accurate than the use of power with the blessing of wisdom. Moreover, this deformed beast is even more powerful in strength and physical toughness. Most demigods would avoid such beings if possible. Their defenses are so thick that they are difficult to break, but their sheer power can cause horrific damage with just one hit from them. This was the case when Jiang Ziliu encountered this snake-like beast. It had incredible strength and extremely strange abilities. If he didn't have a layer of rule-level earth defense power on his body, he would now be experiencing the strange phenomenon of water poisoning. Its comprehensive combat capability is around the 7th level of demigod. But its actual life level is only the 2nd level of demigod. It is normal for deformed beasts to have combat power far higher than their life level. The progress of this ferocious beast is very slow. It needs to devour a large amount of flesh, blood, and souls before it can complete its own promotion. However, it is not very intelligent and prefers to stay in one place to hunt. It generally does not leave its territory easily, so it does not have much food and does not grow very fast. Only when it is about to evolve and needs a large amount of flesh, blood, and soul as a supplement, will this ferocious beast leave its territory. Jiang Ziliu didn't have to exert any effort. He just used the wind element to increase his speed and the rules of the earth to petrify its flesh and blood, and he easily killed the ferocious beast. He didn't even send out his 3 commonly used beasts. After defeating this deformed beast, Jiang Ziliu received a reward of luck from the universe itself. Unfortunately, the reward this time is only half of the normal demigod-level evil god's luck. Moreover, this thing surprisingly did not have any soul crystals left, which meant that he could not use its soul power to create treasures like soul do. It can be said that fighting with this thing is a total no-loss and no-gain situation. Killing an evil god not only brings good luck, but also allows the creation of soul do, making it a completely profitable action. Jiang Ziliu felt a sense of bad luck. But the road ahead was also not easy to travel, because he encountered a large number of such deformed and ferocious beasts. It seems that this is a paradise for deformed and ferocious beasts. Various types of deformed and ferocious beasts such as rats, snakes, tigers, wolves, dogs, and cats kept appearing, and he encountered a total of 37 of them. But there was no demigod-level evil god that he was expecting. Jiang Ziliu did not choose to fight with them, but avoided them whenever possible and stayed away from them as much as possible. His main goal was to pursue the Sovalanya family. But this is an ancient battlefield, and Jiang Ziliu soon realized that the dangers here are not just evil gods and deformed beasts. Just as he passed a forest, the whole forest went crazy. All the banyan tree-like plants grew and swayed wildly together, as terrifying as a sea of snakes made up of plants. They tried to capture Jiang Ziliu, pull him down and devour him. This is a demonized plant that has been transformed into an evil god. It looks like a huge forest, but in essence it is a super demigod-level plant in disguise. Jiang Ziliu used 3 beasts to control it this time, and finally found that the power of thunder and lightning was the most powerful force to restrain it. After destroying this thing, Jiang Ziliu got a tree heart. Although this tree heart came from this evil demonized plant, it contained fragments of the mysteries of the rules of life and was the best super treasure to help him comprehend the rules of life. As long as you purify it and remove the imprint of negative cosmic forces within it, you can obtain a treasure of enlightenment with specific rules. The only pity is that this thing is a consumable and cannot be used permanently. Jiang Ziliu took it into the kingdom of God, purified it with the help of the ancient tree of wisdom, and then gave it to the fairy of life Jianmian for use. This time, Jiang Ziliu obtained a complete demigod-level luck. In the eyes of the universe, it is a true evil god-level existence. After this experience, Jiang Ziliu encountered another demigod-level fantasy flower sea. The sea of flowers is so beautiful and dreamy that even the soul of a demigod-level strongman may sink into it, but beneath the endless flowers are endless dead bones. This sea of flowers is also a demonic plant transformed into an evil god. Next, when passing a mountain, Jiang Ziliu encountered a horrific storm. a pure natural force from an ancient battlefield. It contained the power of the mutated wind rules, which almost blew Jiang Ziliu's soul out of his body and crushed it. This strange wind actually specifically targets the souls of demigods. But it does not cause any harm to the life souls below demigod. The natural environment of the ancient battlefield also contains all kinds of terrible dangers. If it weren't for his powerful soul, he might have died right here. In contrast, if other demigods entered this mountain storm, they would definitely die and their souls would be destroyed. Next, Jiang Ziliu encountered a turbid yellow river that could melt the flesh and blood of a demigod, but it was still a river that it could not fly over. This river contains the mysterious natural laws of death, corruption, and gravity. But the most dangerous place is a mysterious plane of bones. This plane actually has the power to directly absorb the essence of human life, as if there is a mysterious and evil creature craving for the essence of life hidden beneath the plane. If his intuition had not told him of the great danger, he would have almost stepped into it. There were constant dangers along the way, but Jiang Ziliu did not encounter many real evil gods evolved from strange beasts. He guessed that it was not that the evil god had disappeared or no longer existed, but that some mysterious factor had attracted them and made them go somewhere else. This strange phenomenon made Jiang Ziliu feel that the subsequent process of searching for the core fragments of the forging throne might not be so smooth. Chapter 200. After some twists and turns, Jiang Ziliu finally tracked down the last trace of life breath of the Suaoalanya family. But they had already disappeared into a huge mountain. This mountain is very special. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the original ship Hammer of Origin turned upside down. Their last breath disappeared into a crack in the mountainside. Jiang Ziliu also followed them and stepped into the crack. However, Jiang Ziliu made a new discovery, that is, there used to be a large amount of evil spirits in this mountain, and they seemed to have entered the mountain from other directions. Perceiving from the outside, Jiang Ziliu could not find anything special about this mountain. In addition to the fact that the rock on its surface is extremely tough, it is so tough that even a demigod with peak combat power like him cannot leave a mark on it. Before Jiang Ziliu entered, he made a probability judgment. What is the probability that the fragments of the forged throne are in there? This is a probability judgment involving the King of Origin level, which can only be carried out once every 10 days. Jiang Ziliu expended a lot of divine power and successfully got the answer. 100%. This answer meant that the fragment of the forged throne that he had gone through so much trouble to find was among them. Jiang Ziliu entered the mountain, but not long after he walked, he found a light gate in front of him. This light gate is not a real gate of light, but a special gate of time and space. An extremely profound aura of time and space flows above it. Compared with the space rules contained in this door, the space rules that Jiang Ziliu comprehended are like a sesame seed compared to the vast ocean of stars. The above space-time rules are interconnected, and the rules are tightly integrated with each other. Not only did he understand and comprehend them, he couldn't even see the traces of the above rules clearly. Even looking at them for a while would make him dizzy and consume a lot of energy. Jiang Ziliu withdrew his observing gaze, and then began to think about whether to enter this space-time light gate. The reason he hesitated was that he was not sure what was behind this space-time gate. Some kind of powerful being? Some kind of powerful treasure with intelligence? Or is it simply some kind of small world in time and space? No matter which situation it is, there may be huge risks behind it, which may cause you to enter other territories. Especially when an accident occurs during time travel and one is thrown into the turbulence of time and space, that would be a real tragedy. This space-time gate is now ownerless. You can enter. After the contract was signed, the ancient turtle of time, who still looked like a humiliating old turtle and rarely spoke, finally gave a reminder. The forging throne and the ancient tree of wisdom are incomplete, so you need to be careful, but it is a complete emperor-level king of origin, so there is no need to be afraid of anything. It's just that it is used to keeping silent. It will not speak if it can and will not be involved in cause and effect if it can. Even though it is Jiang Ziliu's beast, it still does not change its habit of bullying Lao Lu. Although the ancient time turtle is a beast, its strength is too strong and there is no need to worry about anything else. The constraints of the beast taming contract on him are almost non-existent. Jiang Ziliu was deeply grateful that the time turtle saved his life at the most dangerous moment and did not dare to expect anything else. But this time, if Jiang Ziliu did not enter, the fragments of the forging throne would not be retrieved, so he opened his mouth. After hearing the words of the ancient time turtle, Jiang Ziliu immediately entered the time and space light gate, showing great trust in the ancient time turtle. As time and space passed, Jiang Ziliu appeared in a new world in the blink of an eye. Here, there is actually a new starry sky. Jiang Ziliu realized at this moment that the mountain itself might be an inverted divine ship of origin, and it might be a divine ship of origin that is even higher than the hammer of God. The starry sky before him seemed to have no end as far as his eyes could see, which meant that it was at least a world within a middle thousand world-class device. This means that the real fragments of the origin of the forging throne are hidden in this starry sky. Jiang Ziliu has already sensed the life breath of the Suao family. However, no one knew what had happened. Their auras were mixed with a large amount of evil spirits. This means they might be in real trouble. Or maybe a large number of evil gods discovered some information and followed them quietly. Or they have been captured by the evil gods and are being taken to a certain place in the starry sky. No matter which case, this means that if Jiang Ziliu wants to obtain the fragments of the forged throne, he must not only deal with the Suao family that has existed for millions of years, but also deal with countless demigod-level evil gods with bad intentions. Jiang Ziliu activated the upgraded version of Kongqing Titan's life converging skill, and under the rules of the earth and life, he tried his best to converge his divine power and the aura of his soul, making his presence almost non-existent. Then he performed the flesh and blood transformation again. As a demigod, he can perform flesh and blood transformation, and not only can he change his appearance, but also his size. He directly transformed into a mosquito-sized starry sky gravel-like existence, and then quietly simulated the starry sky gravel to float in the direction of the Sovalanya family. No matter which party you face, you need to be extremely cautious. If you can avoid exposing your presence, you should do so. Only by taking action at the critical moment can you achieve real results. The Sovalanya family can suppress the pursuers behind them at the level of luck. No matter what kind of means this is, Jiang Ziliu is unwilling to believe that the ability of this means is limited to this. It can suppress luck remotely and make the luck of unknown and unknown stalkers worse. If it were delivered to me, this method might be more powerful and even more terrifying. If your luck is extremely bad and you are suppressed to the extreme, who knows what kind of bad luck you will encounter. Jiang Ziliu drifted carefully and at high speed in the starry sky, and soon passed through some special areas. These places are full of building debris floating in the starry sky. It was a building made of mysterious high-grade materials, and it looked exactly like a once huge and magnificent palace that had been completely destroyed. The remains of these palaces are extremely extraordinary, and the materials used in them are extremely precious. They are at least at the planetary level of gods, or even materials above that. But even a palace built with such high-grade materials has now turned into countless starry sky fragments, drifting freely in the starry sky. In addition to these things, there are also a large number of corpses. But these corpses all look like the corpses of evil gods, at least the corpses of evil gods at the planetary level. However, no one had touched either the palace materials or the corpse of the evil god. Obviously, the Sovalanya family, or that group of evil gods, all understood that although these things were good, they were not the best. The best things were in the depths of the starry sky in this world. The further Jiang Ziliu advanced, the more fragments like this he encountered. After a quick count, he discovered a shocking fact. That is, the remaining fragments alone can be combined together to form a supergiant palace the size of a single star system. He immediately understood what this meant. This means that this ship of origin may belong to a top cosmic force or a super cosmic powerful being. However, a terrible incident happened here later. Such a large and magnificent palace, which was made of divine-level materials, was shattered into this ship scene, and not even a complete palace structure could be found. This means that the changes here are extremely terrible. This also means that there may be great dangers hidden deep in the starry sky ahead. Jiang Ziliu would not believe it even if he were beaten to death if there was no trace of the terrifying power left after the incident here. He felt that what he really needed to be careful about on this trip was not the Sovalanya family or the large group of evil gods, but the unknown and terrifying risks here. This potential danger needs to be treated with extreme caution. Chapter 201. Jiang Ziliu became more and more concerned about restraining his breath, and his speed of advancement slowed down a lot. He has to be careful about everything here. The deeper he went into the starry sky, the more he could feel the extraordinary aura gradually emerging from these palace fragments. It was a scent that he had no idea what it was. However, these auras did not pose any danger to him, but made him extremely alert. Sometimes the most dangerous things don't feel dangerous. After traveling for several months at a distance of about 130 light-years into the starry sky, Jiang Ziliu finally slowed down. There are not only palace ruins floating in the air, but also countless mysterious and strange boulders. They are spherical, and mysteriously absolutely spherical. That surface is absolutely standard. At the very least, this is the arrangement at the microscopic level that Jiang Ziliu's soul can observe. Jiang Ziliu's intuition told him that these spherical objects were not simple. They seemed very dangerous, yet not dangerous at all. The intuition it gives people is in a constant state of change between danger and non-danger. Jiang Ziliu was even more careful, and even the trajectory of the gravel he transformed into was extremely normal. The surface of the fragments he changed had a layer of the power of the Earth's rules. It is the effect of this force that makes his deformation more realistic and more difficult to see through. No matter what the mysterious absolutely round stone was, Jiang Ziliu was just curious but did not try. Jiang Ziliu was not going to do anything until he saw the core fragment of the forged throne and actually recovered it. He continued to move forward carefully, and did so for half a year. It took him half a year to move forward. One reason was that he didn't dare to make any big noise here. 90% of the drifting objects in the starry sky here were these mysterious boulders, and the remaining 10% were broken palace fragments. Half a year later, he entered a new area of starry sky. Here, Jiang Ziliu saw some artifact fragments, including knives, swords, guns, spears, sticks, towers, mirrors, fans, totem poles, gloves, wheels, plates. Artifacts of all shapes and styles can be found here, and their size is at least 1 kilometer large. Similarly, the metals or other materials they form are all planetary-level gods, or advanced materials above them. It's just a pity that they are all broken, their divinity has disappeared, their power is no longer there, and they are just broken relics. These huge fragments of the artifact increased from a few to a lot. The number of absolutely round boulders is decreasing. Feeling the aura from these artifact fragments, Jiang Ziliu was very excited, because the aura of power on them was complete and powerful, belonging to the aura of the forging throne. It was the aura of a flawless forged throne. In comparison, the forging throne that now serves as his beast Tamer actually has a sense of incomplete aura. This is the imprint of my former power source. I just don't know what happened. Why do I have no memory of anything here? It seems that I have lost all my memories of everything here. The forged throne finally spoke in the kingdom of God, and it felt very heavy. Ever since entering this starry sky, he has been very quiet, as if he has discovered something, or is trying hard to recall something. Obviously, his efforts failed and he never recovered his memory of anything here. He couldn't recall what happened, but both Jiang Ziliu and the ancient tree of wisdom felt that this lost memory was crucial, as it related to why the forging throne was in such a dilapidated state. Although the ancient turtle of time knew what had happened, the old guy had no intention of saying anything. It would be more interesting for you to explore and investigate the details here by yourselves. I can take all of you away at the critical moment. Even against the most powerful Emperor-level King of Origin, the ancient Turtle of Time still has a tenacious spirit. As the strongest man, he didn't think about destroying the enemy, but how to escape directly, how to stay away from all kinds of troubles and not be bound by cause and effect. Although the ancient Tree of Wisdom did not say much, Jiang Ziliu felt that he might have encountered the same situation and lost some important memories about himself. Jiang Ziliu continued forward, becoming more and more careful. He was not in a hurry because he could feel the aura of the Sovalanya family and the group of demigods also moving forward cautiously, even slower than him. The further you go on the road ahead, the more fragments of divine artifacts you will see, and the more mysterious auras that are difficult to see clearly. Moreover, the evil energy contained in the deep space and time here is becoming more and more powerful. The evil spirit has almost condensed into substance, as if it is a solid land composed of solidified evil spirit, dormant in the deep space and time. The appearance of evil spirits indicates that there are many things falling ahead and the danger is also extremely great. Sure enough, not long after, the corpses of huge deformed creatures stretching for hundreds of miles appeared ahead. That is the corpse of an evil god at the level of a god. They were all shattered beyond recognition, with their remains scattered throughout the starry sky. The great power that gods should have, such as rebirth through dripping blood, did not revive them. Instead, they were completely destroyed here by an unknown force, dead as could be, very cleanly. Jiang Ziliu saw these corpse fragments that had passed for who knows how many years, but the aura was still extremely powerful, which made him extremely frightened. He understood that the changes that had occurred here not only involved the existence of the origin throne level, but also involved a large number of evil gods from the negative universe. Perhaps, this is the place where the true origin level existences of the positive and negative universes fought. Not long after moving forward, as if he had suddenly crossed an unknown barrier, Jiang Ziliu suddenly felt at least 4 terrifying life pressures acting on him. If it weren't for the ancient time turtle giving him a little support, he would have almost revealed his true form. There is also a starry sky here, but deep in the starry sky, there are countless broken giant stars that are larger than the solar system, and fragments of the continent. Jiang Ziliu understood that he had just arrived at the core area of this origin divine ship. This is where everything happens and this is where the real key lies. The aura of the Sovalanya family and the group of evil gods also became extremely obvious, not far in front of him. As long as he moved forward for a while and moved a little faster, he would be able to see this group of people. Out of caution, he did not release the power of his soul or the power of rules to detect. He simply observed everything around him with a pure gaze, and deduced and analyzed the information in the kingdom of God. This place is even more special. Jiang Ziliu feels that he needs to be extra careful. At the same time, he also felt the breath of his ultimate goal. The core fragment of the forged throne is deep in a continental fragment in the starry sky ahead. Chapter 202. The starry sky ahead is very dangerous. Because a space crack of an inch in size has begun to appear there, and it is a stable space crack. Such space cracks are different from space cracks in other places. The space and time here are extremely tough, and the resulting space cracks have extremely terrifying cutting power, which can easily tear apart a god's body or even soul. Behind this rift is a terrifying turbulence of time and space. Jiang Ziliu moved forward inside, and at the same time quickly and naturally slowed down his speed, trying his best not to let others notice his abnormality. Not far ahead, he spotted the Sovalanya family and the group of evil gods. They carefully avoided the space cracks that could appear and disappear at any time. To his surprise, it was not the Sovalanya family who were captured by the evil gods, or were being pursued by them. On the contrary, things turned out to be completely beyond his expectations. It turned out that the Sovalanya family completely captured and controlled all the evil gods. These evil gods were bound by a layer of light net and locked to each other by a light chain, and were forced to act together with the entire Sovalanya family. Most of the evil gods in the ancient battlefield were actually completely controlled by the Sovalanya family. Obviously, compared to the intelligence information obtained by Jiang Ziliu, the real Sovalanya family is very powerful and hides extremely terrifying strength, which is why they can easily suppress all the demigod-level evil gods and control them without even having the chance to commit suicide. There are many people in the Sovalanya family, more than 100 of them, including nearly 20 demigods. The situations they have been showing in public show that there is usually only one powerful demigod in their family. But in fact, it is here that the true background of their family is exposed. The number of powerful demigods is not 1, but 20. Among them, the auras of 6 middle-aged semi-spiritual female demigods were as steady and heavy as rocks. It was obvious that they were all in the 9th realm of demigods. As for whether there are planetary gods or even more powerful people among them, Jiang Ziliu can't tell. He was just making pure physical observations, without a trace of spiritual power. Only in this way, his gaze would not be noticed by the other party. But at the same time, this also made him unable to determine whether there were any stronger people than demigods among them. The Sovalanya family's background does not stop there. This time, their entire clan is mobilized. At the front and back of their team, there are 2 metal puppets made of god-level materials that look like robots. The Sovalanya family actually hid 4 puppets, a treasure like a puppet, and their combat power was at least that of planetary gods. These 4 puppets alone are enough to suppress all demigod-level evil gods just by their hardness and physical combat power. But their means of manifestation are not limited to this. The mysterious light net that bound all the evil gods was obviously a divine weapon that surpassed the level of demigods. It was just that Jiang Ziliu could not tell whether it was a planetary-level artifact, a stellar-level artifact, or even a galaxy-level artifact. With the restraint of this thing, there is absolutely no possibility for these evil gods to escape from them. Seeing that the hidden strength of the Sovalanya family was so unfathomable, Jiang Ziliu cursed inwardly for trouble. Just because of the opponent's strength, it became not so easy for him to get the forging throne fragment from him. With this kind of fighting power, he simply couldn't beat him. Jiang Ziliu knew that this time he could only hope for an accident to happen, and then he would find an opportunity to take action. As for a head-on battle, it was no longer in his consideration. The Sovalanya family's 1 million years of heritage is too terrifying, at least compared to the current Jiang Ziliu. But his intuition told him that even if they captured these evil gods, or even let them walk ahead as cannon fodder to blaze the trail for them, their path forward would not be so smooth. The dangers and secrets inherent in this area are unknown and terrifying. Jiang Ziliu controlled the changing star fragments, constantly moving positions and changing his original appearance, and quietly followed behind them. He didn't dare to keep using the appearance of a small meteorite fragment, as that would be tantamount to telling the other party that the meteorite fragment was following them. Wouldn't that be strange? He was not sure whether the people of the Sovalanya family had any mysterious means of investigation. The group continued to move forward carefully. There were more and more artifact fragments in front of them, and their levels were getting higher and higher. At the same time, a large number of new palaces and grey cobblestone fragments appeared. They seem to be unaffected by the space cracks here, and have always existed intact in the place where the disordered space cracks flashed. The further you go forward, the more the space in front of you becomes broken. Jiang Ziliu has even seen 1 or 2 stable space cracks that are hundreds of meters long. Endless space-time turbulent energy is either gushing out from them, or forming a terrifying attraction comparable to a black hole. As more and more stable space cracks appear, the starry sky ahead becomes more and more dangerous. Jiang Ziliu's movement speed also slowed down rapidly. He didn't want to be sucked into the space crack and caught up in the turbulence of time and space. After advancing for a long time in constant danger, they finally arrived at a continent in the core area. The ground here is littered with various broken fragments of artifacts, and it looks like a huge weapons cemetery. Then everyone was knocked down by the sudden force. Because a huge battle projection suddenly appeared on this continent. That was a scene of three powerful beings fighting against an unmatched evil god. In that scene, the evil god was extremely terrifying. With a wave of his hand, the stars turned into rain and the starry sky became his power. The terrifying evil power penetrated into the human soul like a cold underworld river. Each of the three powerful men who fought against him also had unparalleled power. They could only see from the battle scenes that it was three strong men fighting an evil god, but they had no idea how strong the four of them were. They only felt that they were infinitely strong, and a trace of power was enough to destroy them all. And this is just a projection of the battle they once fought here. Only Jiang Ziliu knew that this was a scene of a battle between Origin throne-level beings. It was a projection that was imprinted here by their battle and was inexplicably stimulated to appear at this moment. He guessed that all this might be related to his appearance. Because the body of the forging throne is in the kingdom of God within his body. The three kings of Origin were extremely powerful, and one of them looked like a throne, which was exactly the forging throne that Jiang Ziliu was familiar with in its complete state. The other two looked like a grey boulder with hands, and one looked like a mysterious palace. Only the evil god was like a mist, and it was impossible to see his complete form or the true form of the monster. This powerful evil god always showed only a small part of his body, which looked like a monster. They were so powerful that even a trace of the residual power emitted by this projection was enough to crush all of them to the ground. Fortunately, there was a forging throne in it. Although the fragments transformed by Jiang Ziliu were pressed onto the earth, he was still able to maintain his transformed form. His true appearance was not exposed, and he was not discovered by the people of the Sovalanya family. It was at this moment that Jiang Ziliu finally saw his goal, a core fragment of the forging throne. It was a pillar-like object, square and extremely tall, standing directly in the mysterious fog of the continent ahead. It was not until this moment, with the appearance of this projection, that the fog gradually dissipated and revealed itself. It was a dull golden color, like a faded antique. This color is obviously the result of something important being missing and degenerating into its outer color. This square column with a clear crack on the top is obviously a part of the forged throne, and it is a golden leg on its body. The forging throne had always appeared before Jiang Ziliu in a complete state, but he had never seen it in its incomplete state. Until this moment, when he saw this chair leg, Jiang Ziliu knew that he must be missing a chair leg from the core body. Now all he needs is to get this chair leg back. It has now lost its forging origin and spirituality, so I can't take it back directly. Only if you move it to the kingdom of God can I safely merge with it again. Seeing this item that was originally on him, Forging Throne said with a bit of depression. For him, it was a lucky thing to find a part of his former body, but the loss of this part of his origin meant that something had happened. Jiang Ziliu understood that this time, he could only rely on himself. Several kings of Origin did not want to awaken the ancient battlefield itself or certain beings involved in it. Chapter 203. Although Jiang Ziliu found one of the core fragments of the forged throne, he did not move. He waited for the Sovalanya family to take action. The group of half-elves from the Sovalanya family also saw the giant pillars that appeared. That is the fragment of the forging throne. Joy appeared on their faces, but what they didn't notice was that after being captured, the fear on the face of one of the evil gods was suddenly replaced by silence, calmness, and a hint of sneer as he lowered his head. But this change soon disappeared, and the evil god in the fifth realm of demigod returned to his normal look of fear. Go! The Sovalanya family spoke very little, only urging the captured evil gods to move forward quickly. The towering pillars formed by the legs of the forged throne seem very close, but they are extremely far away on this piece of continental fragments. Because the size of this continental fragment is no less than the surface of the Sun. Moreover, there are more space cracks and various mysterious force fields formed by the turbulence of time and space. For example, the space-time division zone that will cause time and space confusion. Even if a planetary god accidentally enters it, the time and space dislocation force inside will disrupt the divine body and soul, or even shred it. However, this force of time and space dislocation is not the most dangerous. Here is the aftermath of the battle between the three kings of origin and an evil god of the same level or even stronger. For example, a seemingly ordinary deep valley is actually cut out by a trace of power from the aftermath of the power of the king of origin. If you accidentally enter it, you will be directly affected by the remnants of the origin level rule power inside. If you enter the residual power of the forging throne, you alone will be directly forged into the most advanced semi-artifact. The good news is that your spirit will be preserved and become the spirit of a semi-artifact. The most powerful part of the forging throne is the forging field. He can forge everything in the world into tools and forge them into the state he wants. If you are unfortunate enough to enter the realm of the cobblestone-shaped throne of origin, you will be directly petrified into a new grey cobblestone, an absolutely geometrically round one. Jiang Ziliu finally understood where so many pebbles in the starry sky came from. It turns out that they were all transformed by strong people who were unfortunate enough to be attacked. The power of the origin throne in the form of a palace is to transform everything that breaks into his sphere of power into a palace. They drifted into the starry sky, collided with each other, and after destruction, became the ruins of a huge palace. It turns out that some things are not what Jiang Ziliu guessed. If one enters the realm of that powerful evil god, he will be directly assimilated into a new evil god, but the conflict of power will cause the transformer to die directly. In comparison, if one is hit by the power of other beings, there is a high probability that one will die directly. Only after being affected by the power of the forging throne will there be a glimmer of hope, and a wisp of soul may survive as an instrument's soul. And these are not the results of Jiang Ziliu's speculation. Rather, it is about what happened to the evil gods who were exploring the way ahead and the members of the Sovalanya family who were attacked. They kept moving forward, and would only take a detour when they encountered some seemingly unnoticeable dangers. Jiang Ziliu was more relaxed, quietly following them from a distance, carefully moving forward along the safe route they had paved with their lives. After experiencing many twists and turns, as well as the deaths of 17 demigods of the same level, this group of demigods or evil gods finally arrived under the core fragment of the forged throne. During this process, what made Jiang Ziliu feel strange was that all the evil gods did not show any obvious resistance. Even though they knew that if they moved forward they might die and become cannon fodder, they did not react too violently. Instead, they gave Jiang Ziliu a sense of eagerness to move forward. I don't know if it was because they were too excited to achieve their goal and get closer to the target area, but the people of the Sovalanya family completely ignored this point. They seem very confident. After arriving under the giant column, they immediately took action and actually started slaughtering these evil gods. Jiang Ziliu didn't quite understand why they did that. But what made him feel strange was that those evil gods seemed unwilling to resist and allowed them to start the massacre. Jiang Ziliu then understood that this was a sacrifice. The flesh and blood of the evil god turned into bloody smoke, floated towards the core fragments of the forging throne, and merged into it. Only the body of one of the evil gods sank into the ground inexplicably, but the people of the Sovalanya family did not notice it at all, as if they only saw the success of the sacrifice and did not find any abnormality in one of them. Jiang Ziliu's intuition told him that something was wrong. Based on his understanding of the forged throne, there is no way he would like things like sacrifice, let alone the sacrifice of the flesh and blood of the evil god which is full of negative power. They did not absorb the luck rewarded by the universe, but instead integrated the luck gained from killing the evil god and the evil god's own power into my fragments. However, this action is essentially not a sacrifice to me, but a sacrifice to the existence beneath my fragments. At this point, the forging throne could already extend its gaze a little and observe the changes outside. After all, this place is intertwined with origin-level power, and the remaining aura from the previous battle on the forging throne can serve to conceal his current aura. Although I have lost some memories, this fragment of mine was not broken by anyone. I must have broken it on my own initiative. Now it seems that its function should be to stand here and seal a certain evil god that I once fought with. The forged throne continues to replenish. But the sacrifice of this group of half-elves is actually a destruction of my seal. Apparently, what they thought was a sacrifice is actually a seal-breaking activity that has been going on for millions of years. Now the seal has become very weak. What did the Sovalanya family get? Did the evil god give them something? Jiang Ziliu asked with some confusion. It's obvious that the evil god is just deceiving them. Although the fragments of my body are missing their origin, they still contain supreme forging rules and mysteries. If the evil god leaks a little bit of the information he observed about me, it will be enough for this half-elf family to make great progress in the field of forging. The forged throne has seen everything. It was obvious that the sealed evil god was using his own secrets to benefit this half-elf family, and at the same time was using this half-elf family to slaughter the evil god and pollute the seal, in order to weaken the important seal that was composed of a part of his body. Why not just kill this evil god directly, but seal him instead? Jiang Ziliu asked another key question in confusion. Because the evil gods cannot be killed by strong men of the same level. It is very difficult for an evil god to appear. The higher the level of the evil god, the lower the probability of its appearance. But at the same time, the higher the level of the evil god, the more weird and evil it is. The immortality of its body is extremely powerful. It is almost impossible for it to be killed by a strong man of the same level. It can only be sealed. The forged throne responded. Originally there should have been a supplementary sealing formation here, but it appears to have been damaged. The inheritance fragment you found on the land of this half-elf family is likely to have come from here, and they were not the ones who brought that fragment out. The reasons for everything are clear. The Sovalanya family was lucky to have obtained that piece of fragment. But they were unlucky. They came here according to clues and thought they had gained great benefits, but in fact they were the destroyers of a place sealed by an evil god. However, it seems that this seal is likely to be broken. In such a situation, the evil god who is about to be born will most likely not let go of the people of the Sovalanya family, and may not let him go either. Jiang Ziliu doesn't think that his hiding can be effective in front of the origin-level evil god. I will give you a pure fragment of power. There will be no trace of me in it, but it can completely destroy the evil god after it is unsealed. After all, this is only a king-level evil god and cannot fight against the power of the emperor. Just when he was worried, the ancient time turtle, which was in complete condition, gave him a reassurance. With the means of the ancient turtle of time, the emperor-level king of origin, everything will go smoothly. But what Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that this cowardly time ancient turtle was aiming to destroy the luck of a king-level evil god. The ancient tree of wisdom and the forging throne also knew this, but they tacitly did not remind Jiang Ziliu of the deeper meaning. After being sealed for millions of years and having its power eroded by the fragments of the forging throne, the evil god had already become extremely weak. The time ancient turtle took action at this time in order to gain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. Chapter 204. The sacrifice was over, and the women of the Sovalanya family all looked eagerly at the huge stone pillar, eager for the super reward this time. Because the information their family received from the last sacrifice was that the next time the sacrifice was performed, all of their family members were allowed to come and participate, and there would be rewards. At the same time, they were reminded that this reward would be the last one. That's why they mobilized the entire clan and attached so much importance to this operation. But contrary to their expectations, not only did the benefits of the feedback not appear, but they felt discomfort in their bodies and even in their souls. Jiang Ziliu had excellent eyesight and noticed that a mysterious monkey-shaped pattern gradually appeared in their eye sockets. He understood that the being suppressed here should be a powerful evil god that evolved from a monkey-like beast. Moreover, the other party had already made arrangements and had secretly eroded the internal forces of their Sovalanya family. This erosion may be divine power, divine body, or divine soul. No matter which situation it is, the half-elves of the Sovalanya family have long fallen into the control of the evil god. However, the actions of the Sovalanya family proved that they were not without defense. I saw an inconspicuous old half-elf from the Sovalanya family suddenly use his divine power to destroy a mysterious finger bone. Then, mysterious streams of air emerged from the finger bones, quickly impacting every member of the Sovalanya family, either driving out some mysterious phantom in their bodies or causing it to collapse directly in their bodies. This family has a strong foundation and was well prepared, so they solved the problem in one go. That's the finger bone of the Throne of Doom. No wonder you had such bad luck along the way. It turns out that you were affected by the power of the Throne of Doom. It's amazing that this group of half-elves were able to find part of her body fragment. The forged throne then revealed the origin of the mysterious finger bones. Jiang Ziliu observed carefully. The Suaoalanya family was indeed powerful and was not unprepared for this situation. They felt like they were taking a gamble this time. But they were not completely unprepared. Because they were risking everything on this operation, they had many backup plans to guard against unexpected situations. The finger bones of the Throne of Doom were obviously one of their backup plans. However, how could the evil god who could fight against the three kings of origin be so simple? At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled. In fact, not only the earth was trembling, but the space-time itself was trembling at high speed. That evil god was not sealed deep in the earth, but in the depths of time and space. The seal that seems to be deep in the earth is just an appearance. The seal at the level of time and space is the real essence. The people of the Sovalanya family seemed relieved just now. But they were obviously too happy too soon. At this moment, the trembling of the earth and space itself made them realize that something was wrong. This time, it may not be the final sacrifice, but the final trap. The female demigod who led the Sovalanya family obviously realized this and prepared to quickly return along the original route with the entire family. But by the time they realized they were controlled by greed, it was too late. Countless red hairs floated out from the depths of the earth. They fell on every member of the Sovalanya family and penetrated into their bodies. Most of the red hair fell on the finger bones of the Throne of Doom and entangled it, limiting its contact with the original controller, making it unable to replenish divine power and unable to play any role. All the half-elves of the Sovalanya family were pinned to the spot. Then they moved like puppets, gradually forming a special pattern with half-elves as nodes. Their faces revealed expressions of either fear or sadness. The latter, in particular, have wisely realized that their family's millions of years of efforts may be a huge conspiracy. Millions of years ago, people had already prepared this ending for their family. This is also a form of sacrifice, a sacrifice based on the soul, body, power, and even kingdom of the living demigod. The forging throne reveals the essence of this formation. It was a special sacrifice, just like the group of evil gods that were sacrificed before. The sacrifice began, and Jiang Ziliu had no intention of interfering, even if he had the ability to interfere. The things given by the ancient turtle of time could solve everything. Jiang Ziliu had no intention of rescuing the members of the Sovalanya family, even though they were all beautiful half-elves. What he needed was for the seal to break, for the fragments of the forged throne to be freed from their sealed state. The forged throne once shattered a fragment of itself to seal the universe's mortal enemy. But apparently his kindness was misplaced, as someone later stole the forging origin of his fragments and even destroyed the forging throne's memory of this seal. All his efforts had not been rewarded. Instead, he became a target of others because of his weakness and disability. So, he just watched the seal break. In this sacrifice, all the half-elves of the Sovalanya family turned into blood smoke and merged into the underground seal. Their sacrifice directly constituted the final destruction of the seal. The seal was broken directly. Amidst the shock of time and space, a strange little monkey covered in monkey hair and with 5 eyes broke out from the void. Then the fragment of the forged throne, that is, the chair leg, shattered into the sky, turned into small pieces in the air, fell far away and inserted into the rocky ground in the distance. This five-eyed evil monkey has red hair all over its body and a strange eye pointing upwards on its forehead. There is a pair of eyes on each side of the neck. The pair of monkey eyes on his face look relatively normal. But the difference is that in the pupils of its 5 pairs of eyes, there are abnormal grey cobblestone marks, not the pupils of normal life. It also has a distinct feature, which is a pair of sharp turquoise claws, which are nailed with artifact-grade metal nails and connected by chains to restrict the movement of its claws. There are 3 chains on its body, with metal nails locking its spine, leg bones, and feet. Obviously, even if it was released and walked out of the seal, it was still restricted by the backup plans set up by the Forging Throne and other entities. At the forehead of this monkey evil god with a terrifyingly powerful aura, there is a small palace mark that is not very obvious. The 3 kings of origin have placed extremely difficult to break backup plans in the body, brows, and pupils of this evil god. After millions of years of planning, this monkey evil god laughed excitedly. His terrifying aura was like a black cloud covering the entire starry world. But at this moment, Ziliu took decisive action and sacrificed the power fragment given to him by the ancient time turtle. The monkey evil god, who was once extremely powerful, is now facing the targeting of an even more powerful force. Chapter 205. Ziliu simply couldn't understand this level of power contest, because he was protected by the power of the forged throne, so he only felt that the heaven, earth, and time and space were trembling, but he didn't feel much suppression. The power of the ancient time turtle evolved into a huge divine sky net. When the net fell, the monkey-shaped evil god, who could once fight the 3 kings of origin to a draw and not lose, was completely bound and suppressed under the giant net. Ziliu couldn't see the mystery at all. This level of power was beyond the understanding of even him who only had a superficial understanding of the rules. The only thing he could feel was the mysterious power of time surrounding the terrifying evil god. Then, as he watched, he discovered that the mysterious evil god was gradually aging. His red hair was gradually fading, from an evil red, a terrifying red, a heart-pounding red to grey, weak, and old. Then, each strand of red hair gradually lost its strength and vitality, and fell off his body like old hair. His skin began to become rough and old, like the bark of an aging tree. His bones became weak, brittle, and decayed. His spirit began to deteriorate uncontrollably, as if he was an adult who had completely lost his mental strength and motivation after suffering a serious illness. Time is aging his life, body, soul, and even his will. In the universe, there is nothing that time cannot wash away. Ziliu understood that beings at the level of gods seemed to have obtained eternal life, but that was only relative. It's just that their lifespans are so long that they can be compared to the universe. But the universe itself will age and decay one day, so how can life in the universe be truly eternal? The aging power of time is something that even the universe itself cannot escape. No matter how strong the life in the universe is, under the accelerated aging of time, even the longest lifespan will quickly come to an end. The premise is that your time acceleration can reach that level. Obviously, others cannot do this, but the ancient turtle of time, who is the king of the emperor-level origin, easily did this with a fragment of his own power. The mysterious monkey-shaped evil god roared unwillingly. This is impossible. How can a mere demigod-level ant like you possess the power of an emperor-level origin king? He felt that he was falling rapidly. This evil god had just broken through the seal, and his own power had been worn down to an extremely low state. If he were in a state of full strength, he might still have a chance of survival from the light of power of this emperor-level king of origin. But now in his extremely weak state, facing the power of the emperor-level king of origin, he had no ability to resist at all, and was just a piglet waiting to be killed. He couldn't even fight back, even if the counterattack was directed at Ziliu, who was like an ant in his eyes. In fact, this king of origin level evil god had already discovered Ziliu, who came with the Sovalanya family. But although Ziliu has a solid foundation and extraordinary talent, he is ultimately just a demigod life form like an ant. Even in his weakest state, he can be destroyed by the slightest breath. What the evil god didn't expect was that Jiang Ziliu actually had a powerful backup plan that he didn't know about. He actually had the power of an emperor-level king of origin that was unmarked and extremely pure. What's even more terrible is that this power is the power of time, a kind of time power that is specifically tailored to his taste. Therefore, this evil god had no ability to resist and could only roar in frustration. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that it was not Jiang Ziliu who was trying to destroy him, but an emperor-level origin king had already set his sights on him and was using Jiang Ziliu to destroy him. When an evil god like him was killed, he was rewarded with the luck of the universe, which was so rich that it was unimaginable. This monkey-shaped evil god felt very tragic. But no matter how sad he was, he inevitably fell completely and reached the end of his life. In the end, the evil god was completely wiped out by the power of time and turned into nothingness, and there was no trace of him left in the world. Jiang Ziliu realized for the first time how powerful a super strong man's attack was, the kind that you couldn't even understand. When the evil god fell, the universe felt it and sent down a huge amount of luck. If Jiang Ziliu's reward for the fall of a demigod-level evil god was a sesame seed, then the reward for the fall of this evil god at this moment was a huge super waterfall like a galaxy. This good fortune even becomes tangible and directly manifests itself in the real perspective of ordinary life. The huge fortune fell and quickly split into two. Among them, 9,999% of the luck turned into the primeval world, passed through the mysterious distance of time and space, entered the kingdom of Jiang Ziliu, and fell on the body of the ancient turtle of time. The ancient turtle of time was so happy that its mouth opened wide, and it smiled and took this huge fortune into its body. The forging throne and the ancient tree of wisdom felt jealous when they saw the ancient turtle of time eating meat while they could only drink a sip of soup. The luck was divided into two, and 1/10,000th of the luck was awarded to Jiang Ziliu. Even though Jiang Ziliu only got 1/10,000th. But this 1/10,000th of luck has increased his luck countless times. It can be said that this 1/10,000th of luck this time is countless times greater than the luck reward of a demigod-level evil god's death. Jiang Ziliu just used the power of the emperor-level king of origin of the ancient time turtle and gained a great advantage by obtaining this super huge luck reward. It can be said that this 1 in 10,000 luck has completely pushed Jiang Ziliu to the point where he is almost the sun of luck in a vast star field. Even in the entire Milky Way, Jiang Ziliu now has extremely strong luck and can be regarded as a person with the best luck. He also completely achieved a wave of fat. The gain in luck, although only 1/10,000th of the total, is the greatest benefit Jiang Ziliu has gained since entering the starry sky. But that's not all. Because although the evil god was completely destroyed, a trace of his residual soul power formed a soul crystal that was preserved. The remaining soul power in this soul crystal is less than 1/1,000,000th of the size and mass of the soul crystal that should have existed when this evil god died normally. But even so, it is still a supreme divine treasure. This is a mysterious soul crystal of 7 colors. However, Jiang Ziliu was very cautious. He did not touch the soul crystal directly. Instead, he used a trace of divine power to throw it into the kingdom of God, in front of the ancient turtle of time. What if this tiny soul crystal contains a trace of the evil god's soul? Jiang Ziliu's caution was right. When the soul crystal arrived in front of the ancient time turtle, the ancient time turtle's expression changed and it quickly injected a force into it. Ah! Damn boy, why are you so cautious? The evil god was indeed not a simple person. He actually left a glimmer of hope for himself in the soul crystal. However, this glimmer of hope was destroyed by Jiang Ziliu's caution. Jiang Ziliu was still worried, so he asked the ancient turtle of time to check his whole body and also asked him to look at an area of land. He made sure that the other party was completely dead after this attack, and only then did he feel relieved. For him, this soul crystal is also of great value, and it is his third biggest gain this time. As for the second biggest gain, it was naturally the core fragment of the forging throne standing on the ground not far ahead. Chapter 206 Jiang Ziliu began his final step of work, recovering the fragments of the forged throne. But this step is impossible for him to achieve with his strength. After all, the core fragments of the forging throne were at too high a level, and it seemed extremely difficult for him to even shake the core fragments of the forging throne a little bit. Originally, he was ready to contribute to the forging throne, but his condition was not good after all. If he couldn't exert his strength well, it would alarm certain beings. Therefore, the ancient time turtle, which was still in good condition and could completely hide itself, lent some of its power to Jiang Ziliu, allowing him to successfully move the fragment into his kingdom of God. After the fragment returned, it rushed towards the golden throne of the forged throne on its own without being summoned, and smoothly integrated into it, becoming a part of it. Sure enough, a part of my forging throne essence was stolen. And the reason why that part of my memory disappeared is that this part of my essence was completely refined by someone using an unknown secret method. The forging throne said after completing the fusion of this core fragment. Perhaps, with the help of my origin level forging origin, this guy has already advanced to the king level origin king. But the wise ancient tree said there was no need to worry. You don't have to worry too much. As long as you defeat this man, you can extract your forging essence from him again. However, the god who can use your essence must be a being related to forging. The hint from the ancient tree of wisdom not only made the forged throne think of who was behind this incident, but Jiang Ziliu also guessed it. In the entire universe, there is only one race that focuses on forging and has never been surpassed by anyone. The dwarf tribe. Where does the dwarf's forging ability come from? The dwarf ancestor god. This mysterious but extremely famous ancestor of the dwarves is the original existence who opened up the dwarves' forging ability. He is associated with forging, and has created countless artifacts for the gods of the universe, including the most advanced ones. In this case, the probability that he is the god who stole the origin of the forging throne is the highest. However, it is not an easy task to defeat or even control this person, and to regain the forging origin from him. In fact, the forging throne has become the absolute mortal enemy and rival of the dwarf ancestor god. When the two meet, even if they know each other's news, it will be a fight to the death. Jiang Ziliu didn't know what the forging throne was thinking. Anyway, his idea was that it would be best to wait until he became an emperor, or even an emperor-level king of origin, and then help the forging throne regain the origin of forging. This would be the safest way to deal with it. If that battle was a careful calculation by this person, everything will be settled in the future. A portion of the forging origin does not affect the recovery of my strength, but it will cause a gap in my memory and weaken my combat power to a certain extent. The forged throne said this, and it was obvious that he had seen through everything and was very open-minded. He now doubted whether this origin-level monkey-shaped evil god was deliberately lured into the real universe by the dwarf ancestor god. These kings of origin were born in the universe and are the children of the universe, but they also shoulder the natural mission of protecting the universe itself. This is a responsibility determined by their origin. Jiang Ziliu also guessed something deeper. The dwarf ancestor god might have reached the fourth level of gods, the peak state of the river system level. But he could not find an opportunity to break through to the level of the king of origin. Therefore, he set his sights on the forging throne and other beings. He either accidentally discovered that the seal had absorbed the forging origin of the forging throne, or he deliberately lured in this origin-level evil god and created this great conflict, forcing the forging throne to give up part of its body in order to seal this evil god of the same level. No matter what the situation is, he will be able to take care of everything only when he has enough strength. And judging from the current situation, the forging throne, the ancient tree of wisdom and other existences are more like targets of hunting by the gods of the universe. Otherwise, the forging throne would not be incomplete, the ancient tree of wisdom would not be left with only a stump, and the ancient turtle of time would not have developed the style of an old Taoist priest. All these factors are due to lack of strength. Master, as our master, you have recovered a part of the body for me this time. I will release a part of it and let you see the traces on it. This will be of great help to your improvement. The Forged Throne said that he decided to give Jiang Ziliu some benefits. His feedback still could not be generated, as it would burst Jiang Ziliu, but it was still possible to let Jiang Ziliu take a look at this part of the body that lacked the origin of forging, and let him understand the traces of rules contained in the King of Origin from this side. However, Jiang Ziliu was not yet able to see his true body that contained the origin of forging, and he was unable to control it freely so that Jiang Ziliu could observe it safely. The three kings of origin that Jiang Ziliu had seen before were just their manifestations, not the details of their essence at all. The details of their bodies themselves contain huge mysteries, and these are special mysteries that are dangerous even to watch if you don't have enough strength. Because these details themselves contain the terrifying power of the King of Origin. Although the space where the seal of this evil god is located is desolate, it has a special space. The absolute emptiness can calm the mind and improve understanding. Let's go in and observe it. The ancient turtle of time added. Also, this time your three beasts can also watch. It will be very helpful for them to improve their understanding of the rules. The special time and space that sealed the evil god actually had such an effect. Jiang Ziliu entered that space and time without hesitation and followed their instructions. The portal to that space and time has been opened. This place has been ravaged by origin-level power and is very safe. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu could enter with confidence and watch part of the Forged Throne with the three beasts. This time, Jiang Ziliu and the three beasts were watching a small area of the golden throne legs that had been restored by the Forged Throne. There are special patterns on it, representing some rule-level mysteries. However, these lines seem to be active, as if they are constantly flowing, yet they also seem to be eternally stable, in a contradictory binary state of movement and stillness. What Jiang Ziliu and the three beast masters have to do is to comprehend the rules and information contained in this binary state. This special time and space is different. The four of them quickly concentrated their minds and began to comprehend in an excellent state. This watch lasted for half a year. During the past 6 months, the three beasts have comprehended the rules they are familiar with in the patterns. Akun focused on the earth and the rules of space, and also added the comprehension of the rules of breath. The Thousand Faces observation is about the rules of life, with the added understanding of the rules of change and flow. In addition to the thunder and water rules that White Snake comprehended, she also gained an understanding of the rules of will and soul. The reason they have gained such an increased understanding of the rules is that they are now in extremely good shape and their skills involve these rules. Using skills as an introduction, they began to understand these rules in this state. Jiang Ziliu gained more. He made considerable progress in understanding the rules of earth, space, life, lightning, wind, etc. At the same time, the biggest improvement was in forging rules. He already had strong forging ability, and this time he thoroughly mastered the rules of forging. And because of his special connection with the Forging Throne, and the Forging Throne itself's most powerful accumulation of rules in the forging field, he has made great progress in this area. After getting started, Jiang Ziliu made rapid progress in mastering the forging rules, quickly surpassing other rules and becoming the deepest rule in his comprehension of all the rules. After half a year of improvement, he has made great progress. At the same time, the ancient turtle of light was also in his kingdom of God, processing the soul crystals of the evil god, refining them into soul dew, which continuously replenished his soul. The ancient tree of wisdom also used the divine crystals he obtained to purify them, providing Jiang Ziliu with some high-quality divine power. As a result, the rules were understood, and Jiang Ziliu and the three beasts' strength upgraded naturally without any deliberate effort. Jiang Ziliu ascended to the 9th level of demigod in one breath, reaching the peak state of demigod level. He reached a state where he could not improve any further, and then he exited the state of understanding the rules. And his three beasts were all upgraded to the 6th level of demigod, becoming beasts of the 6th level of demigod. Jiang Ziliu and his three beasts have all been greatly improved. If it weren't for the demigod level, the gap between each realm would be extremely huge. The feedback generated by the three beasts would definitely allow him to transcend the demigod level and reach the planetary god level. However, Jiang Ziliu still chose to consolidate the foundation and wait for the opportunity to advance. Chapter 207. After reaching the 9th level of demigod in one breath, Jiang Ziliu stopped this upgrade. He has reached the point where he can no longer make any progress. The next step is to ignite the fire of his soul and break through to the true entrance to the realm of God, the Spirit. Demigods are actually just a transitional level from ordinary life to gods. This is a realm that did not exist in the ancient times. At that time, all life forms were innate gods. At most, some people would comprehend the profound rules one day, and under the influence of the power of the rules, they would become gods in the next step. Later, some powerful people studied and simplified this kind of improvement, and evolved the improvement from mortal spirits to divine spirits into the realm of demigod. This evolution was later engraved in the laws of the universe and became an inevitable path for the evolution of life in the entire universe. Divine spirits are the true entry point to God-level life. Ignite the fire of the soul and condense all the rules to achieve the core godhood, and you will become a planetary god, a big boss who can destroy planets with one move. This step is extremely dangerous. Only 1 out of 100 demigods can keep an eye on that little bit of inspiration during the promotion process and truly be promoted to a god. The most likely outcome for the other 99 people is death. This realm has the same risks as the advancement from the supreme to demigod, and is even more dangerous. The essence of this step of transformation is to ignite a little divine fire in the soul, truly accept the rules, control the rules, and become completely united with the power of the rules. Because it uses the soul as fuel, it is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, the entire soul will be burned to ashes, causing the demigod to perish. But this step is not difficult. The trouble is that the burning of the soul will bring terrible pain. Even in such severe pain, he calmly controlled the orderly burning of the divine fire, looking for a clue for the fusion of soul and rules in the divine fire. The difficulty of this kind of operation under extreme pain and control under severe soul anguish can be imagined. People whose souls are not strong enough, whose wills are not strong enough, and whose hearts are not good enough may even experience mental demons and hallucinations in this process. Therefore, only creatures with strong wills have a greater chance of becoming gods. These situations are the reason why the probability of demigods becoming gods falling is extremely high. Most of the demigods who have reached the top level maintain themselves at the 9th level of the demigod realm, using their powerful combat power to maintain their families and power, and dare not take another step forward. Only a few courageous, ambitious, or lucky enough creatures who are protected by special natural treasures dare to embark on the adventure of igniting the sacred fire. Jiang Ziliu was not ready to ignite the divine fire immediately and become a planetary god. Because he had just experienced extremely rapid progress, he still needed to comprehend, adapt, and master his own divine power, divine kingdom, divine soul, and rules more carefully. Only when the power is completely integrated into himself and he can control it smoothly and freely without any flaws, is it the best time for him to ignite the divine fire. Jiang Ziliu completed this upgrade, and he had a bold idea. He wanted to move this time and space to the origin ship Warmer as his fixed place of practice. After all, such a space-time that can increase the effect of understanding rules is very useful. As soon as he proposed this idea, Acon, Jianmian, and Bai Niangzi all nodded vigorously to show their approval, and together with Jiang Ziliu, they looked expectantly at the three kings of origin. Such a useful place for cultivation, whoever uses it will be addicted to it. The speed of comprehending the rules and the efficiency are many times higher than usual. Looking at the four expectant eyes in front of me. Forging the throne, the ancient tree of wisdom said that it would be difficult to handle because the noise they made was too loud. The meaning is very clear. When the sixth old man, Guanji an ancient turtle, did this, he was absolutely silent. But the ancient turtle of time did not want to help. He was more accustomed to taking less action and causing less trouble. If it were not for the fact that this opportunity was too good and he could get a lot of luck, he would not even be willing to help Jiang Ziliu eliminate the evil god, and was only willing to help him escape. It's just that destroying the enemy means reducing trouble, which is why he offered his help. But unable to withstand the expectant looks of several people, and the fact that he had indeed obtained a large amount of luck, the ancient turtle of time finally contributed a fragment of power, the kind of power fragment that cleared his aura. Jiang Ziliu used this fragment of power to successfully transfer the entire small world of time and space that sealed the evil god to the interior of the Origin Divine ship, which became a common place for everyone to practice. There is not a trace of power inside this small world of time and space, it is an absolutely empty place. But it is precisely this effect of emptiness that can enhance one's understanding and make one's mind peaceful and tranquil. Jiang Ziliu was lucky this time and did not cause any trouble. Perhaps this has something to do with receiving a large amount of luck. After completing this task, Jiang Ziliu suddenly remembered one thing, that is, where did the finger bones of the Throne of Doom go? This thing is a rare treasure. Luck-related treasures can play a huge role if used properly. Don't look for it anymore. That thing has intelligence and it escaped into the void on its own when things went wrong. The wise ancient tree saw through Jiang Ziliu's thoughts and broke his idea of the finger bone of doom. This made Jiang Ziliu feel a little sorry. It was a pity that he didn't get the finger bones of the Throne of Doom, but Jiang Ziliu's gains from this trip were already very good. Not only did he retrieve the core fragments of the forging throne, he also obtained an origin-level soul crystal, a special space-time world suitable for comprehending the rules. After searching the continent and making sure there were no other good things, Jiang Ziliu decided to return. But he suddenly thought of a question. Since this is the place where the forged throne and the other two kings of origin fought against the evil god, did those two leave any good things behind? Jiang Ziliu asked directly, who do you think the other two kings of origin are? Do they have any good things left behind? Neither the forging throne nor the ancient tree of wisdom answered this question because they felt the possibility was not high, and they also did not sense any other obvious origin-level aura. Jiang Ziliu is obviously very enthusiastic about treasure hunting now, so it is difficult for them to discourage him. Those two, one is the Greystone throne, and the other is the Casting Palace throne, both are kings of the king-level origin. It is indeed possible that they have some good things left, but the possibility is not high in this continent, and we don't have time to look for them. The passage we came in from is only open at a specific time. If we don't leave soon, we will be trapped in here. The ancient turtle of time didn't want to be trapped here with Jiang Ziliu, so he reminded him. Hearing this, Jiang Ziliu dared not stay any longer, and immediately rode his horse as fast as he could, rushing towards the outside of the Origin Divine ship. After crossing the vast starry sky, they finally broke away from this Origin Divine ship. Jiang Ziliu was somewhat interested in this divine ship of origin, because its level was much higher than that of the Hammer of God. But the ancient turtle of time said that this Origin Divine ship was indeed an imperial-level Origin Divine ship, but it had been completely decayed, its spirit had been annihilated, and its immortal divinity could only maintain this state and could not be repaired at all. In other words, the cost of repairing it is enough to build a new Origin Divine ship. Jiang Ziliu felt very regretful, but he soon stopped feeling regretful because on his way back to the space-time channel leading to the ancient battlefield, he unexpectedly picked up a space storage ring, which contained 3,000 planetary-level divine crystals and 30 small bottles of soul dew. Then he picked up a planetary-level divine sword and a divine tower of the same level that could gather the energy of heaven and earth. This divine tower in particular can nearly triple the bonus effect on the recovery of divine power. After 2 consecutive harvests, Jiang Ziliu felt that his luck had become particularly good, and he had a feeling of good fortune that he might even pick up treasures while walking. This is a special state that was favored by the luck of heaven and earth after he obtained a large amount of luck. Jiang Ziliu did not immerse himself in this overly, and quickly left this special level of the ancient battlefield and returned to the universe. Chapter 208 After leaving the ancient battlefield, Ziliu was temporarily confused and didn't know what direction to go or what to do. According to his own idea, he would rather find a suitable place and develop quietly. However, the forging throne shattered his fantasy. Now that a portion of the core fragments have been recovered, my condition is no longer so bad. I can already locate the vague positions of the other fragments. I can clearly feel that one of the fragments is in the center of this river system. After hearing what the forged throne said, Ziliu thought again and decided to continue his journey to help the forged throne find all his fragments. He gave up Godeo and did this because he had a concern. That is, the fragments of the forging throne here have disappeared. If the dwarf ancestor god who is suspected to be the mastermind knew this, he would definitely find a way to find the other core fragments of the forging throne first, or seal them in a terrible and dangerous place, or hide them in an unknown place, or even in the negative universe. The forged throne was destined to be his mortal enemy, and his best option was to do this. If Ziliu were the dwarven ancestor god, he would not hesitate to use any means that might prevent the revival of the forged throne. As a powerful person who grew up in endless storms, it is instinctive for him to treat danger with caution. The choice of carelessly ignoring the possible threats posed by the enemy is a low-probability event. Therefore, Ziliu decided to speed up the recovery of all fragments of the forging throne. As a person of the Godeo sect, Ziliu habitually lowered his chi back to the second level of demigod, hid 7 levels, and then embarked on a new journey. This time, Ziliu did not drive his own demigod-class spaceship, but chose to take the interstellar cruise ship of the Interstellar Passenger Transportation Company. This is a passenger transport branch of the By-Land Chamber of Commerce of the Interstellar Void Chamber of Commerce. The By-Land Chamber of Commerce is a type of void merchant chamber of commerce, which was established by several powerful god-level void merchants. The half-dragon that Ziliu met before and who provided him with the blood of a true dragon was a member of the By-Land Chamber of Commerce. This kind of interstellar cruise ship is called a cruise ship, but in fact it is a divine ship of the star-level divine level. Inside it there is an extremely huge small world, with countless villas built inside this world. Each ticket is equivalent to 1 villa for each tourist. A cruise ship can carry billions or even tens of billions of passengers. Since it is a stellar god level artifact, its protective power has also reached the planetary god level, at least on the surface. When traveling on such a magical ship, there is no need to worry about the invasion of interstellar pirates, the harassment of interstellar lords, the attacks of star beasts, the mysterious natural dangers in the universe, and the various forbidden places and natural dangers in the universe that are not obvious. The battleship itself has countless information data, which can avoid many things. The tickets for this ship are also different, with a total of 12 levels. Generally, those who take this ship are mostly merchants engaged in interstellar trade. They store their goods on the ship, but they only need to pay some high-value crystals to realize interstellar voyage. Ziliu booked a 10th level ticket, which is a demigod level ticket, but he paid with divine crystals. The 10th level ticket allows his spiritual power to extend beyond the hull and keep an eye on any movements outside the divine ship. Ziliu is not short of money now, what he needs is security. So he chose to give out some divine crystals and let others protect him, and he would not show his strength unless it was absolutely necessary. The people from the By-Land Chamber of Commerce will ensure his safety and secrecy. Ziliu's villa is also more luxurious. After the ship sets sail, he can also receive notifications at any time, telling him what area of the starry sea the ship has passed through, what features there are, etc. A 10th class ticket requires a lot of divine crystals, but its other great value is intelligence information. It can inform you at any time of the interstellar geography, forces, strong people, races, and other information of the area you pass through. This information and intelligence is extremely important to many demigods and even gods who have never experienced interstellar voyages. For Ziliu, it is even more important. The first stop of this interstellar cruise was Terra, and then it went directly through the territory of the Three-Eyed Titan. Facing the passing interstellar cruise ship, Jiang Ziliu noticed that a ninth realm demigod was closely following it, and had followed it all the way out of the star field controlled by the three-eyed titans. But they had no objection to the interstellar cruise ship passing straight through their territory. Some three-eyed titans even boarded cruise ships and embarked on their own interstellar voyages. In the star field of the three-eyed titan, not all people are three-eyed titans, there are also many servants of the three-eyed titan. They also have their own star systems and their own life stars. After all, although the three-eyed titan has a powerful bloodline, its people are very rare. Without relying on this kind of servant tribe, they would not be able to control such a vast star field. But from the reaction of the three-eyed titan, we can also see the deterrent power of the Balan Chamber of Commerce. After leaving the star field of the three-eyed titan, it is not the star field of any race, but a real interstellar void zone. Stars, planets, and even nebulae here are extremely rare, and it belongs to an empty star field. Even ordinary interstellar pirates would not appear in such a place. Because it is easy to get lost here, the possibility of interstellar ray streams existing in such places is very low, but it still exists. Some cosmic disasters will also pass through such places, and because of their silence, nothingness, and darkness, it is difficult for people to discover some cosmic disasters that arrive at the speed of light. The God-class interstellar cruise ship is very confident in passing through such areas. It is not afraid of such danger at all. Most importantly, passing through such areas can save time and resources. Because this cruise ship is a multi-purpose spacecraft that flies around the Milky Way in a figure-8 trajectory, carrying passengers and cargo. The intersection of the 8 characters is at the center of the Milky Way, which is Jiang Ziliu's goal. When it passes through such areas, it flies at superluminal speed. In other living environments, it flies at low speeds most of the time, carrying as many passengers as possible. If superluminal flight is no longer necessary, it would take more than 20,000 years to travel from Terra to the Milky Way at the speed of light. In fact, this interstellar cruise ship only needs 3 years to reach the center of the Milky Way. This is even after it makes numerous stops along the way, allowing passengers to spend a few days visiting some famous interstellar locations. The speed of the interstellar cruise ship is actually not slow at all. Jiang Ziliu understood all this information, and after passing through this empty star field, he looked forward to the next journey. Chapter 209. After leaving the dark void star field, the interstellar cruise ship did not cross the star field ahead, but passed along the edge of the star field and picked up tourists and businessmen in this star field. Jiang Ziliu then obtained intelligence information about the cruise ship itself. This star region belongs to a large ethnic group in the Milky Way, the starry sky sphere of influence of the alien race. The star people are a subspecies of the human race, just like the Blue Mercury people. But the difference is that the Blue Mercury people are the main branch of the entire human race, while the star people are an alternative subspecies. They are a subhuman race with a natural affinity for star power, which was created in ancient times when humans merged with the blood of some giant star beasts. Due to their powerful strength, they gradually separated from the human race and became the alien race. The star people are very powerful, one of the most powerful tribes in the Milky Way. Their talent for taming beasts, strength, and growth rate are not that monstrous, but one special thing about the star people is their star attributes. The aura brought by this star attribute makes them naturally friendly to star power. At the same time, this also makes the star beasts naturally have a good impression of them. If an alien tribe could obtain a cub of a giant star beast and raise it from a young age, they could form an alternative partnership. This partnership later developed into an equal contract. But it is just an improved version of the universe beast taming contract. Both parties are equal, and there is no such thing as one party dying and the other party being in trouble. At the same time, there is no power feedback, it is just that they can communicate and contact each other secretly. But this kind of equal relationship is enough to make some star beasts become part of the alien race's combat power. Some powerful star beasts are not weaker than the 4th level river level gods, and some even reach the origin level in combat power. Therefore, under such circumstances, the strength of the entire alien race increased greatly, and it directly became one of the most powerful races in the Milky Way. It's just that the alien race themselves is not strong enough and there are not many strong people. They can only defend themselves and cannot effectively expand. Because the star beasts are willing to protect the alien people and protect them from harm, but are unwilling to fight for their interests. Therefore, the alien people usually do not take any actions outside. They are focused on developing their own star territory and defending their own territory. At the same time, they will be highly guarded against the forces from outside entering their star territory, and may even directly attack them. The aliens are very sensitive to external forces, so the interstellar cruise ship orbits their border. Jiang Ziliu listened to the intelligence and looked at the images, videos, and even pictures of the alien race fighting together with the star beasts on the electronic screen. It can be said that the Bi-Land Chamber of Commerce is very trustworthy. Once the money is paid, the information provided is pure and without any adulteration. The interstellar cruise ship stayed in a starry sky port here for 3 days. Other tourists got off the boat for sightseeing, and merchants got off the boat for a brief transaction. Only Jiang Ziliu did not move. He just observed everything here with the power of his soul. He saw the aliens, who were similar to humans but whose skin had a star-like luster, and felt their special blood connection with the stars. But as for the aliens, he just observed them for a while and did not do much research. Jiang Ziliu pays more attention to these small businessmen in the same industry. They spend most of their lives on interstellar cruise ships. The 3 to 10 days spent docking at major ports is the best time for them to purchase or sell goods. They like to purchase and sell inexpensive and relatively rare goods the most. These people rely on interstellar cruise ships to survive. The profits are not high, but their lives are safe and stable, and they have continuous resources to improve their strength. As long as nothing happens to the interstellar cruise ship itself, they will live a more stable and comfortable life than those creatures on the planets with life. Interstellar Cruises itself also welcomes the presence of such merchants. The Bi-Land Chamber of Commerce looked down upon such a small profit that required much effort, but at least half of the profits made by these small merchants were given to the interstellar cruise liners in the form of ship tickets. At least 30% of Star Cruises' revenue comes from them. Observing these creatures made Jiang Ziliu feel that in the starry sky, not only powerful creatures can survive well, but those who have brains and can find a good way can also survive well. Most of these small businessmen came from some weak races. But there is no shortage of people from powerful tribes. For example, goblins. The goblins are good at business, and are also good at making various machines and mechanical puppets. They have a strong influence in the starry sky. But some goblins don't like to hang out with their own people because they are too shrewd. Some goblins choose to work on their own, but 9 out of 10 of them end up in trouble. They are part of the small merchants on this interstellar cruise ship. They are just different. They like to collect raw materials and resources, make them into various practical goblin weapons and puppets, and then look for opportunities to sell them. Their forging technology is not weak, and they are particularly good at mechanical puppets. Jiang Ziliu observed some of the forging rules from these goblin merchants, which made him a little suspicious of the goblins. He suspected that their ancestor or the strongest one might be the one who tampered with the origin of forging. The ancestor god of the goblins was also included in Jiang Ziliu's warning list because of this observation. After leaving the alien tribe, the interstellar cruise ship then appeared in a special star field. Because this star field is very special, it has an extremely huge supercontinent that looks like a star system. But there is not much land on the continent, but endless ocean. This is not a natural terrain, but an interstellar ocean created by powerful gods. This star region belongs to the starfish centaur race. Their clan originated from an ocean-type life star here. They are an intelligent race that evolved from a starfish after undergoing a mutation. The strongest of their clan is a beginner-level river god spirit. This person transformed their original star system into a huge continental ocean environment the size of a star system. The special environment here has also attracted the curiosity of countless people and has become a famous tourist attraction in the Milky Way. The starfish centaur race is also a relatively open race. Except for the deep sea, which is a forbidden place, other places can be visited freely by outsiders. Of course, anyone who is stronger than a certain level of strength will arouse their vigilance. This race is a farming race that is particularly good at marine farming. They love peace and do not like war. But their regenerative abilities are extremely strong, and they are very good at applying water rules. Their beasts are also starfish of various natures, possessing all sorts of strange skills and powers, which makes their combat power not weak at all. The starfish centaurs are considered one of the most powerful races in the galaxy. The cautious Jiang Ziliu also did not get off the boat, but just watched this rare spectacle of the starry sky and ocean on the boat. This is also a breeding ground for water-based exotic beasts. People of other races who want to capture young water-based exotic beasts will come here. The starfish centaur tribe will be open to the public on a limited basis, and while maintaining the ecological balance, they will also charge fees to earn revenue. After leaving the territory of the starfish centaurs, the interstellar cruise ship Jiang was on passed through the territories of countless races in the galaxy. What he saw along the way opened his eyes. Gradually, his previously improved strength was thoroughly consolidated, and his journey also approached the center of the Milky Way. This is a place rich in resources. Because of its special geographical location, it has become a public area. It is also the place where countless hidden powerful people live in seclusion. Chapter 210. The center of the Milky Way is a geographical hub and a core commercial area, but it is also the front line in the entire galaxy against alien beasts and even evil gods. At the center of this place, the original super black hole has been replaced by a supergiant ancient battlefield. The place where the alien beasts and their evolved evil gods invaded most severely was the center of this galaxy. After Jiang Ziliu arrived here, he officially ended his journey supported by the interstellar cruise ship. The center of the Milky Way is now replaced by a supergiant continent dozens of light years away. 5 supergiant stars orbit in its sky, forming the day and night here. Legend has it that this place was once completely shattered by the invasion of the negative universe, but later a super powerful person shaped this continent and transformed it into a supercontinent similar to a top-level artifact, which prevented the entire galaxy from collapsing. As soon as Jiang Ziliu got off the boat, he felt a very faint but very familiar breath coming from the underground of this continent. The breath of the forged throne. This continent seems to have been shaped by me, but I have no memory of it at all. The forging throne also felt the aura of his own power and expressed his guess. This place was indeed built by you. I was secretly watching from a distance at the time, but since you built it, I have completely lost contact with you," said the ancient turtle of time. "The events here may involve a king of king origin, or even an emperor of king origin, so I didn't spy on the time and people involved. But it's obvious that your amnesia is inseparable from the changes here." After hearing his words, the forged throne fell silent. He discovered that although he was powerful in the past, he seemed to be a good person and a strong person with a strong sense of responsibility. Unfortunately, his efforts did not seem to have yielded good results. If he had Jiang Ziliu's cautious character and his way of doing things, he might still be living a very comfortable life now. Look at the ancient tortoise of time. It doesn't care about anything and doesn't get involved in anything, but it lives a very long life and has existed peacefully until now. The reality in the real world is that most people who carry firewood for others freeze to death in the snow and wind. In a certain technological universe, a sword wielder named Luoji protected humanity, but his end was very miserable, and he was targeted by the very humans he was protecting. It is unlikely to expect others to be grateful or even remember. Jiang Ziliu suspected that although the king of origin, the forged throne, was powerful, he still used fragments of his own body to seal the evil god. There is no guarantee that he used part of his own body when shaping this continent and stabilizing the entire galaxy. Others are working hard to improve themselves and maintain their integrity, but this guy, Forged Throne, is more comfortable with fragmentation. As a result, I broke myself into what I am now. This continent is called the Galactic Center Continent. The very center of the entire origin continent is the former core of the Milky Way, and it is also the largest channel for the invasion of alien beasts and evil gods from the negative universe. This place is guarded in the most strict way by all major races in the entire galaxy. In the entire galactic heart continent, there are nearly 30 powerful races stationed here, among which the Blue Mercury human race has also established a stronghold here. This person made Jiang Ziliu feel familiar, because his surname was Nangong, and he was probably from the same family as the Nangong King Liu he knew. Moreover, this human god named Nangong Baili is actually a top-level galaxy-level god, and he is only half a step away from being promoted to the river level. Jiang Ziliu did not choose to visit this fellow tribesman at his home. Jiang Ziliu, who had just arrived at the Milky Way continent, stopped at Giant Tree Port, a commercial port on the edge of the Silver Heart continent. In the center of Giant Tree Port, there is a galaxy-level sacred tree, the Holy Morning Sun Tree. The most powerful protective force for the entire port comes from it. This is said to be a starry sky port, but in fact it is an extremely huge city. Only creatures in the Milky Way can enter the interior of the galactic center continent through here. However, to pass here, one must undergo a strength test. Creatures with outrageous strength or traces of evil god power in their strength will be targeted or screened out. After all, this is also a frontline battlefield, and internal stability is very important. As for entering the galactic heart continent from other places, I believe some people are unwilling to try. The army and strong men stationed here will capture or even kill any creature that enters the galactic heart continent from any non-port location at any time. Creatures arriving from non-port locations are more likely to be treated as invaders. Jiang Ziliu did not immediately enter the real interior of the Yingxin continent. He began to look for relevant information in Giant Tree Port, especially information about the dwarf people. He needed a more reliable dwarf intelligence dealer to obtain detailed information about the Silver Heart continent. When arriving at any unfamiliar place, it has become Jiang Ziliu's instinct to look for relevant information. After some searching, Jiang Ziliu finally identified a very reliable dwarf intelligence dealer. There are many dwarf intelligence dealers living here, but only the information from this dwarf named Dota is the most reliable. If he himself is not sure, or has doubts about the intelligence information, he will definitely not tell the client, but will directly say that he is not sure either. The information I bought from him is over 95% true. As for the other dwarf humans, they were able to ensure the authenticity of the intelligence was above 75%, which was an excellent performance. Although Dota's intelligence is true, the price he quoted is very high, and his intelligence is often not detailed enough. But this was nothing to Jiang Ziliu. What he needed was truly effective intelligence. It's not a problem if you ask for more money. As for the not very accurate but relatively detailed intelligence, it can be purchased from other dwarf intelligence dealers who charge a low price. This time, Jiang Ziliu paid nearly 100 planetary-level divine crystals to buy the information he needed from Dota with a relatively high degree of authenticity, including relevant information about the origin of the Silver Heart continent. At the same time, he also obtained a lot of information about the evil gods and strange beasts here. This information allowed Jiang Ziliu to determine the detailed information of the Yingxin continent, including the distribution of forces, information about the strong, taboo information, secret rumors, etc. He then obtained a lot of intelligence information from other dwarf intelligence dealers, which was not very accurate but very detailed. These situations consumed 1/3 of his current demigod-level wealth. After all, the types of intelligence information Jiang Ziliu needs are very diverse, but the reality is that every piece of intelligence is of great value. But this also laid a solid foundation for his subsequent actions here. Chapter 211. After finding out the detailed information about the size of this place and knowing the many secret taboos of the Silver Heart continent, Jiang Ziliu carefully passed the security check entrance with the strength of the second level of demigod and sneaked into the interior of the Silver Heart continent. In the Silver Heart continent, the most powerful force is not the troops stationed here by the major races. It's a college. Galaxy Beast Academy. This academy was founded by a top-level river-level deity. He implemented a policy of teaching without discrimination. Geniuses of all races, after passing the assessment, could enter to study and improve themselves. The strong men from all races can become teachers there after passing the test. The Galaxy Beastmaster Academy was established not long ago, only about 1,000 years ago, but it has rapidly developed into the most powerful force in the Galaxy Heart continent by relying on its strategy of teaching without discrimination and its policy of not excluding weak races, weak forces, or ordinary students. His founder was the most powerful person in the Silver Heart continent. However, this person also has a very special identity. Because this person was from Huaxia, Blue Water Star, and his name was Lu Tianyi. He was originally a teacher, a latecomer type of strong man. His beast taming talent was only A level, but he grew up to be a true cosmic level top god. In the current starry sky, the origin level powerhouses cannot hide, and the peak galaxy level powerhouses are the most powerful force in the open. Lu Tianyi had good luck and grew up without any major troubles. His strength improved very slowly. He was the type who was improving all the time, but the progress was not fast, but there was no bottleneck that could limit him. After growing up, Lu Tianyi traveled through the starry sky and finally settled on the Milky Way continent. He felt that there were so many races here, but there was a lack of a place that could accommodate all races and allow the lives of all major races to truly coexist in one. So he went back to his old profession in life, teaching. Lu Tianyi established himself here with his powerful strength. He set up the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy and invited powerful independent men of various races whom he met during his travels to be teachers. They were all friends of Lu Tianyi and had good character, so the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy quickly gathered a large number of powerful people. Its reputation gradually grew and its appeal greatly increased, attracting countless geniuses and young creatures with extremely high talents from weak races to join. The Galaxy Beastmaster Academy also took the initiative to share part of the task of resisting the invasion of evil gods and beastmasters, and at the same time obtained enough spoils from these affairs, which gradually enriched the resources of the Academy. With strength, fame, students, and resources, this Academy naturally entered a state of rapid development and is now the most powerful force in the Silver Heart continent. There is another reason why the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy is the #1 force in the Silver Heart continent, and that is that it has a lenient admission policy but a strict graduation policy. The requirements to enter this academy are not high. As long as you are under 20 years old and have basic talent for taming beasts, you can enter. However, a talent test is still required for entry, and students with different talents are assigned to different classes. The gods can easily open up a big world, and naturally can accommodate these large numbers of beastmasters. The college will then issue tasks and have senior students serve as teachers to teach these junior students. From mediocre classes to outstanding classes, they are taught by teachers of different levels. Then there is the Academy's point system. Anyone who can tam a beast can complete a point-earning task and exchange the points for basic or advanced resources of the Academy. In short, any living creature that can come to the Silver Heart continent can enter the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy. Getting in is not the key, whether you can graduate is the key. The standard for graduating from the Galaxy Beast Academy is demigod level. Only by successfully advancing to demigod can you be recognized as a graduate by the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy. You can continue to grow here, or you can leave halfway, provided that you do not owe the Academy any points. However, such a graduation will not be recognized by the Academy, and the major forces in the universe only recognize students who can truly graduate from the Galaxy Beast Academy. Students who have just entered the college from the major branches will be in a state of owing points to the college for the first 10 years. Here, because of the points system, all promotions and competitions become fairer and more just. But at the same time, the competition here has become very fierce. If you want good resources and more points, you have to fight with strange beasts and fight for your life on the defense line of the Silver Heart continent. Otherwise, the strictly segmented task system will make the gap between you and others grow wider and wider. There is no possibility of taking advantage of the college here. Because Lu Tianyi himself was not very talented, he gave his students a chance to grow regardless of their talent, and also gave them a chance to achieve success later in life, as long as you have perseverance and a tenacious heart. After Jiang Ziliu entered the Silver Heart continent, he paid most attention to the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy. Because there are rumors that the real core of the Silver Heart continent is in the Galaxy Beast Master Academy. This also means that if the core of the Silver Heart continent is composed of the core fragments of the Forging Throne, he has to find a way from the Galaxy Beast Master Academy to retrieve the fragments. Jiang Ziliu came to the outskirts of the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy, and competed for a position as a teacher in the Supreme class as a demigod, and successfully infiltrated the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy. He planned to stay here for a period of time as a teacher and secretly find out more secret information about the Silver Heart continent. Because of the large limitations of probability determination, there is no way to quickly locate the fragments. On the first day of becoming a teacher, Jiang Ziliu met the students he was going to teach on the training ground. There are 97 students in his class, only 3 of them are human, and the rest are all alien races from other major races. As soon as Jiang Ziliu entered the training ground, he briefly introduced his pseudonym identity. This time, he has been using the same vest he used on the interstellar cruise ship. His identity is still that of a human from the blue planet, but his appearance and body shape are definitely different. Contacting outsiders and always maintaining a special vest has become a compulsory course for Jiang Ziliu. He was in charge of 3 classes numbered S751, S684, and S771. There were 96 students in each class, all of whom were Supreme Beast Masters under the age of 300. Jiang Ziliu's job is to be a teacher of Supreme Soul Transformation. I am your new teacher. There is only 1 class per week. After class, you have 3 hours to ask questions and get answers. I have no interest in guiding you during the rest of the time. Your training in my hands is just one thing, which is to resist my spiritual pressure. He only has 3 classes a week, each lasting half a day. This is the case for the entire academy. During the 3 days of class time, students either study on their own or go out on missions to earn money. Of course, if you don't like my class, you don't have to come. As long as you can survive the year-end exam under my spiritual pressure, you will pass. He didn't set too many rules, and now his greater interest was the library of the Galaxy Beast Academy. The library's rich and advanced collection of books can expand his inadequate knowledge of the starry sky and the universe. As for the issue of investigating the core of the galactic center continent, he determined it using probability judgment. The core of the galaxy continent does not have the core fragments of the Forged Throne. However, the second fragment of the Forging Throne is indeed in the Galactic Heart continent. It may be on the Galactic Heart continent, or it may be in the hands of a powerful person, or it may be in a small dimensional world in a certain Galactic Heart continent. Of course, the worst-case scenario is that it is in the negative universe on the other side. Jiang Ziliu's probability judgment involving the origin power can only be carried out once every 10 days, so he has no way to rush now. He can only make a probability judgment on the core fragments of the Forging Throne once every 10 days. He spent the rest of his time reading books to broaden his knowledge. Jiang Ziliu's first lesson was to display a soul pressure that was 3 times stronger than that of these students, allowing them to be tempered under his soul pressure. At the same time, he will also talk about some key points about soul transformation as appropriate. However, most of this knowledge can be learned by these students from the college library, and they can also find the relevant knowledge through their own student terminals. Therefore, he did not need to give a detailed explanation. He just needed to let them experience the power of souls and fight against this soul power. Nothing is as real and profound as personal experience. The purpose of the Galaxy Beast Academy is that the Academy provides core knowledge and information, and you have to work hard for the rest. Jiang Ziliu lived a comfortable life every day and was preparing to make a breakthrough to the divine level. But what he didn't know was that a little girl with a mysterious background in his class had been secretly observing him for a long time. Chapter 212. Jiang Ziliu immersed himself in the library every day. After reading some secret knowledge about demigods and gods, he temporarily stopped the steps of immediately becoming a god. Because the times are progressing, different times and different environments have their own advantages. The ancient tree of wisdom and the forged throne have been silent for too long and don't know much about the outside world. The ancient turtle of time does not pay much attention to knowledge related to demigods and planetary gods. Their level is too high, which means they basically don't pay much attention to the subtle changes at the bottom level. Intelligent beings throughout the universe have been studying the advancement of demigod and god levels, as well as the related secret techniques involved. In particular, some secret techniques related to rules, also known as divine arts, are upgraded versions of the skills of strong people below demigod level, and are regularized skills. Jiang Ziliu was just one person before, and didn't know much about this. He was more of a pure application of the rules, and didn't know much about divine arts. But now, he has learned the knowledge of divine arts in the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy. The knowledge of divine arts is a skill upgrade power that is only in the hands of major forces, and it is a huge increase in combat power. When ordinary rules are applied, the combat power is 10. Then, with the use of magic arts of different levels, the combat power level data will become 20, 30, or even 50, 60. Some of the most advanced magic arts can even increase the combat power data to 100, which is a 10-fold increase in combat power. The more divine arts a demigod has mastered and the more rules he or she comprehends, the more his or her divine arts will transform when he or she advances to a higher level of deity, and then he or she will reach the divine realm. The divine art itself is a combination of rules and rune technology, and is engraved in the kingdom of God using the secret method of refining equipment. The more divine arts are engraved, the greater the increase in combat power will be. At the same time, the kingdom of God will also be strengthened because of the divine arts. When a demigod ignites the divine fire, the presence of divine magic will enhance the stability of the demigod's soul and resistance to the pain of the divine fire. Therefore, divine arts can, to a certain extent, increase the probability of a demigod becoming a god. The more advanced the divine art, and the more it fits the rules that one understands, the more it can increase the probability of a demigod's advancement. When a demigod is promoted to a god, his divine arts will also be sublimated. At that time, the divine arts will evolve into a range of forces, realizing the territorialization of the power of divine arts. Within the domain, the power of divine arts not only did not weaken, but its range was also strengthened. If the understanding of the rules reaches a certain level, the magic itself can be sublimated with the rules, and even a higher level of power can be obtained. Supernatural power. Therefore, the starry sky forces do not conceal the secrets about the soul hidden star, it is normal knowledge in the starry sky. But the star forces blocked the knowledge about divine arts. However, divine arts are new powers that the gods later gain through research and improvement based on the powers of demigods and gods. Regarding the knowledge of divine arts, the three kings of origin, the forging throne, the ancient tree of wisdom, and the ancient turtle of time, do not know much for various reasons. But after discovering the power of divine magic, they all became interested in it. Especially the ancient tree of wisdom, he asked Jiang Ziliu to exchange some magic for him to study. With the power of the ancient tree of wisdom, it can definitely innovate and create more and better magic. After all, he is an ancient tree of wisdom, representing the wise rules of the universe. In the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy, Jiang Ziliu can obtain the public and secret knowledge about demigods for free, can browse the interstellar public knowledge, and can know all the knowledge below demigods. However, he needs to exchange Academy points for knowledge about divine arts. Moreover, in exchange for Academy points, he had to swear a special oath, restricting him from leaking information about divine arts to anyone or any force. Jiang Ziliu originally planned to be promoted to a planetary-level god immediately, but now, he decided to postpone the matter. He needs to exchange divine arts, conduct study and research, and upgrade the ancient tree of wisdom, so as to further enhance his kingdom of God with divine arts and lay a better foundation for himself. As for the so-called oath, although the rules involved in the oath are very extraordinary, the ancient tree of wisdom can break it directly. The oath that the magic cannot be passed on to outsiders cannot bind Jiang Ziliu. However, as a teacher in the academy, Jiang Ziliu could only exchange for a lowest level magic after completing 1 year of teaching. Jiang Ziliu had no other choice but to accept some forging tasks from the academy, forge some semi-artifacts and hand them in, only then could he collect the minimum level of divine magic points. The first divine art he exchanged was a low-level divine art called Hidden Realm. These magical arts can hide part of one's strength in front of a strong person of the same level who is not one major realm higher than oneself. But before that, Jiang Ziliu's concealment of his strength was achieved to a certain extent by borrowing a little power from the forging throne. If not for this, his true realm would have long been exposed to the eyes of the strong men of the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy, and would also have been exposed to the eyes of the powerful gods patrolling the Silver Heart continent. The art of concealing one's realm was very low level, and its main point was to allow the demigods to hide their realm strength, and even their aura, in front of the evil gods. Its main focus is to increase the ability of demigods to survive and escape in the battle with evil gods. Otherwise, the effect of this divine art is extraordinary and it would never be opened for exchange as a low-level divine art. For the Academy, the power of a surviving demigod is definitely much more important than those few points. The Academy has relatively few points for redemption of all life-saving magic arts. After exchanging for this hidden realm magic, Jiang Ziliu immediately handed it over to the ancient tree of wisdom for research. But in Jiang Ziliu's kingdom, the ancient tree of wisdom saw through its mystery at a glance. Although it is low level, it is indeed mysterious. The rules involved are not high level, but the idea of combining it with refining equipment and runes is simply wonderful. It is true that the level of wisdom is not in quantity or strength, but in application. This improvement in the application of wisdom is really a fantastic idea. The ancient tree of wisdom was full of praise for the essence of the magic and admired it very much. All advances in wisdom and wonderful ideas can arouse his interest. Although this thing seemed extremely simple in his eyes, he had not expected this spark of thought. As for wisdom, every living being has its shining side. After carefully studying this divine art, the ancient tree of wisdom transformed and upgraded it, allowing it to reach the level of top-level divine art in terms of concealing aura. Jiang Ziliu named it the Mirror of Invisibility. This top-level divine art involves many rules including soul rules, space rules, life rules, will rules, earth rules, etc. The composition of multiple rules, as well as the use of more complex runes and refining and engraving techniques, has allowed it to reach the top level of divine arts, but its learning difficulty has also reached the top level among all divine arts. It took Jiang Ziliu half a year to completely learn the advanced divine art of invisibility, and he successfully engraved it in his own kingdom of God, making the aura of the kingdom of God even more ethereal and difficult to trace. His own realm was also firmly hidden in the second realm of demigod. From then on, Jiang Ziliu no longer had to use the power of the forging throne to help him hide his strength. Because of this high-level magic, one can hide his strength across 5 major realms. Even if the Dean of the Galaxy Beast Academy came, he would not be able to see through his true realm and would only think that he was a demigod in the second demigod realm. After obtaining this divine art, Jiang Ziliu decided to exchange more divine arts from the academy. The ancient tree of wisdom was willing to transform and upgrade existing magic arts, but was unwilling to create magic arts for him. Because if Jiang Ziliu is given everything and there is no struggle process, it will be detrimental to his long-term growth. A struggle process is a necessary factor for the growth of a powerful divine being and an important part of improving one's mind and will. Chapter 213. Jiang Ziliu has not yet decided to rush to the front line to fight against the strange beasts and evil gods. Because there are many surprises there, you may encounter a weak alien beast enemy below the supreme, or you may be unlucky and meet a powerful and terrifying god-level evil god. Jiang Ziliu naturally didn't want to take advantage of such good fortune. Although if he was lucky on the front battlefield, he could get a lot of exotic beast materials, treasures left by the evil god, and many special treasures that could only be found in places where positive and negative cosmic forces clashed, Jiang Ziliu was still unwilling to take such a risk. He preferred controlled risks, and preferred to forge some semi-artifacts in the academy, to earn points safely and efficiently, and to obtain the magic he needed bit by bit. For Jiang Ziliu now, time no longer has much meaning. The Galaxy Beast Academy is safe enough, and he can accumulate and grow slowly in this safe place. And his slowness is relative to himself. With the help of the ancient tree of wisdom to upgrade his magic, his slow progress is many times faster than the rapid progress of other demigods. Jiang Ziliu began to actively study the Academy's semi-god level forging knowledge, and then his semi-artifact forging level slowly improved. He was only able to forge semi-artifacts of the first and second demigod realms at the beginning, but now he can forge semi-artifacts of the fourth and even fifth realms. His forging level is improving little by little in the eyes of outsiders. At the same time, his college points also began to rise. Some disposable semi-artifacts, such as the explosive semi-artifacts similar to Tianli Zi, are still in great demand in the academy. After all, on the front battlefield, this semi-artifact that can burst out huge power at one time can play a life-saving role at a critical moment. When the war is at its most intense, the large-scale use of this self-destructive semi-artifact can play a role in changing the situation of the war. In addition, some special one-time defensive semi-artifacts, although they have limited uses, have high burst defense power and are also very popular. This self-activated, disposable semi-artifact is usually equipped to evil students who need special protection in the academy, to prevent them from dying due to accidents and to increase their chances of surviving danger. Moreover, many powerful people are willing to pay a high price to purchase this one-time automatically activated defensive semi-artifact from the academy to provide protection for their favorite or talented juniors. Because the college's equipment is more reliable. The academy needs a lot of these two types of equipment, and Jiang Ziliu has also created a lot of these low-level disposable semi-artifacts. In this way he also managed to get a lot of points. He revealed his abilities little by little, making it seem to outsiders as if his burst of power was achieved after he learned the forging techniques of the academy. He tried his best to gain points while reducing any suspicious aspects of himself. In this way, Jiang Ziliu stayed quietly in the academy for nearly a year, replacing all of his feedback skills with new magic. Among them, the breath of life is restrained and replaced by the divine mirror of invisibility. The Earth space escape was replaced by the top-level divine art, the starry sky teleportation. Electromagnetic control was replaced by the top-level magic, the magnetic energy eye. The natural thunder god was replaced by the top-level divine art, the thunder god's magic image. The deformation of flesh and blood was replaced by the top-level divine art, the transformation of the divine body. The emerald light was replaced by the top divine art, the gift of life. After the existing feedback technology was replaced by divine arts and engraved into the kingdom of God, Jiang Ziliu began to study and learn other divine arts, trying his best to improve and consolidate his foundation and make his foundation more comprehensive. When his divine arts can no longer advance any further, he can truly advance no further and step into the realm of planetary gods with the best foundation. As Jiang Ziliu made progress little by little, his first year of teaching mission was completed. But in the second year, he taught 3 new students in the supreme class. What he didn't know was that among his students, there was a mysterious girl who came from outside the Milky Way. This mysterious girl with a pair of blood-red eyes and the temperament of a princess from a wealthy family set her eyes on Jiang Ziliu as soon as she arrived. The girl looked very young, only about 18 or 19 years old. But the strength she showed outwardly was that of a 9-star supreme, the one with the highest life level in this class. People only know her name is Brad, but they don't know what her race is or what her background is. The most special thing about this woman is the horn on her forehead. This horn made Jiang Ziliu feel very familiar, but for some reason, he could never see the details of this little girl's horn clearly. This discovery made him realize that this little girl was extraordinary. Either her background is incredibly powerful, or her strength is terrifyingly strong, and the 9-star supreme is just a way for her to conceal her own realm. In any case, this mysterious little girl represents a type of character, a big trouble type of character. This kind of princess-type beauty who has a deep background or is extremely powerful, but appears in a low-level area, is generally the heroine type of the protagonist in Destiny, or a powerful supporting role type. But no matter which one it was, she represented a huge trouble. However, Jiang Ziliu observed the entire class and even everyone in the little girl's social circle, but he still couldn't determine which mysterious guy was the protagonist, the source of the trouble. Although Jiang Ziliu has some luck, he doesn't think that he will become the protagonist just like that. Besides, he already had a child, a woman who needed his care, and he didn't want to get into a second trouble, even though the girl was incredibly beautiful and attracted the attention of most of the men in the school as soon as she arrived in the class. However, what made Jiang Ziliu feel weird was that this mysterious foreign beauty, whose true identity was unclear, always seemed to stare at him with a special look. He discovered that it was definitely not the look of a woman admiring a handsome guy, but rather the curious look of someone who saw something interesting, the gossipy look. The moment Jiang Ziliu felt this gaze, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He didn't know why, but his intuition made him feel that there was always an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this mysterious girl. However, when his intuition tried to sense what this familiar thing was, it was blocked by some kind of fog, so he felt nothing. This situation made him realize that it might be his own girl's own power, or the power of some treasure that blocked his intuition, making him unable to determine where his familiarity with her came from. But no matter where this feeling came from, Jiang Ziliu had a creepy feeling in his heart after his first contact with this girl in class, but it was not the feeling that danger was about to happen. He didn't know what was going on and asked the 3 kings of origin, but they just smiled strangely and told him nothing. The reactions of these 3 people were more like gloating. Jiang Ziliu immediately made some judgments. This woman might be coming for him for some reason and would bring him trouble. But there will definitely not be any major danger in this matter, only trouble. Jiang Ziliu was such a smart man, and when he thought of the image of this girl, he seemed to understand something, so he gave up his original idea of leaving the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy to avoid trouble. Chapter 214. Teacher, you can call me Shuekaiye. Your class is very interesting. You are even more interesting. After the 3rd lecture ended, the woman directly asked questions about spiritual practice. After asking a rather tricky question, she suddenly said this. I don't want to be found funny by others. If you have nothing to do, just do your own thing. Sometimes, being curious is not a good thing. Jiang Ziliu was not surprised that she said such a confusing thing, but responded with a hint of warning. Although he already had a rough guess about the woman's identity, it was just a guess. She said her name was Shuekaiye, but Jiang Ziliu didn't think that was her real name. He didn't want this woman to disrupt his way of doing things, nor did he want her to cause problems in his way of doing things. Even if this woman may have some kind of relationship with that man. But what he was not sure about was whether Shuekaiye and that person were friendly or hostile. No matter what the situation was, he didn't want anything to happen to that person. Judging from the woman's slightly cunning and cleverness, if she was coming for him and was friendly with that person, then she was not a person with a good sense of the overall situation. If she did this, she might expose herself. Moreover, if you are controlled by someone, the impact on that person will be even greater. Jiang Ziliu would not want his child to be affected, even though he did not know the person's name. He only knew that she was the Azura saint with a very high status, but he was not sure whether her status was stable. The probability that this mysterious girl, who is full of curiosity about herself, is from the Azura clan is very high. After this woman came into contact with him just now, he noticed that countless men around him were looking at him with hostile eyes. Although he issued a warning, the other party might not do as he wished. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu returned to his residence, and after making sure that no one was monitoring or snooping him, he immediately made a probabilistic assessment of the woman's identity. What is the probability that this woman is from the Azura clan? 100%. Sure enough, the unicorn that seemed to have hidden its traces but was still iconic, as well as the vague sense of familiarity, was the Azura clan. Jiang Ziliu's previous judgment and guess were correct. What is the probability that this woman is hostile to the pregnant Azura saint? This time, he added some specific conditions to the probability judgment, such as the word pregnant. Jiang Ziliu was very cautious because he was worried that when the other party returned to the clan, some unexpected changes would happen and the position of saint would be lost, and the position of saint would be directly replaced by someone else. Precise formulation can avoid these surprises. The answer is very interesting, 3.17%. Such a low hostility value means that this woman has a great liking for that person. This slight hostility may be caused by emotions such as dissatisfaction, jealousy, and envy. Sometimes, even the closest people there are still mixed feelings of affection and hostility between them. Emotional attitudes are not so clear-cut in intelligent beings with emotions. What is the probability that the other party is hostile to me? 47.3%. This answer means that the other party has mixed feelings about you, and it is very likely that you are under some kind of scrutiny by the other party. So this kind of data cannot fully explain anything. But Jiang Ziliu had already made it clear that the other party came to the academy, most likely for him. But judging by the probability at any time, he knew that the other party was just passing by. What is the probability that the other party came to the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy just for me? 10.65%. Exactly 1/10, which means the other party has other purposes. But Jiang Ziliu's divine power had been consumed a lot by this point, and the remaining divine power was needed to maintain combat effectiveness and guard against unexpected events. After all, considering the situation of the entire Silver Heart continent, strictly speaking, it is considered a bridgehead against the evil beasts. This Azura girl came to the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy. 90% of her goals might be something else, perhaps the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy itself, or perhaps some special opportunity on the battlefield ahead. Jiang Ziliu's guess was correct. He then discovered that in other classes, there were also some special students who were extremely hidden, had strength that should not be underestimated, and whose aura was like fog. Among these students, one is from the Blue Mercury race, and several are from other races. But Jiang Ziliu felt that they all seemed to be people who had concealed their identities and abilities and sneaked into the Galaxy Beast Academy with ulterior motives. What is the probability that there is a super opportunity in the Silver Heart continent that can attract these geniuses? 100%. The probability judgment made Jiang Ziliu understand that this time the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy really had some super opportunity that attracted these guys. Jiang Ziliu made a probability assessment on the identity of this Azura beauty, and the result showed that the strength of this Azura beauty was not at the deity level like the Azura saint. She was still at the demigod level, and like herself, she was at the 9th level of demigod. Similarly, the new students with mysterious auras were all at the 9th level of demigod, and all came from powerful races such as dragons, titans, elves, and gods. They are all at the 9th level of demigod, yet they have come to the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy at this time, which means that there is some treasure or opportunity in the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy or the Silver Heart continent that can help them advance to become gods. But no matter which one it is, it involves the promotion from demigod to god. After all, the transformation from demigod to god level is extremely dangerous. Even the most talented person may die in this process, and the probability is not small. The emergence of divine arts only increases the success rate, but cannot guarantee that you can succeed in transformation 100%. Once failed, the outcome will most likely be death. Therefore, anything that can increase the probability of a demigod becoming a god, and any opportunity that can help them break through, is what all demigod beings in the ninth realm strive for. Jiang Ziliu made a probability assessment of his guess. The results showed that this opportunity was on the front line of the Silver Heart continent, and was also close to the part of the front line that was being guarded by the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy. No wonder they all ran to the Galaxy Beast Academy and disguised themselves as students here. Jiang Ziliu didn't believe it, and the college didn't know about it. Of course I know, but this time the guys coming include dragons, elves, and asuras. None of these forces are easy to mess with. Therefore, the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy did not fail to notice it, but pretended not to notice it. As long as these people do not cause trouble in the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy, whether they can grab the opportunities in the future depends on their own abilities. The beautiful student named Shuekaiyu did not communicate directly with Jiang Ziliu later on. But she always strolled among the students, fluttering among them like a butterfly, chatting and playing with them, and asking all kinds of strange information. She would also inadvertently ask for information about Jiang Ziliu, but unfortunately she didn't get much. What Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that the beautiful Azura woman who named herself Shuekaiyu actually sensed a great danger from Jiang Ziliu, which was why she didn't dare to contact him again. Even though she has powerful guards behind her, these guards cannot enter the Galaxy Beast Academy. This sense of danger made her afraid to meddle in other people's affairs at this critical moment in the fight for opportunity. Even though she moved around among many male students, no one could take advantage of her. On the contrary, those male students who wanted to do something dirty disappeared from the Academy's mission forever soon after they caused trouble. Even the families behind them subsequently faced terrible and inexplicable crises. This situation also made these people realize how terrible she was. They only dared to pursue her and did not dare to use force or any other means. But Jiang Ziliu doesn't care much about all this. He has already determined through probability that there is no relationship between this opportunity and the core fragments of the Forging Throne. He was fully confident of advancing to the level of a god, unlike others who were always in great danger of falling. Therefore, he chose to ignore the existence of this opportunity, and focused on finding the information he needed and preparing to be promoted to a planetary god. Chapter 215. Jiang Ziliu didn't intend to get involved in this matter, but the college was not going to let go of this opportunity. The academy actually prepared god-level teachers with special skills who could monitor the entire battlefield at the place where the opportunity was. The teacher then used special equipment to broadcast live the competition for the land of opportunity, allowing the students to understand who the top geniuses in the universe are and who are the true strong men of the same level. The live broadcast will begin soon, and all the students in the academy, including the lower-level Beastmasters below the demigod level and the demigod-level Beastmaster students, will come to watch. This time, the opportunity came very abruptly. It is not a fixed opportunity. This time, the opportunity was that a drop of divine blood of a stellar-level god fell into a pool of water, and it underwent a miraculous evolution with the original power of the pool, evolving into a special mist of rules. This fog contains the power of powerful gods and has special functions. For other demigods, it is a phantom poison mist that can cause the soul to sink. However, for the strong demigods in the ninth realm, it has a special effect. Because it can be integrated into the soul and form a stabilizing effect on the soul, but this effect is temporary, because it is essentially a soul phantom poison that uses the power of illusion to form a stabilizing effect. This effect, when a demigod is promoted to a god and the divine fire is ignited, will make people forget their pain. But the power of this illusion is very strong at other times, but it will disappear the moment the divine fire is ignited. Moreover, this fog of rules will only truly form at specific times. These demigod ninth realm beings are waiting for the moment when it is fully formed. They want to occupy the opponent and break through to the level of gods on the spot, and they cannot take it out of this place. Therefore, the competition this time is limited. Demigods who are over 1,000 years old and in the ninth realm should not even think about participating. That would be a sheer waste of this opportunity. No matter which tribe they belong to, or which tribe their genius is, they must be under 1,000 years old. The gathering of geniuses included geniuses in the ninth realm of demigods under 1,000 years old from all races in the Milky Way, as well as geniuses of the same level from the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy itself. They competed together for this opportunity. The Galaxy Beast Master Academy also set up special checkpoints on the road to the Land of Opportunities to eliminate those who are not qualified to compete. Jiang Ziliu was only interested in being a spectator, but had no intention of participating. His focus was still on investigating the location of the core fragments of the Forging Throne. Even his own promotion to a planetary god took precedence over this matter. After the college's live broadcast began, everyone watched together. The first wave of competition actually required them to pass through a dangerous area filled with demigod-level evil gods. This area was transferred here by a super powerful god among the Academy through the means of time and space displacement, forcing this area to be a place where evil gods gathered, and it became a test for this competition. Excess means life, and failure means death. If you want to fight for the opportunity, you must be prepared to fall into the hands of the evil god. The Academy will not provide rescue, but will give each of them a special distress talisman. If they are willing to pay 10 times the price, the Galaxy Beast Master Academy will also send strong men. As long as they hold out until these strong men arrive, they will be taken out of this land of evil gods. However, this step of rescue still requires them to have enough strength on their own to hold on until the strong people from the Academy arrive. And a large amount of resources must be handed over to the college in advance. Of course, students of the Academy itself do not need this step. The Galaxy Beast Master Academy also made a profit from this. But those who are rescued will completely lose the qualifications to compete for subsequent resources. After this step began, a large number of geniuses in the ninth realm of demigods infiltrated into this land of evil gods. Everyone showed their magical powers, either passing through secretly or breaking out forcefully. Everyone used their own means to get through here. Among them is the beautiful Azura girl Shui Kaiye. What she chose was beyond Jiang Ziliu's expectation. She actually chose to pass through secretly instead of fighting her way out as Jiang Ziliu guessed. From what he knew about the Azura tribe's way of doing things, most of the time they solved problems by killing. Just like how the Azura saint dealt with the lair of the starry sky giant beast, it was all about killing. The way she acted made Jiang Ziliu certain that she was a very resourceful and unconventional witch. But Jiang Ziliu also admired her approach. After all, this matter was about advancing to a god, and if she solved everything with killing, she would be a truly reckless person. The fact that she was able to choose to pass through secretly shows her intelligence and control over her nature. If they don't defend themselves and are moved here, the demigod-level evil gods will not give them the chance to pass secretly. Since being moved here, these demigods have understood that no matter what the outcome, they are dead. Now they have gone crazy, and they all want to kill as many geniuses as possible in the universe, and want to drag more geniuses to sacrifice their lives. So, they are also capturing those demigods who try to pass through secretly. Even a demigod of the ninth realm like Shui Kaiye, who had a strong background and rich foundation, was unable to break through the blockade of these evil gods even though he used special concealment magic. Because some of the evil gods gathered directly at the place where they had to pass through, and used their power to block the void, directly blocking any possibility of passing through silently. They even used a special rule-level dust fog to form an additional blockade. Any living creature that passes by here will inevitably disturb the dust and fog here, causing the evil god of dust and fog to be affected. The most powerful thing is that this dust and fog has a powerful effect of suppressing divine power. In order to take revenge, these demigod-level evil gods took out treasures that were as valuable as their own family assets. This dust cloud is one of them. Such an arrangement completely eliminated the possibility for these geniuses at the 9th level of demigod to pass through secretly. You may be hiding well, but if you go there, you will definitely attract attention. As a result, a war broke out quickly. Some people fell at the hands of the evil god, and some successfully fought their way out of the encirclement. Those who rushed forward to kill were all true geniuses, the kind of geniuses who had mastered at least 3 intermediate-level divine arts. Their fighting power was extremely strong because of their magic. Their fighting posture also completely awakened some demigod-level students and teachers of the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy. They suddenly discovered that the combat power of these geniuses who had learned more than 3 divine arts was 10 times or even more than that of their peers. And after struggling for so long, they have only become proficient in 1 magic skill at best. They will have to work harder if they want to learn 2 magic skills. Jiang Ziliu had no idea how difficult it was to learn divine arts. After all, because of his supreme background and foundation, it was not difficult for him to learn top-level divine arts. But what he didn't know was that with the average demigod's background and their understanding of the rules, even learning a single divine spell would be so difficult that their hair would turn white. The power of the geniuses makes others envious. But even so, those who can fight their way out of the evil gods are only the upper-middle competitors, not the top fighters at all. An Azura like Shuekaiyu could kill in 1 breath with almost no effort. She had been more willing to sneak through before, just to hide her strength, save energy, and have a greater chance of winning in the real competition later. Chapter 216. The first level directly eliminated 9 out of 10 participants in the 9th level of the demigod realm. 3/10 of the demigods died because they did not pay the fees and were not rescued, or they died before rescue arrived. In short, 3/10 of the demigod 9th realm creatures completely perished in this battle. Only 1/10 of the people succeeded in passing through the land of evil gods and reaching the 2nd level that the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy had already set up. The 2nd level is a more special one, called the level of confused mind. This level requires them to pass through a huge confusing forest, which is made up entirely of 1 kind of confusing divine tree. The bewitching tree has the natural ability to perform illusions. Although it is a plant, it is a powerful life form at the demigod level. In order to protect themselves, they can secrete a special kind of aphrodisiac fragrance. Those who do not have strong divine power, divine body, or divine soul are unable to defend against this kind of bewitching divine incense and can only be pulled into a mental illusion, which is similar to the mental demon illusion related to the things that demigods fear the most. A mind-enchanting tree can make a demigod creature from the 1st to the 3rd realm fall into its trap. When 2 bewitching divine trees appear, they will be connected to each other, and the bewitching divine incense will combine with each other to produce an even more powerful bewitching divine incense. Their function is somewhat similar to the effect of formation bonus. What is prepared for these people here is a forest of mind-bewitching divine trees. The bewitching divine incense here is so strong that even with special equipment, one cannot defend against it. They can only be dragged into the illusion of the inner demon. All geniuses are no exception. The test they face is whether they can persevere and not collapse there will when faced with their own inner demons and illusions. No matter whether you see through the illusion of your inner demons, or kill them, or break them with wisdom, as long as your mind and will do not collapse, you will pass the test if you persist for a period of time. However, if one's character and willpower are not up to standard and one collapses directly, he or she will be thrown out by the strong men of the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy. Those whose will and mind collapse will also develop greater inner demons. They will suffer lifelong trauma in their character. They will also completely lose the possibility of breaking through to become planetary gods. Even if a strong one breaks through, the possibility of falling in the process will increase by more than 100 times than before. Fortunately, the Galaxy Beastmaster Academy will inform them of the consequences in advance before they enter the Heart Forest. Why is this level set? Because for creatures whose combat power is up to standard but whose character and willpower are not up to standard, the possibility of failure when they use this opportunity to break through is still as high as over 90%. For such a person, even if he seizes the opportunity, it would be a waste. Therefore, those who are eliminated at this stage are those who are destined to have a high probability of failure in the process of using opportunities. The Galaxy Beastmaster Academy does not want the opportunities on its territory to be wasted. For the audience, this level is nothing to watch. The only thing they saw was the exaggerated performances of these powerful geniuses of the 9th level of demigod after they fell into the illusion of their inner demons. Some people appear modest and elegant on the surface, but their true nature is immediately revealed once they fall into an illusion, like a terrible demon. Some people appear to be kind on the surface, but they become like murderous gods when they fall into an illusion. Everyone will reveal their truest side in the illusion, the side they are most reluctant to expose. It's only this contrast that makes them look very interesting. The Academy did this on purpose to make these students understand that many times the personality traits revealed on the surface of some intelligent beings are not their true appearance. Their true appearance may be much more terrifying than what you see. The college wants its students to understand the disguise and horror of human nature, and to understand what it means to be evil and hypocritical. Jiang Ziliu has long been accustomed to seeing these things, and his understanding of human nature is much more profound than it is now. In his previous life, he understood the horror of human nature. What he is concerned about now is how Shui Qiuyi, the beautiful Azura woman with whom the Azura saint has an unknown relationship, will perform. Contrary to his expectations, facing the inner demon illusion, Shui Qiuyi behaved very calmly, with only endless terrifying murderous aura. This is consistent with the characteristics of the Azura clan. This also made Jiang Ziliu understand that although Shui Qiuyi behaved like a witch elf and a social expert, she seemed very weak and needed protection. But in essence, she is a genuine Azura. Her deep nature that is hidden is her extreme murderous nature. Faced with this super fantasy world constructed by the enchanted forest, she had only one way to react: kill. Kill all the demons in the illusion and fight your way out of it. I don't know why, but Jiang Ziliu always felt that part of the murderous aura was about herself, as if she had done something wrong to her in this horrible illusion. Thinking that this matter might be related to Saint Ashura, and that the other party seemed to be in a state of inner demon illusion, Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but feel uneasy. What he is most worried about now is that Shui Qiuyi is a close sister of Ashura saint, or something like that, a relative, or a very good one at that. If Shui Qiuyi cannot completely get out of the illusion of his inner demons and becomes a planetary god after this incident, and starts to kill him, he will be in trouble. If you fight, you will feel embarrassed to do it. If you don't fight, the other party will attack you. Jiang Ziliu didn't need to think too much to understand that his role in the inner demon illusion was most likely that of a scumbag. He might even have done something even more terrible in the inner demon illusion, which was why Shui Qiuyi's murderous intent was so strong and was directed directly at him. With his powerful spirit, he would not be wrong. Part of the murderous intent was directed at him and could not be directed at anyone else. He sighed and decided to find some treasures to calm his inner demons, so that Shui Qiuyi could truly wake up if he went crazy. Therefore, before Jiang Ziliu completely walked out of the illusion, she ran to the exchange office of the academy and exchanged her points for a low-level magic that could calm the inner demons and a special spiritual jade that could calm the inner demons. He chose low-level magic because it was easy to learn and he could learn it quickly before Shui Qiuyi ended this battle for opportunity. He has already determined that unless there are major accidents, Shui Qiuyi will definitely be able to seize this opportunity, and there is a great probability that he will be promoted to a planetary level god. Now he felt something was wrong. Although it was an unexpected change, he was cautious and chose to take precautions in advance. By the time Jiang Ziliu returned after completing all this, the second level had been completely completed. The inner demon illusion is not so easy to break through. Those who pass the first level are enough to eliminate 7 out of 10 creatures. Only 3/10 of the geniuses in the 9th realm of demigods passed the trial and entered the final stage to seize the opportunity. Chapter 217. After passing the second level, Shui Kaiyuling became calm and restrained his murderous aura. But for some reason, she looked up at the sky, as if she wanted to see someone through the screen. Jiang Ziliu's intuition told her that she was looking at herself. Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but be curious about what he had done in her inner demon illusion that made her realize that everything was just an inner demon illusion, but he still missed her so much, as if he and her had some deep hatred. Fortunately, the third level really started afterwards. The third level is not special. It just lets these geniuses from various races in the universe fight against each other in pairs. Only those who make it to the last 10 levels can enjoy the opportunity to be promoted to planetary level gods together with the 10 places already confirmed by the Galaxy Beast Taming Academy. The battle begins and the terrain is random. The general planetary environment cannot form any real terrain restrictions for the demigod level 9 who has combat power close to the planet-destroying level. But it is different here. All things in all terrain environments are blessed with powerful divine power. It is very difficult for a demigod in the 9th realm to break a huge rock. The effect of terrain restrictions is immediately revealed. The one who adds power to the terrain is none other than the powerful god who presides over the battle. Therefore, it is very important to draw a terrain suitable for your combat and an environment suitable for your combat power. But what terrain is drawn is decided by the referee, and it all depends on the luck of both sides. Luck is also an aspect of strength that all strong people recognize. Sometimes a person with good luck may be stronger than a person with strong strength but bad luck in a real battle environment. After all, luck can often directly break the balance of power and lead to all kinds of unexpected results. Therefore, good or bad luck has become a factor of strength recognized by the college. In this battle, both sides demonstrated their strong strength. The first battle was against a demigod 9th level genius who was born in the Blue Mercury human race and had Huaxia bloodline. His opponent, however, was a powerful fairy who was also at the 9th level of demigod. The human demigod of Blue Mercury directly summoned his own beast. He has 7 beasts, namely the lightning eagle, which represents lightning and speed, aerospace combat power, the emerald bird that focuses on healing, the earth-white jade elephant with strong continental combat capabilities and tank-like defense, the mercury streamer that can fight in the ocean and water, the 9-tailed poisonous centipede with special toxin attacks, the purple heart ice vine that has range control power, and the fire soul star beast with powerful elemental attack power. Land, sea, and air, defense, poison control, and elemental systems. It can be said that his 7 demigod-level beasts have very comprehensive abilities. As long as they work well together, they can unleash unparalleled combat power. The strong fairy is a beautiful girl with long hair as white as ice. Her 7 demigod-level beasts were all of a single type, all mental and spatial, but they were extremely powerful in mental illusions and spatial forces. The place chosen by both sides for the confrontation was a stone forest. If we look at it from a normal perspective, the strong fairies who can understand and utilize mental illusion and spatial power to the extreme of demigod, or even possess special racial powers, have a greater chance of winning. But in this battle, the human race won. Because the abilities of this human race are more comprehensive, the coordination between the beast tamers and between the beast tamers and the beast masters is perfect, and they use the coordination tactics of strength to the extreme, making it difficult for the opponent to exert their strength to the highest level. At the same time, he cleverly took advantage of the terrain to restrict his opponent, and his actions were extremely insidious. If it weren't for the special racial talent of this fairy woman, she would have almost died at the hands of a human warrior who fought at full strength and showed no mercy. The human race is a race that becomes stronger as time goes by and the realm becomes higher. This was clearly demonstrated in the battle between the 9 realms of demigod. As long as you have rich combat experience, good combat wisdom, and dirty enough means, you can definitely defeat the powerful alien race. Jiang Ziliu felt something strange. The mysterious space defense force finally released by the beautiful and proud fairy clan formed a space garland. It was a bit like a divine art, and also a bit like some kind of blood skill. But there is no doubt that it is a kind of power that is higher than theocracy. Jiang Ziliu didn't get any information about this power from the Academy's materials. Fortunately, the powerful person who hosted the live broadcast of the Academy took the initiative to explain this power. This is the blood magic. Its secret is. After hearing the explanation from this powerful man, Jiang Ziliu finally understood what kind of power this was. The innate power of the powerful race becomes ineffective after reaching the level of demigod, and the bloodline is no longer a reliance. The only advantage they have is that their physique is stronger than that of ordinary races, and their affinity for rules is slightly stronger than that of ordinary races. It's just that they have a good foundation, so it's easier for them to produce strong people, but not easy to produce top strong people. When blood becomes strong enough, it becomes a shackle. However, the bloodline races were naturally unwilling to accept this situation. Later, when divine arts appeared, the 2 major bloodline races, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, conducted in-depth research on this. They combined the power of blood, the power of divine arts, and the power of rules, and conducted a large number of adventurous experiments on the combination of divine arts and blood. During this process, a large number of dragon and phoenix species suffered casualties due to the experiments. Because they are studying the fusion and sublimation of divine arts that are suitable for their own bloodlines. Therefore, they cannot use other races, as that would only pave the way for other races and increase their strength. As a result, both the dragon and phoenix tribes suffered heavy casualties, and later this effort almost led to a major split within the tribe. As a result, a genius from the Phoenix clan was the first to find an idea, and successfully completed the fusion of a powerful magic called the Fire of Nirvana and the Phoenix bloodline, allowing the Phoenix clan to have a higher affinity with the rules of fire, as well as an extraordinary ability to revive life. The Phoenix with the highest bloodline can actually have 9 chances to be reborn from the ashes. Once this kind of inherited divine art is engraved, it will be rooted in the origin of life and become a powerful divine art of the race. The power of this divine art is higher than that of the divine arts of the same level, and it is more in line with the race itself. And the most powerful thing about it is that once it appears, it will be passed down with the bloodline. When it reaches a certain level of demigod realm and the comprehension of the rules reaches the standard, it will awaken on its own. The Phoenix clan has achieved results. A strong man from the Dragon clan controlled a phoenix and also discovered the idea of the innate magic of this bloodline race. He researched the innate magic of the Dragon clan's bloodline inheritance. A race can only produce one of these innate bloodline magics. But it can also greatly enhance the power of a clan, and to a certain extent break the upper limit of bloodline shackles, allowing the growth upper limit of the bloodline race to be greatly increased. The success of the Dragon and Phoenix clans attracted the attention of other powerful clans. They also attacked the Dragon and Phoenix clans, but did not dare to kill them. They only dared to conduct research, and gradually found ideas for the bloodline magic power that suited their own. However, not all powerful races in the universe choose the power of bloodline and racial magic. Because although this power strengthened the power base of the clan and improved the shackles of their bloodline, it also strengthened the shackles of their bloodline at the same time, making it exponentially more difficult for them to break through the shackles of their bloodline in the future. Therefore, the elves, humans, orcs and other large races with numerical advantages in the universe did not choose this kind of power. And powerful races with strong bloodlines like dragons, phoenixes, and fairies chose this kind of power. This time, the beautiful and talented fairy clan member avoided a dangerous attack with the life-saving power that was inherited from her bloodline. If it weren't for its extremely abnormal spatial defense power, this woman would have long since fallen from the combined attack of the beast-controlling power of this human warrior. This kind of combined force formed by the law of generation and restraint between the rules is launched by the cooperation of all the beasts. Although it consumes a huge amount of divine power, it can launch an attack power of planetary god level in a single strike. This level of combined power can only be exerted by the all-round powerful demigod-level beastmasters of the human race. Only the innate magic inherited through bloodline can defend against attacks of this level. This first battle broadened the horizons for all the students and Jiang Ziliu.